with a dominating fashion. I realize. What do
Yeah,
you think about the second map?
it was just crazy. Lotus probably will be Indonesia's favorite map coming forward, right? Because they were able to just solidify and engrave the 13-1 win against Philippines. Notably, one of the most favorite team to win the whole event. But I feel like Indonesia, they are going to fight back, of course. They are not going to let that happen because now they have the advantage 1-0, right, in terms of the series score. And we are going to go to have to Ascent, Jamal. And Ascent most likely will be an even playing ground for the teams because it is one of the most played maps in Valorant. And I know, and I'm sure that most of the players do know how to traverse and play around Ascent. But we cannot still call Philippines off. We cannot write them off because we know that their mental fortitude is just so strong and so good. But we will see and take a look at the scoreboard, which Eeyore, as the Killjoy, boasts a 3.0 KD
Wow.
ratio with a 327 ACS as a Killjoy. And we did see him, right? Entering the
Yep.
site. And even Delby didn't really have to do much heavy lifting because the entry was always there coming from Eeyore, pushing forward towards the players and towards the site that the Philippines did guard. So Indonesia looking very, very good in this series.
Yep, ER with a 3 KD ratio. What a monster!
Yeah, he is a monster.
From the first map. But as we mentioned before, whoever wins the first map, the percentage or the favor to go into the second map will be higher. They taking up the momentum. They keeping the energy alive. What do you think? Is this still up? Still possible for Philippines to go to get a comeback in the second map? Realize?
Yeah, I personally think it is still possible, right? It's still an open ending, even though Ascent looks very scary for them. But it is still possible. Anything can happen. Valorant is a rounded game. Anything can happen. Anyone can do anything to make that happen. So Philippines, they will put that extra effort, especially when they know that they are now playing with their backs against the wall. They are going to maximize that chance to try to extend themselves, winning that gold medal. But now we'll take a look at the first result in Lotus, 13-1, with Indonesia just stomping Philippines. And now Philippines is picking Ascent, so that means Philippines at least know what they are going to do in this map, what strategies that they have installed in this map. Indonesia has to prepare to counter the Philippines. But if Philippines does win this split, then it becomes an open ending because this is again 50-50 map. Same goes for Ascent, 50-50 as well. So Indonesia has to prepare themselves as well for this push coming from Philippines.
Yep. But if Indonesia keeping the performance since the first map, Philippines in a big trouble. I don't really see Philippines did some huge mistakes or something. They just got out aimed on the first map. It's like we're seeing Indonesia on the first day of the group stage where Philippines is stomping them on Haven 13-2, and now they're switching side. Indonesia is the one who's stomping Philippines, and look at the head-to-head from Asterisk and Drax. Even though the ACS from Asterisk is not that high as a Drax, and Drax, we know all the performance that he did on a group stage, but still Asterisk did some huge impact for the rest of Indonesia because of the combo of the two veterans, Eeyore and Asterisk, just boosting up the rest of the team.
Yeah, like I said, these guys are the brain of the team, right? I've said it yesterday with an analogy that Asterisk is the left brain, Eeyore is the right brain, and together in hand, they create this synergy and dynamic that is just so good. They are able to usher the younger players into telling them what to do, the things that they're gonna do in the match. So I feel like when you have that leader role, you kind of feel less pressured, right? Because you don't have to think twice. You can just play as to how they command you to do. But Indonesia as well, I feel like in that map in Lotus, they had a lot of creativity, like that push towards spawn, like that push towards A side with the two-pronged attack, poking rubble, making sure that Philippines don't have that control that heavily. So I feel like Indonesia now they are the ones that are going to be favored to win this. And Philippines, they are the ones with the pressure intensively shouldered upon their backs. And now coming to Ascent, this is going to still be the traditional composition in which you have, still with the Jet, with the Omen smoke as a smoker. Maybe we could still also see Eeyore playing his Killjoy in Ascent, but Cypher is still undoubtedly one of the best Sentinels to use as well in Ascent. But Killjoy will just provide you with that oppressiveness, gives you that lockdown zoning potential that the Killjoy does have. And I'm interested to see whether or not KO will be picked, because KO most likely will be favored towards Ascent because of how much control he does provide for the team. It's always like Sova KO combination or Fate KO. But yeah, Sova KO is still the way to go for these teams.
Yeah, because KO is one of the best counter for every agent. If you want to play sudden, the Killjoy is P, one of the best way to counter it is just to throw the knife, find a spot that Killjoy is position, and just suppress him and you just go. Or even easier with null command if you have that ultimate. So KO, I think in this map Ascent, it is very flexible to use. Even if you doesn't have any duelist anymore, your duelist is was the entry frag, you can change the role, the KO role, to the duelist. You can flash for yourself, you can go entry, and you have the molly to either pass plan or for the retake. So this agent is just so flexible, so good in this map Ascent. But we're just gonna see, we're just head into the game, the agent composition. I think this just gonna be some mirror picks from both sides.
Oh, Moria is back. Moria will play in place of Sayo. This guy undoubtedly is one of the best smokers that you could have in your team in Ascent, right? We know he is the godfather of one-way smokes. He has a lot of one-way smokes, and Eeyore just waving hello to the camera. And as they try to prepare themselves to play into Ascent. But yeah, coming back to the discussion of Morea, I still feel like he is one of the best controllers we have in Indonesia, if not the best, with his smokes. Like, he has a lot of variations of smokes. We could see him always having a certain one-way smoke, and with Omen, he's just so good. But of course, now his biggest pressure is to seal this 2-0, and if they do seal this 2-0, means Indonesia at least will confirm silver medal, right? Because second place will be able to get their hands on the silver medal, but of course silver will not be enough. They all won the gold medal, and here we go with the Asian pick already. And yes, we do see Asterisk and Gemma with the Sova. Still, this is like your traditional, Ascent comp. We do also see a mirror pick coming in from both teams and both sides. Draxi will be given his chance to play in place of Savi, or he will replace one of the Filipino players in this time.
Yeah, a mirror pick, as we predicted before, because this is the best agent lineup for now in this meta. And it's all back to the strat and the execution.
Oh yeah, so Wild Oreo won't play in this map, right? Yeah, Wild Oreo won't play, which means Savi, look at him, he's such a flex player, right? He was playing Breach, he was playing Raze, now he plays KO. So yeah, piss around. I think this will determine who will bring home the 2-0.
Okay, here we go. The first pistol of the second map of the day, Indonesia versus Philippines. Philippines will be the one who's being attacker first, and Indonesia will try to defend the aggression of Philippines. Taking orb A main, and look at the setup. The default from Philippines, 2 on B lobby and 2 to taking orb control A main, and they still find some information. The stack, looking up, Indonesia is taking 4 people on B side.
Oh, B stack.
They gambling. They're just leaving Eeyore with all the utility, because Eeyore even not buy any ghosts. You just stick with the classic armor and some some nanos. And Philippines is regrouping towards A side, so the Indonesia gamble isn't work. The information is there because Gemma is pushing, and now they just gonna have to play full retake from now on. Realize.
Yep, they will retake the site with the spike being planted by Savi. Nano Swarms just wide.
Planted.
Cannot deny any possible setups. Now Asterisk will come from heaven. Ooh, 4 suppressed with the 0 point. He will come with that fragment, trying to line it up, and Moria even has a paranoia lineup, and here they go with the retake, dropping from heaven. They come as angels, as saints, and 2 kills they secure, but Marky will answer back with one of his own. Maria is there with Delby, and the BTR core with the alter ego players. Together unite as Indonesia to take back the site. Nexi left alone, but Delby will secure the triple kill, and Indonesia again confirmed their best round.
Clean retake. I should say it's a perfect retake from Indonesia. The fragment and the paranoia timing. Look at it. Marky cannot do anything, and they straight just jump from heaven to hell, cleaning everybody in the side. Make his left leg because he's playing on short and is rotating to the window. But everybody on the side from Philippines is just get destroyed. Indonesia with a convincing round from the pistol. They still keeping the momentum alive. And now with the superior weapon, Indonesia, based on paper, should be winning the second round. But we don't really know this Sheriff, how much they can do with the Sheriff. Marky and Nexi, 2 of them have the Sheriff. They have the potential to win the fight, even though it's still an unfair fight if they have a duel. But look at the drone. This drone is expensive because the information is there. Will they try to play close? Gema, hear all the sound cue, and Indonesia starts rotating. Gema, how long you can halt this? Delby is coming with it through the smoke. Oh, the timing! Nexi, he maybe get the Phantom, but Gema still holding the backside. Recon to delay, even swing for the second one, and Philippines once again get destroyed. Not long after they step into the side. Oof.
Crazy hold coming from the players of Indonesia. Delby did get a taste of that timing coming from Nexi swinging by, but Gema, he's done all he could do. He was able to just hold himself back with 13 HP left. And Indonesia take the lead, take charge, but their true test comes now. Because the Filipinos are able to lay their hands on much bigger guns. 0 point will be destroyed. Oh, aggression from Indonesia, and that will bite them from the back. Georgie gets the kill, but Moria comes swinging in from A-main. Where did it come from? And Indonesia swarm Philippines off.
Mid.
They can't do anything about it. The spike is down.
Look at Eeyore.
But Eeyore is coming from B main towards spawn. He walks. This is so set up for him, and Eeyore will flank from behind with the Spectre. He gets the kill. It's up to Marky. He just clutches out. He can't do anything, and Indonesia with the aggression will cage Philippines like birds. And the birds aren't able to claw back. 3-0 for Indonesia.
The pincher movement from Indonesia. Ooh. It's how you push. It's how you play aggressive. Look at the flash and the smokes from Moria and Asteris. These 2 men is just supporting like a god. You know, the sequence of the flash and the smoke just keep coming, and makes the Philippines can even save any teammates. They can even do the refrag properly. Indonesia, heads on the clouds. So comfortable to see if you're an Indonesian supporter. On the other hand, you should be worrying if you're a Filipino fan. Georgie dash in, lead the charge, but Eeyore gets flashed, gets blinded, still gets the 1 kill. The trade is there from Nexi. Only Sheriff in hand. Even the Nano is still not popped. Even after Georgie is dashing in, Eeyore gets flashed, but the counter flash is there. So Eeyore, the smoke from Moria, give him some time to stay alive. Oh, the flick from Safi, 8K. They'll be coming hot with the operator Safi. 6 HP left against a Delby with the Blast Storm flying in the air, secure another round for Indonesia.
I got your back.
I love
Just,
that game sense
know.
coming from Maria. He's there to help Eeyore escape with the smoke that lays down. Eeyore gets one, but he can't really escape from it because Savi just comes swinging in with the Sheriff. Taps Eeyore's like, look, he wanted to cross to the stairs, but the smoke just leaves a little bit of the gap. But Drax and Savi
Player
point. Finally, Dolby with the Blade Storm is able to confirm the last kill of Philippines. Why do I feel like this is just a replication of the Lotus map? They are stumbling down 4-0. Indonesia take charge, take control of the game in the early rounds, in the early stages of the game. And timeout is called by Philippines. To think of what they can do. To think of how they will counter this Indonesia side that has looked so different. That aggression in the early round, as you could see in the third round, that was so good coming from Indonesia. They just pushed forward. They also had Eeyore to flank, and it was just so set up for them, even though Delby was there. And in the fourth round, like, it was just a simple round because Philippines were on an economical downfall. But, you know, it was so close. Savi was able to get a lot of kills. But I like how now, like, the chemistry is building up. Like, Maria knows what Eeyore needs, and then Delby just comes to trade frag. Asterisk as well, supporting as usual. And Indonesia looked so strong. And here, Philippines pop flash a little bit off because Georgie just blinds or gets blinded by Savi. And null command is up. Eeyore, what is he gonna do with all of his utilities disabled? Georgie will come with the stash, with the pop flash. He readies up himself, sees Eeyore in the head, and he does get the kill. Kema will spin on with the Odin. Maria is there as the backup. Asterisk with one, and even Savi will answer, but Delby, the KO feeds keep on coming, and Delby will flick him with the operator. Confirms the 5th round for Indonesia.
Look at the response from Indonesia. After they know the tactical timeout is called for Philippines to play quick, they straight rush to the B side. Kema and Eeyore holding to the backside in the backside. Moria comes to take the day. Red flag is there. No one even coming up from B main. They all just floating, swarming into the side, and Indonesia just answered it in the right answer. Indonesia leading 5 rounds now. And Gemma, maybe some hold from him. And Eeyore still try to hold the sprays there. Somebody is on the side. He gets spotted from the shadows. But Georgie already in the side. Eeyore tries to hold as long as possible, but Georgie gets blinded. Marky, 27 HP, 3 versus 2. Again, the response coming from Indonesia. The spike is dropped. They have to just wait for the plan. And Moria just cleaning up the mess. Indonesia with another round. Philippines, they try to go be so damn hard, but they just keep on losing.
Indonesia is playing like they're in an internet cafe, you know, casing their billing and just wanting to rush and finish it off so that they can play another game. And 6-0. Again, it's a replica of what we saw in Lotus, and now Indonesia. It's like the same in Lotus. When Indonesia was 6-0 or 7-0, they also called a timeout. I feel like Rosafai just wants to discipline the players to play a little bit more preserved, passive, because the aggression sometimes is too much. And Philippines now, they do have the ultimate in lockdown, Hunter's Fury, and from the shadows, but Eeyore and Gemma do have the same. Respectively, they could use it to maximize their yields to get more rounds. And Delby, he is stepping up in this map with 8 kills down to his tally. And Indonesia, they are looking to just finish this quick because they want to get to that comfortable spot. To the finals they want to go. To the finals they want to stride. And now timeout is called. And it is done. The game resumes as Philippines eye their sights on towards A site. Del B will be there with the operator. This knife will try to counter what could be an early peak. But Delby isn't even playing there. He's playing up from heaven. Asterisk tucks himself in the corner of Cubby alongside with Maria. Two players here readying themselves up to, just peek out. But of course,
Caution here.
the ultimate is yet to be used. Trying to find a good scenario to get their hands on that. Recon towards mid. 2 reconnaissance abilities used already. So Philippines have to show themselves to find information. Spike will be dropped. They are going to walk to the crocodile hole. That is Asterisk and Maria. Georgie will take it, but look at Maria. He gets the first kill, teleports out of it. But will they expect that there's Asterisk here? Maria doesn't survive. And the Hunter's Fury comes out, and there they go. Their play as well coming from Gemma and Marquis. They trade ultimates, but Asterisk gets the kill towards Nexi, and it's a 4v2 situation. Disadvantage for Philippines as the 0 point will suppress Marquis. He steps back.
30 seconds left.
Wanting to traverse back to A, where Gemma waits, or Delby rather, with the long lethal stick. Up to the operator. He connects the first shot, looks for the second one, but Drax is inside, trying to fiddle with his stick. He doesn't even get Delby. Delby survives. He looks for the third one. The backup comes. The cavalry arrives. Shorty is in his hand. He tries to dance with the Marquis, or Draxi rather, and he gets it all. He gets it all for himself. And Delby secures the 7th. Indonesia looks so solid. And the ultimate from Marquis will not yield him any resolve.
They'll be dancing around inside, and then look at this, as you say, the crocodile hole.
Yeah.
They'll be just dancing around until the help is there. Even he's dancing in the middle of the air with the double updraft and shorty kill. My God. This solid wall from Indonesia. And now the one-way smoke. And another smoke. Moria had a really good game sense. And the stack. 3 player from Indonesia. Fragment is there, Georgie. You didn't recheck the corner. Moria gets caught. But the Hunter Fury tries to delay. Asterisk get caught, but the trade is there from Indonesia. Absolute slaughter in the entrance of A main. Look at how fast Indonesia react for every Philippines action. The reaction time from Indonesia, the response time is like, the current monitor is 0.5 milliseconds. It's always there and on point.
Look at Savi. He's just hiding. He's playing hide and seek. And he's like, please don't come and get me, because his teammates
He's pressing
are
F5.
dead. He's pressing F5. He wants to call timeout maybe. Savi is in a tough spot.
30
and look at
seconds
the
left.
backup coming from Indonesia, Jamal. Like, Delby gets the kill. And then all of a sudden, Gemma just comes swinging in from heaven. They don't even have that much of a chance. And now Savi, he might be able to pick up a few guns in the ground. He's just gonna surrender himself to Gemma. And Indonesia 8-0. Jamal, what did Indonesia eat for breakfast today? They're looking insane.
Right here.
Insane indeed.
Oh my goodness. Delby is 12-2.
Man. This Indonesia response time is just unbelievably good.
Yeah,
Fast.
it's insane. It's like the response time coming from the Asus monitor. So thank you, Asus, for sponsoring the
Yeah,
players.
thank you, Asus. For making the best monitor in the world. Like I said, it's like 0.1 reaction time. 0.1 millisecond reaction time for every action that Philippines made.
Here.
And now, there's no utility in mid. Somebody should watching mid for Indonesia. The smoke is there. Did feel like they want to go mid to B. But the B main control, del B, is enough for holding that spot. And again, Philippines, they need to crack this defense open. They need some little crack to make the way, to make it possible. Ooh, the recon. Oh, didn't catch anybody. But Delby is the first thing you should face. from Philippines. The setup. Look at the anti-flash.
Ooh,
Look at the setup. Eeyore with
By flash?
Moria. The flash is there. Ooh, the crossfire is good from Eeyore and
Perfect.
Moria.
Spike
Just
down
keep
mid.
coming.
30 seconds left.
It's 2 for the
One
3
enemy
now.
remaining.
Asterisk. The third player from Indonesia. Absolutely dominating. It's all onto Drax. He's put it. Spike is dropped. Delby
My God.
makes the round even faster. 19
Okay, we
nil.
know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll
Did
crush
you
it.
look at that good setup coming from Garden right? They have the turret for contact. So when the turret just spots one player, Maria flashes it, and Eeyore is there to anti-flash. If the pop flash comes in and they just clean up crew.
I'll block inside.
Spike
Philippines.
down mid.
Can't do anything
30
about it.
seconds left.
They're all just dead. In a blink of an eye. Delby even comes by with the operator. And I'm also so amazed by how big of a difference there is. 9-0. The Philippines left with the scrapes of their economy, trying to rebuild it. Meanwhile, Indonesia, the fortunes that they have, the wealth that they have, with the economy that they've been building, it's just way too immense. And they can even buy round after round. And now Philippines, they're looking for something to grab on. Because their tournament lives, their gold medal lives lies in this match. Eeyore will be forced back, and Georgie is relentless to find him. The pop flash comes in, and Eeyore is blind, but no casualties taken yet. Gamma will spray with the Odin. The Odin goes burn, and Philippines, they swarm the site, but Eeyore and Gamma is just way too strong. The two fortifications,
enemy
the
remaining.
stronghold of Indonesia, the fortress. Not yet taken down, and Eeyore will confirm his triple kill and also double digits for Indonesia. They look so good.
My God.
What is this?
Eeyore and Gemma. This dynamic duo is just always did the work perfectly. Eeyore with the setup, with the utility setup, and Gemma with the recon and the Odin spray. It just hold Philippines to stepping in into the side.
Time for a field test.
I don't even see any gap, any crack that Philippines can abuse in this kind of situation. Again, the B main push, helping Delby to get into the position. But the drone counter, the Delby is out. But still, he going for the repick. Georgie with the pick. Nice opening kill. Philippines should be happy. But will they salvage this round? From the shadows, from Moria.
You should run.
Right here. Oh, the lockdown setup. But be careful. The counter lockdown.
gets a
Even
kill.
Gamma gets a wall bang shot. What just happened? Philippines. Their setup, their plan is just denied. And the push. Moria is already on the mid top. Moria here. Any sound cue that Philippines make. From the shadows to the heaven. Moria play the important roles here. Play the key role. Moria, will he save the round for Indonesia
Spike
again?
down,
One
attacker
kill.
spawn.
Paranoia to hold back, and the spike is dropped. So the thing is, Drax is surrounded by Indonesian
One
player.
enemy
It's 2
remaining.
versus 3 now. Moria still
30
get
seconds
the
left.
kill onto Nexi. 1 versus 2 realize,
Gemma knows this.
and
One
Gemma
enemy remaining.
tried to cut. Marky still managed to get Gemma. 1v1. Eeyore versus Marky.
Mind games.
The time is not very long. 10 seconds
10
remaining.
seconds left.
So Marky will just plan into A side, and maybe he can play the Hunter Fury post plan. But
Spike
Eeyore,
planted.
what will they do? Ooh, he
Destroyed.
know because there's turret. Still, Eeyore no recon, but Eeyore just gonna push this away. Eeyore with the 1v1 situation with the swing, but Marky save Philippines. Marky
Last round before the
confirming the first round for Philippines.
Finally.
Finally.
Oh, this is so good for Maria, right? Cutting the rotation. He even survives for it.
Spike
He
down,
gets
attacker
2.
spawn.
And that was so good. But Marky, He tried his best to just hold himself back
Keep up.
and just baited Eeyore to pushing towards him. Now Indonesia
What's this?
already in a comfortable position. Meanwhile, Philippines are in a tough spot. Del B even gets next seed. With that early aggression, Georgie will come dashing into the site as the fragment will delay with the recon as well coming in to confirm that nobody is indeed inside. Look at Asterisk. Oh, he gets decapitated with the blade storm coming from Georgie. The knives doing God's work. But Eeyore come by. Look at Marky. He's deep inside, or Georgie rather. He's deep at heaven. And Delby knows this. Delby's aware of his whereabouts. He's looking for a kill. Delby just gets him down.
One enemy
And it's a
remaining.
4v2 fight yet to be planned. The time is of the essence. And Marky just gets rained down. He gets slaughtered by the players of
Switching
the
sides.
Indonesia squad. The Philippines, they're struggling to prolong their lives here in SEA Games. If they want to get that gold medal, they have to do something miraculous.
And
Give me those
at this
back.
point, I think Philippines need more than just miracle. They need the, you know, the one
One
year
enemy
luck
remaining.
be used in this day to make the miracle comeback happen. Look at the face of depression, the face of worry. They don't have any room for mistakes. 10 rounds away, and it comes down to this pistol round. Indonesia, they're waiting for the push, but Amin is in the side that they're pushing. They're rotating because look at Georgie. He's clearing B main, he's clearing mid lanes, so Philippines were prepared. Philippines was ready for this. It's 5 versus 5 fight. Dash in, they'll be leading the charge. And the plan is there. Fast retake
planted.
maybe, Philippines might be do something. Oh, but Safi 8k already low. Same goes to Moria, Fraxman delay. Oh
what?
no! The friendly fire! The fragment kills Moria. What just happened? Indonesia did some huge blunder. And now they're coming swarming from the heaven. Eeyore turning
player
out with a
standing.
triple kill, but Eeyore taken down. Because he's stuck on the generator.
Oh.
But Indonesia, what a mistakes. That's fragment from Asterisk. Touches the barely survivor. Moria taken down by his teammates.
Maria was low HP. That fragment, of course, when you toss it into heaven, it also does affect the person below it, right? Below heaven, on hell, to
Last
be exact.
players.
And Moria just gets eaten by that fragment. And I feel like Philippines now, with the second round that they've confirmed, they can actually maximize the rounds they want to get with the guns that they have right now. They can at least get 1 or 2 more rounds. But Indonesia, with a few light buys on their hands, Yor will move back to not get hit by that shock dart. As the Philippines, they're steadfast with their guns guarding every possible site. The 0 point will spot out Asterisk, the drone as well, but oh, Moria with the Marshall just dominates and destroys Georgie's skull. Meanwhile, they're still trying to reset where they want to go, where they want to really put their flags into. It seems like A side is the favorite option with the recon coming in, and Delby is just preparing himself to dash in. But Savi is there coming out from the smoke. Maria has his own battle. But look at Asterisk and Eeyore both getting 2 kills.
What?
The pair is just doing the heavy lifting,
Spike
but
planted.
Eeyore will be caught by Nexi. But look at Indonesia, they're so extremely low. They need a respite. They need heals. They need someone to heal their wounds. And the Philippines will surely be able to at least get a few kills. Indonesia also with low guns, but Gemma gets the headshot anyways with the Sheriff. Now it's Drax alone, gets 2, looks for the 3rd, he jumps into the smoke, spots out Gemma, but Gemma will survive, and Delby with the Sheriff will confirm match point for Indonesia, 12
Match
to 2.
point.
Man, that is so heartbreaking for the Filipino fans.
Oh my goodness.
4 players low from Indonesia,
Spike
but they
planted.
couldn't manage to finish it. Even gave
One
it
enemy
a one
remaining.
tap that leads to victory. That leads to match point for Indonesia. It's a big nice try for Philippines. Someone is wiping the tears. Oh no, the last timeout for Philippines. And because of that thrifty, they don't have the economy. On the other hand, Indonesia play possibly the last round with the best gun, with the maximum weapon in this game. 12 to 2. The revenge is real from Indonesia, but the game is still on. A slight chance to make a huge historical comeback might be start here, realize.
Yeah. Of course, Philippines, they need more than just a miracle, like you've mentioned. They need mental fortitude. They need everything that they have in the bag. Sacrifice it to possibly just push for it for the gold medal, Georgie! And that might be what they need. With the headshot towards Delby, Indonesia on the precipice of pushing themselves to the grand finals.
Take flight.
Gemma will wait. And the pop flash comes in, but Gemma still holds his ground. He gets Georgie in the head. Overzealousness from the Filipino squad, and they do not have that much of an option, and I can justify that aggression. Because with the Sheriff in their hands, and also even 2 Buckies on Nexia and Marky, they can't really do much. And it's just Nexia alone in B site with the Bucky, with his turret, with his alarm bot, with his nano swarm. He's gonna pop it up.
Bomb grenade out.
Where Indonesia come knocking in. They want door, they want blood, and Gemma will get Nexi. The second kill for him. As the door closes, so does the opportunity of Philippines to push to the grand finals. It's closing in. It's just getting so tiny for them, and Indonesia swept too. It's just Drax all alone in this world of hurt. What can he do? He does hurt. Asterisk gets the kill. Oh, he's just gonna teleport with the ultimate. He repositions towards B main, and I feel like Indonesia does know this. One-way smoke from Maria. Look at this guy with his fancy one-way smokes. Recon reveals Drax's position, and here they come peeking, and Indonesia confirmed
Attackers
their
win.
spot at the grand finals. The Garudas fly and soar high, and they come back from what was a very bad start. Look at Maria, he's having the time of his life. Indonesia, he can't hear the haters right now.
Oh.
They silence them. They shush them, and they prove them wrong.
Indonesia shut the haters down, silencing the haters, and dropped Philippines to the bronze match. And Indonesia, the first team to get into the grand final of the 32nd SEA Games Cambodia. At least the worst result that they can get is a silver medal.
Yeah.
But we all know the Garuda is aiming for the gold. Flying high and soar. Look at those faces, the confidence. The rocky start from the group stage isn't there anymore. They got the feeling. They feeling it right now. Look at Asterisk comes in as the super substitute to save Indonesia and bring them to the grand final. 13-2, 13-1 and 32. In these two maps, Philippines only get 3 rounds.
Yeah. In what would be like I don't know, 36 rounds, 38 rounds, they could only get 2 rounds. And in the remaining, Indonesia just scavenged all of that towards Philippines, and they couldn't even do anything about it. And it's like Indonesia just want revenge after getting thrashed 13-2 in the group stage. I feel like they now have the formula for winning. And Indonesia deserved to be in the grand finals. They did step up, they recover from their mistakes, they fixed it, they regrouped, they worked as a unit, they played as a unit, they worked as a team, and they just steamrolled their way into the grand finals. And that was a very good showing in Ascent coming from the Indonesians. The backup was there, they were playing very good, the crossfire was always there, they'll be as well so on fire with the Jet. And I love how the chemistry has been finally built up even stronger, right? Because you could see that each other knows what the other player needs. The Indonesians were all on the same page, they were on sync, they were synchronizing, and the strats just worked perfectly. And they are now in the grand finals of the 32nd SEA Games with gold medal in their eyes. But now we will take a look at the scoreboard again. Eeyore, the Akeong man, secures his 2 KD ratio with 303 combat score. This is a performance to be cherished by Eeyore.
Indonesia, if you remember, they were 1 round away to get kicked out from this tournament, but now they are standing strong, waiting for their opponent in the grand final. Eeyore once again, be the MVP of the match. But Philippines, it's just so heartbreaking for them, being undefeated in the group stage. But once they step into the playoff, they only get 3 rounds out of 2 maps. Something is very wrong. Or I just think maybe this is the most, logical answer to this, is Indonesia is just saving strat from the group stage. And they just revealing it for the playoff.
Yeah, but I feel like it's just more than strategies, right? Everybody in Indonesia stepped up. They were able to shoot sharply. They got all the kills that they needed. The headshots were dropping left, right, and center. And Philippines just couldn't win most of their duels. And Indonesia just knew the tempo that they had to go with. They played fast when they needed to. They played slow when they were required to. But yeah, it was so crazy, Jamal, for today. But here we go with the highlights. And we'll have one more match today, Jamal, after this, right?
We still have 3 more matches, really.
Oh yeah, I mean one more match in the semifinals.
Oh yeah. One more semi-final matches against Singapore
And
against
Vietnam.
Yeah. And whoever lose will be dropped down to the bronze match against Philippines, and whoever win will be going up to the grand final that Indonesia has been waiting for them. So we're gonna see the second semi-final for today.
Yeah, Singapore versus Vietnam, of course. A match that they want to play their hearts out, and we will see who will be accompanying Indonesia into that grand final. But we will take a break first. Shortly after this, we will return to our second game in Singapore against Vietnam. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to the 32nd SEA Games VALORANT here in Cambodia.
scene. Back out fresh on the 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 scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me.
Hello guys, welcome back to the 30-second SEA Games VALORANT, and back
Yep.
with me, Momo-chan, and also my partner, who's still staying here, realize.
Yeah, I'm still here. We are going to go to our second game of the day, Vietnam against Singapore. And this is going to be one interesting match because we will see who will accompany Indonesia in the grand finals. Of course, Indonesia has made their way to the gold medal contention, right? Because
Yeah.
they did have a shaky start in the group stage. They were trying to clinch out every possible victory they could. But they just look like a different team today. They demolished Philippines 13-1, 13-2. And we are going to move on to our second game, Vietnam versus Singapore, which I think will be a close game because in the first meeting they had in the group stage, Singapore pushed Vietnam to overtime, and they were able to actually mount a comeback before Vietnam just completely cancels it from their hands.
Yeah, first match of the day in the group stage, Singapore, they've finally succeed to prove to us that they could become a strong contender in
Yeah.
32nd SEA Games VALORANT. Meanwhile, Vietnam, they also performed really well in the group stage, but some of the matches didn't perform. They didn't perform really well when they against Philippines, but I could say 4 wins, 1 lose. It's enough for Vietnam to prove to us that they are still the second strongest team in the group stage. But yeah, let's take a look with the head-to-head between Neff and also Dorf. We know both of the KOs. I could say both of the initiators. They always try to give a good support with the flashes. But if we compare to the ACS between these 2 players, Neff is still unbelievable, I could say, because he has this the good empower there.
Yep.
He has all the potential for the utility that he has, and look at even the headshot. It's not that much differences between Neff and also Dorf.
Yeah, I think Neff was the important building block towards this strong Singapore core. He was always that support playing with Vera, and we also can't forget about Vera because Vera was the tip of the knife for Vietnam or for Singapore, excuse me. But Vietnam themselves, they were able to rack up a lot of wins in the group stage. They were able to push forward with Crazy Guy playing very well as well. So yeah, it is pretty good for them to be able to contend against Singapore in this match.
Yeah, I was I'm looking for another intense match between these 2 teams because this is their second meet. So we will see, is there gonna be another overtime? The first one we have 14-12 a result between Singapore and also Vietnam. And like you said earlier, Crazy Guy, this guy is really insane. Not only Crazy Guy, but Natong. Do you remember with his operator?
Yeah.
He always get everyone on point. And not only that, sometimes they also giving a good pressure with sometimes Finesse or Pina. But now we will see that, okay, there's not much changes coming from Singapore. Divine Frey and Styron and also Nap with Vera will be still playing for today.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Vietnam and Malaysia. They experimented in a few things, and we will see Dorf back on the lineup because yesterday was Duct playing, right? And now it's Dorf, Suka, Crazy Guy, Natong 2K, and Vinnes together as 5.
Yeah.
Of course, they will put up a fight against Singapore, and this is going to be a clash between these two teams that I could predict would go close. Maybe it could even go 3 maps, but Vietnam still most probably the favorites to win this match. But we will look at the key player, as I've just highlighted before, Vera. He has been insane as the main duelist of Singapore. We saw how he just ran circles around the Indonesian players with his Neon. He's also very flexible. He could play Jet, he could play Neon, he could play Raze, and these agents always able to unlock his maximum potential with that ACS 247.2 in the group stage. He just shined so much for Singapore, and Singapore righteously earned that 3rd seed spot for them, and now they will be facing Vietnam, and I feel like with the strategies that they have, with the aim power that they have, it is possible for them to even take down Vietnam, and Vietnam should be aware and cautious of the dangers looming coming from Singapore.
Yeah, agree with that. I think even though if you talk about Vietnam, even though Pina is not playing, Dorf, Suka, Crazy Guy, Natong, and also Finesse, they are still the strongest lineup for Vietnam. Mostly, I could say maybe the main roster for this match, for this series. Meanwhile, if we talk about Suka, this guy always be a clutcher for Vietnam. So maybe Singapore, they have to pay respect as well with this player with the quite high ACS, I could say, as a sentinel,
Yeah.
as a flanker as well. And look at that headshot, 27%. I think that's quite powerful for Suka. So yeah, with this kind of high aim power coming from the sentinel, I think Vietnam, like you said, and Singapore, they could probably go into the close match. Maybe we will see 3 maps for this match, or might be Vietnam or maybe Singapore, I could say, can give a sweet revenge like Indonesia did just now.
Yeah, Indonesia did get their revenge, and I feel like Singapore is also eyeing for that revenge. It would be sweet as sugar if they could just knock out Vietnam down to the bronze match. But yeah, another highlight player that we could talk about is Suka. As mentioned in the statistics, Suka is just doing whatever he likes, just like as his name suggests, Suka. He was everywhere in the map, but now we will see Bind as a decider, Chimo. I feel like this is the first time that Bind could potentially be played, but the first 2 picks are Ascent and Fracture. Ascent, we did see yesterday Singapore play this against Vietnam in the same group stage match. They were able to push Vietnam further towards overtime, even though Vietnam did have the upper hand in the few early stages of the game. But the second map will be Fracture, which will be picked by Vietnam, so I'm pretty eager to see if Natong 2K could play Neon in this map, or will he stick to his Jet and Raze, because he did also play Raze in a couple of games. And it comes down to how eager these players could just close out the map. They could really push out the choke points, get all of the kills, important kills, and also how it is important for them to still have their aim on point, because this comes to the it comes down to hope, it comes down to time, and both teams have this important match. There are no second lives. If you lose, you do drop down to the bronze match, which is still a medal, right, at the end of the day. But of course, you want to bring home that gold medal for your team, and Indonesia is waiting for their opponent, which will either be Vietnam or Singapore.
Yeah, we talk about pride, when you represent your country, of course you want to bring the best for your country, and gold medal will be the goal for both of the teams. So it's still like a 50-50 match between both of the teams. I would like to see what approach that Singapore will bring for the number 1, especially you also mentioned it earlier, Vietnam brought to the first overtime when they against Singapore in this Ascent, and it's very interesting because Singapore, they picked this map, so 100% surely they will bring something different, or probably perhaps, like we mentioned it earlier, they will do some sweet revenge. So we will see for the map number 1.
Yeah, of course, we are headed into the agent select as well as the commencing of the first map. We will see Singapore still with their same composition from yesterday in the group stages, I think, with the Omen on the hands of Divine, and we can't also write Divine off because he has been one of the clutchers that Singapore truly has. Meanwhile, for Vietnam, they have Dorf, Suka, Crazy Guy, Natong, Tute, and Vanessa up with their respective agents, KO. Still with the KO Sova combination, and I feel like this is indeed mirror pick, and this is still like the common pick, right? For Ascent, this is still the stable agent pick. This has also been picked by Indonesia and Philippines in the second game of the first match. In Ascent,
Yeah.
they still pick this composition. So yeah, I feel like they are still playing safely. They are playing in a comfortable position with this agent because this agent composition is just so flexible. You can play fast, you can play slow with this. The delay power is there. Attacking wise, it could also give you a few slight advantages if you want. And I'm looking forward to what Singapore can bring, especially Ascent is their map choice. And Vietnam, will they be able to replicate the same way they did dominate Singapore in the first early rounds of the game yesterday? And we might even see overtime happening here.
Yeah, perhaps we will see it. But yeah, if we talk about Ascent or maybe Haven, we will see the same agent composition pick or mirror agent pick from both of the teams. So 2 initiators for Singapore and also Vietnam. They can gather a lot of information with KO and especially with the Sova, with Recon, and also with the drone. KO with a good flash as well. Even though they pick Oman as a controller, but it's possibly the flash pop up comes out from the smoke, could be happen. And Killjoy as the sentinel for both of the teams, so not much changes from Vietnam and also Singapore for our first map, Ascent, which is it's a Singapore pick. So look at the confidence that coming from both of the coaches. They look maybe prepare something new for this map, especially Singapore, right? They don't want to lose on this map twice. So I would like to see what kind of approach that Singapore brings to the map number 1.
And you can see the coaches as well, Viz and Arten, both of the coaches. But we are still waiting for the game to start. Maybe we do have a little bit of technical issues, but Chimomo, I was blessed because the first match there were no technical issues, and this is the first time that it was able to run smoothly. So we do hope that everything is fixed. And as we wait, we do see the faces of the players as well. How are they going to approach today's match in Singapore? Their hands have been a little bit sweaty in the group stages. They were able to secure a few important rounds, even taking down Indonesia in that overtime scenario. And I feel like they're always eager to get to overtime, right? They I think from the group stages they played twice, in which those matches were pushed towards overtime. They had that 13-11 defeat, 14-12 defeat against Vietnam. They also went the extra mile onto that 19-17 victory against Indonesia, and that was just so damn close. Even everyone was so, I don't know, they were so excited to see, right? Because the first match of the day, it was just out towards overtime already. And as we can see, Singapore did lose to Philippines yesterday. They won their matches against Malaysia, Cambodia, and Indonesia. So they were on a 3-winning streak, but it was ended by Philippines. And Philippines now have to drop to the lower bracket, or rather to the bronze match. So it would be very hard for them to actually push even further. But now we will see the game resume. So pistol round is underway. We will see who will win the opening round of this map.
Yeah, the pistol round started, and like you say, Singapore always be the strong contender in this series. So Vietnam, they still have to pay respect, even though they are strong as well. But we will see. The first pistol round will bring their fate together. Who will secure the first pistol round? And we will see a good setup coming from Singapore. Farah with a good opening frag. Takes down Notong, meanwhile Divine. Ooh, this is what makes Singapore look interesting because they always strong in their pistol round. And suddenly it becomes 4 versus 2. Farah
Remaining.
cuts off guard Asuka. Meanwhile 21 HP left. But Frey will be there to cover him up. Venus is the one that will become the last man standing, the last hope for Vietnam for the pistol round. But 4 versus 1, sometimes it looks possible, but with 1 turret as well, it becomes 1 versus 5.
Yeah.
And now, a good one-way smoke comes from Divine. And look at that, Singapore, they play respectfully and they'll just pick it up once the turret contact, and the first pistol round confirmed by Singapore.
That's a very good double peek as well. The aggression coming from Singapore was so good. And we have to notice as well, Vietnam was stacking B with 3 players, right? And they just stormed their way into the site. And now they are righteous. Have a few gun purchases coming, as you can see as well. This is why Omen is just so good in Ascent, because there are so many one-way smoke spots that you can expose and exploit. And that was the same case as well for Maria playing in the early match today. And now Vietnam left with only a few pistols in their hand. They are going to walk forward with the guns they have. Spectres, and also 2 rifles in Divine and Neff. Vera will not spot anyone. The drone guns out a little bit, but it's A-okay because Vera has made his way to switch, and they will swing out. Dorf does get a kill, but Neff will reply. 2 kills for Singapore. Vietnam has to hold with Crazy Guy. He will go down eventually. And it's just Suka and
One
Venus
enemy remaining.
walking forward. Neff gets the kill. Frey wants the blood, and he does get it. Bloodthirsty Singapore confirms second round, and Vietnam will be able to buy at least contest the third round with their guns much better.
Yeah, I always impressed how some of the players maybe they can play this Guardian so good, you know. Like it's not easy to use that one type Guardians, but when the pro player uses it, it was just so different. And 2-0 for Singapore so far, and this is gonna be the bonus round for Singapore. Vietnam, of course, in the round 3 they have a better weapon with this Phantom and also Kandal, and another fast setup. Oh, meanwhile, Finesse trying to stop Farah, but he's unstoppable. And finally get another entry for the A side.
Spike planted.
And we will see what kind of approach will Vietnam do for the retake. 5 versus 4. They still have the drone, they still have the flash, and Crazy Guy with a good aim there. Took down Vera. Meanwhile, Neff will get another trade coming from a short. And Osuka with amazing double kill.
One enemy
And
remaining.
Crazy Guy with Dorf. And even Suka will eliminate the rest of a Singaporean. 3 rounds in a row. And we know that Vietnam, they have a possibility to take down this map.
Yeah, Vietnam. And I said it again. I said it once, I said it twice, and I'm gonna say it again. Suka, this guy is just so sharp and so good. He confirms 2 kills for Vietnam. And on Singapore, they can still rebuy, and that's not a very bad gun round for Singapore as well, because not a bad bonus round for Singapore as well, because they had the spike planted. And now they are trying to build up their economy, but a few light shield purchases because of the economical limitations they have to face. Now Fragment in the hands of Neff. Line up. Will try to push forward with Vera as well. The 0 point cancels out a few players from Singapore, or Vietnam rather, and Suka again
Spike
get the
down
kill
A.
towards
Wow.
Styron. No recon and no drone available. The spike will still go down
Spike planted.
as usual. Generator plant means Singapore could possibly play with a lot of angles that they could expose themselves into. But the drone will fly out looking for information. Paranoia ready with the pop flash. Natongsuke gets the kill, but the Divine traded out. Look at the reply coming from Vietnam. It's raining blood in A site as they reclaim the site for themselves. And Vietnam equalized the score 2-2. We have a game in our hands.
I don't know why. Since yesterday, Sukao becomes one of my favorite player from Vietnam.
Yeah.
If you talk about crazy guy, we know how strong he is, right? With his aim, with his ultimate utility as well. But Suka, this guy, actually, he seldom to get some of spotlight. But once he got once, he somehow can get another one. So Suka is amazing. We will see 2-2. It's even for both of the teams, and we will see a Bloodstorm
Here.
in the hand of Farah. Play a little bit patient here from Singapore, since they realize that Vietnam trying to catch up with their point and even could lead the game. Ooh, Farah missed all the Bloodstorm, but he got the information. There's at least one players in mid. Oh, meanwhile, Natun will play a little bit aggressive. Meanwhile, Styron and also Divine will get a good trade.
What?
Down mid.
It's
Got the spike.
amazing with that kind of push. And Frey with Nef are the only survival from Singapore.
Last player remaining.
Survivor need to survive. Meanwhile, Crazy Guy will mix these 2 versus 1. And Suka, another amazing performance coming from this Sentinel.
Yep. Suka
I
again
could
and
say
again.
duelist soldier.
Yeah. He's like a duelist as well, right? He wants to push forward. This was an early aggression coming from Vietnam, but Dorf
Spike down
also
mid.
steal to push out the smoke and pop flash like that. And it does yield him results, the fruit of his labor. Getting that 2 kills, and Crazy Guy and Suka just cleans up house. Vietnam now in the driver's seat, much more comfortable, and Singapore will just call timeout. And this is something that is very interesting because still early in the round, and they don't want Vietnam to get away with the momentum that they've built. Of course, Vietnam still strong enough with the lead that they have and the advantages that they were able to pursue, and their economy as well as building, right? So Vietnam is able to like play and switch how they really want to play, the tempo. Sometimes they want to play fast, sometimes they want to play slow, and that particular round they did play much faster, trying to swarm and seclude the Singaporeans from wanting to take middle control, and that is very important as well. I think middle control is so much important in trying to win out the rounds. So we will see what this timeout will really mean for them. Will it put them forward with another round? Because now they have to do some sort of a mix by 2 Marshals, 2 Vandals, and a Phantom. Yeah. Divine will play with Sheriff. Vietnam sit safely with the guns that they have. Even Nakong 2K already has a stance on the operator. Take what that guy can do with his operator, right? In Singapore now. They slow themselves down while they try to scout out information. Styron, with his drone, doesn't really find anything much. And Suka, with Viness, they're hungry for kills. As they try to push on forward with the one-way smoke, they have secured control of A main for themselves. And Divine knows this. Divine is aware of this. And Dorf, contact with Frey. Bullets fired, none victims taken. This Crazy Guy, alongside with Dorf, try to get sight. And will they expect that the operator is here? Where Natong gets tagged down, but he isn't dead yet. Thankfully, it's just a tap of the Marshal, but Vera makes his way into the site, and Frey gets the kill towards Natong 2K with his Nano Swarm, and Singapore claim themselves the site. As Frey will hold a log, and the Hunter's Fury is in. Guy. Dorf in the process.
Spike planted.
And now the spike has been planted. Crazy Guy still alive with 21 HP. The double shock darts will catch him off guard. And now Neff has his hands. We're still in the Marshal, but Vidnesh gets a kill, gets 2 even. Looking for the third. He does get it, and he claims it for himself. And now Frey will be able to trade it back for Singapore as Dorf with low HP walks in, meets Frey, doesn't even see him yet, and 3 kills for Frey. As Singapore equalize and the timeout will bear them a fruit.
Yeah, Singapore still fighting back and make it even 3-3, refusing to lose a round or by round. And now Odin in the hand of Crazy Guy will try to defend, will try to hold B side by himself. And what a good performance coming from Venus.
Enemy remaining.
And no one expected that he will jump on top. But we will see round 7. Like you said it earlier, it's gonna be a close match, intense match between these two teams. Well, Farah, sneaky peeky, trying to stay low. Meanwhile, Nap tried to support him with a flash to rush into the A side, trying to check wine. What a disciplined move coming from Nap. Just make sure that all clear. It's gonna be a lineup for 0 point, and Natom detected in the garden. Meanwhile,
Farah!
gonna be a Hunter's Fury. Meanwhile, Farah cough out Udorf. And Suka with the turret kill. Somehow
Farah!
he get it. And Farah another kill to
30 seconds
Suka.
left.
Meanwhile, Frey
Spike planted.
makes it harder for Vietnam, and it's gonna be 4-3 for Singapore is on their lead.
That's so good from Vera, right? He just aggressed himself, pushing forward towards heaven. This guy is on fire, and Singapore are able to take back the lead that they once had. And Vera was actively seeking, and I like how he is one of the most explosive duelists here we have in the 32nd SEA Games. But will he be able to prolong his lead? Which I think they will, because Vietnam forced to eco with only sheriffs in their hands. Even Frey erecting his turret up in hut, not yet spotting anyone. They do see Natong 2K just taking a glimpse of a peek. The recon will be destroyed. Natong 2K is ready for this fight. The 0 point is not attack anyone. But Natong 2K is too eager to get that. Crazy Guy gets the trade frag, and Vera is not gonna let that happen because he marches in. He rushes forward to try to find the culprit of the death of Neff. But in the meantime, Divine does get another kill towards Viness. And now they don't have a smoker. Suka will play close as Divine walks his way in, strutting towards A main. Smoke is registered, and Suka will die in the hands of Divine. And now Dorf up in Generator. He gets 1 kill, but not good for more. As Tyron just puts him back down to the grave. Crazy Guy.
Spike planted.
Only himself is Lotus his chances to win this round. I think he's just gonna look for a few exit frags as he wraps around towards top mid. Divine is even ready for the flank. Look at him. He's waiting for Crazy Guy to walk into his crosshair. They meet, and Crazy Guy still fails to get a kill as Divine confirms triple kill, and 5th round goes for Singapore.
Wow, the possibility for Singapore to, give a sweet revenge towards Vietnam
Yeah.
is quite huge in this first map, and they even forced Vietnam to take the time out to discuss how should they defend their side, because 3 rounds in a row they keep losing their round with 1 ultimate for Dorf and 1 ultimate for Fines. It's possible to maybe make a turn table against Singapore, but meanwhile Singapore, Farah with the Bloodstorm. Even though sometimes he missed the Bloodstorm, But we will see what kind of impact that he will do for his teammates.
Last player
In
standing.
the timeout, the frustration from the coach. Vietnam realized that they cannot make this further too far from the points gap. And let's see for the round 9. If Vietnam keep losing, they will economically broken because Crazy Guy is still with that Odin. And we will see will Singapore try to respect it. Getting another mid control for Singapore. Well, there will be some recon trying to detect, trying to gather some information for Vietnam
You should
and a
run.
good paranoia, but there's no follow up since we'll give another lockdown and it will be destroyed really fast by Crazy Guy. It's a usual spot. And Singapore, they need to hold up a little bit. A lot of utility has been thrown by Vietnam. One recon, one drone. And even we see the lockdown also have been thrown by Frey to make sure actually they can get this entry to go into the B side. But I think Singapore, they still want to try.
30 seconds
What a good
left.
0 point, but cannot detect anyone. Nano Swarm being active, but Crazy Guy trying to hold it up in the B backside. Meanwhile, Suka and also Finesse
They can still go to A.
take down 2 players, and they are rushing, going to A. And Natal will be the
remaining.
key to
Spike
stop
down. Defender spawns.
the players.
10 seconds left.
And there you go. Suddenly, Divine. Oh, what a crazy player, Natong. Did you see the dash and also the updraft? He's
What a
ready
move.
for it. He's ready
Yeah.
for the 3rd kill.
Yeah. What a move from Natong 2K, and this is a close game, of
30
course.
seconds
Back and
left.
forth. It's like a tug of war. Vera gets tagged by the Odin, and I don't think he expected that there will be 3 players back in both house, right?
Enemy remaining.
Natong 2K, this was very important for him to get all the kills, cut the rotation coming from A, and it was lost the moment he got that 2 kills. I think it was already won by Vietnam, and a one-way smoke. There's Left will try to spray it, but he's the one getting tagged. Natong 2K is still healthy as ever. Look at how aggressive this player is. Pop flash, and they're gonna drop forward.
Here.
But thankfully, Natong 2K is still able to escape death. He doesn't even fear death. He stares death right in the eyes. And surely enough, the pop flash comes in, but the kill is not there yet. He will dash out because of the pop flash. And now Dorf, or rather Neff, does not have any pop flashes or flashes because it's down and it's empty already. As Singapore push forward towards market. A single alarm bot will help Suka and assist him in looking for information. Crazy guy again with the Odin. Look at it. Look at this guy. So confident. And Odin and Sova just go well together in this map because all of the walls are like paper. And here
30
they come
seconds
with an
left.
ultimate coming from Dorf. But Crazy guy gets one kill before Siren trades it back. Dorf is
Spike
still
down,
able
B.
to get one more, but Frey puts him down. It's a 3v3 situation up for Suka to win it all. It's up for him for the taking, but Divine gets him down. Even the second one for Divine.
Enemy remaining.
And even the third one, triple kill for Divine. And he ends the reign of Vietnam in B-side. Just forcing them to bow down to him. And Singapore
Wow.
confirm the 6th.
It's always interesting to see
30
Singapore
seconds
match,
left.
you know, like how they fight back. And sometimes it looks
Spike down.
possible
B.
and also impossible as at the same time for Singapore. Like sometimes they can play very aggressive, sometimes they can play really intense round by round, but sometimes they will just, you know, trying to lay down a bit. Ooh, but what a kill. What an operator kill coming from Natong towards that mid lane. Meanwhile, Farah will try to make his entry to A side. Up drop. Oh, finesse!
Down A.
What a smart play! He shut down the second layer of Singapore and now makes a Divine need to fight alone. But he got the information 3 players from Vietnam are in A side. So he needs to take this mid control. But crazy guy, I think he saw it.
It's still winnable for Divine.
Divine! Oh! He also realized that he heard the stab from crazy guy in the defender
Last
side.
round in the half.
But sadly, he lost the duel. 6-5. Vietnam, they are keep closing the gap. And look at that Natong. What a good flick.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
And what a smart play coming from Finesse just now.
Divine wanted to win that. I think if he could have gotten this kill, it was more than winnable for him. The crazy guy was just quick on the reflex. 5-6. This is looking very close. And now Tong Tuki will just dash in. He will dash through. But he gets the kill anyways. He is unleashed. This man can do no wrong, but Vera will put him down eventually. In the process, gets a tag towards Vera. Even crazy guy will put Frey down. Another kill secured. As the players of Singapore lose their lives. Together they march and stroll towards Kabi. Crazy guy is just gonna jiggle peek him. He's playing this smartly. He's playing this intelligently. And the recon is there ready for him for the taking, and he will wait behind the smoke. The shock dart will connect. Vera, ooh, he's attacked, but the Odin will still spray through him. Through his bone, through his skin. He gets deleted by that. He's praying and praying.
Suka!
But Suka will be the answer from the prayers of a crazy guy. 6-6. The first half is intense, and it is close for both teams.
So far, the first half looks so wild for both of the teams. So intense. And even it showed to us that both of the teams, they are refusing to lose a lot of points in the first half. But what a great cover coming from Suka. Like we mentioned it earlier, this guy always be a clutcher for for Vietnam. And let's go for the second half of the match. Vietnam, sometimes they will play, crazy. Just play rush, trying to make some entry, play with a fast tempo as well. So Singapore, they have to be careful. Anything can happen. And we will see. It's another different approach. Suka, the timing. Oh no! Luckily, he has that alarm bot. Meanwhile, Farah used the dash. But before that, Farah will
mid.
confirm 2 kills. Meanwhile, it's only one trait that Vietnam can get. 3 versus 4. Singapore, their pistol run always strong. And Divine will play a big role. Good facet coming from Naf. And Divine will follow it up. And Finesse will be the last man standing. Naf is ready for it. And there you go. Another pistol run for Singapore. Claim their victory. And probably the second one.
Yeah, they claim it very, I'd say, very forceful, right? Vera gets 2, it's more than enough, and then Neff with the pop flag, this was so damn coming from Divine and Neff. That pop flash, that swing was just so good. Now the alarm bot
Right here.
set up by Frey is up in B site. Meanwhile, Vietnam will indeed go and push through that. Styron just misses the wall bang coming from Crazy Guy. Shock dart doesn't really connect towards anyone. The 0 point will be destroyed just in time that the recon will spot them out, and the information is here that the Vietnamese are indeed in the site, and Singapore will stack this with 3 players. This Crazy Guy just walks close, slowly but surely he comes. He just bangs the wall, knocks on the door of Singapore, yet to find a body to hit. And here they go with the turret contact. Spots out Crazy Guy. The shock dart will try to get Styrion off guard. But no. Only gonna tag him for a few inches wide. Frey gets the kill. But on the process, did get taken down to just 14 HP. They will move forward. One suppressed, which is Frey, and Natong 2K will come swinging in with the kill, with the classic. But Styron answers back with the kill of his own. 3v4 situation now, as it's just Styron up in backside. Neff gets a kill towards Dwarf. It's now 2v4 situation. Styron is yet to be noticed, but he welcomes himself, announces himself with the kill towards Suka. And Singapore confirm the 8th round.
8-6. And now Singapore, they're still in the lead for the second half. What a good soft dart though. And Natong, this guy,
Last player standing.
every time he performs insane, or he do some, you know, like some crazy play, at least he always got once.
Yeah.
At least. But after that, maybe some trade will be there for the opponent. And playing default, trying to make some sound, trying to play with Singaporeans' mind here. We want to try to trick them, but look at that A-shot control from Singapore. When what a good 0 point. Luckily, Natong with a fast reflect destroy it. So there's no information for Singapore. Meanwhile, Natong will slowly but sure going to the A shirt, and Crazy Guy will not join the squad. Oops. Perhaps they won't take the shortcut, or might be they will. They even confuse me, you know, like
30 seconds left.
where will he go?
Dash.
And Nathong goes in with the dash. A good paranoia coming from Divine, and double kill. What a good performance, and what a good flash as well. Suka and Crazy Guy will get the trade, and it's gonna be 2 versus a 2 situation. Suka refill one player, but Nap will just giving a good cover for Styron. Meanwhile, oh my god, Crazy Guy, this
He's gonna
guy
save
is
it.
insane, and he will save it because he got no time, and will give the 9 point, the 9 point for Singapore in the round 15.
Yeah. 6 to 9. A very battle special. But Singapore now, of course, they are cementing themselves into a much better position.
Spike down.
Fine here
A.
with the paranoia, gets 2 kills even.
A.
Taken out.
Vietnam is just
10
looking
seconds left.
very shaky in
player
the second
standing.
half. Not yet with a point. They will again eco, but only Crazy Guy and Vanessa both equipped with weapons. We'll try to walk forward with the smoke already in cubby, and Vietnam will group together to take middle pizza. The alarm bot will detect them, and momentarily they move back as Frey does
Right here.
suspect this position. They're like shadows
Right
in
here.
the night. Still cutting noise. No sound
ahead.
whatsoever, but now they will create chaos into the B side. Can Frey and Styron hold this and hold their line? And Styron does get the entry kill towards the Suka. He's blind, but he still gets the kill. Frey is still surviving Suka, not for long though, he gets two. And the side is
One
cracked
enemy
open, Vera
remaining.
with the operator, but Neff
Spike
comes as a
down, B.
savior
Ooh.
with 2 kills. And now Viness. Only a Marshall in hand. What will you do, my friend? Is Vera readies up his operator. Ooh, it misses towards his legs. And luckily enough, Vera tags him in the legs, and Vera will just confirm the last kill.
Wow. It's hard for a Vietnam to read a Singapore. They are just so elusive, you know? Like, sometimes they just play discipline for Singapore and they really relying on their own aim to protect
Player standing.
the side. And even the trade coming from Nap is very important because it will make some space for Farah to just holding up that defender side, because Finesse can come from anywhere, but as the last man standing, Finesse cannot do much.
Yeah.
Then a 2-6, and Vietnam call another timeout. They are lost. They don't know what to do. Even they have a good aim power, but it's not enough for them to just rush into the side, trying to take the control. Singapore just wiped them out.
Yep.
The first station from the coach. Look at that. Realize.
Yeah. They don't have much room for error now because Singapore has already gotten their double digits. And Vietnam does call timeout. They need to do something with the aggression, with the things that Singapore has been doing. It's just working out perfectly for them, right?
Yeah.
The next round commences, in which Vietnam will buy their guns, Chimomo.
Oh. Okay. Another buy for Vietnam. But after this, if they keep losing this round by round, they are going into the buy eco cycle, which is not good.
Revealing area.
And we will see Natong will play rush, going from the A side, A short to the A side, and what a good classic coming from Singapore, trying to hold it. And Divine with a triple kill. This guy is insane. And even the fourth, what a flawless round by Divine for Singapore.
He's just
Didn't see that coming though. Realize.
yeah. He's just cutting the pieces of the Vietnam players one by one. They present themselves into the hands of Divine.
Actually, they got distracted because someone, gave some,
Yeah.
giving some sound or some,
Yeah.
trying to make some step.
Yeah, they peeked
garden.
to Heaven, right? Heaven and Garden just momentarily distracted the Vietnamese players, and Divine was just tucking into the box. So it was easy for him to just conclude the whole round. With that triple kill, Vietnam surely will eco so they can submit themselves to the last round, but Neff will steal Crazy Guy from the hands of Vietnam. As Frey, with the confidence he has, he pushes forward, but someone spots him, and that is Suka. Natong 2K is also made aware of this. He knows that Frey is up there. Pop Flash coming in. Natong 2K dashes out while Frey jumps away from the spot that they fought on. As they re-smoke, Cubby not giving any chance for them to push. And Suka with Natong 2K still at mid. The operator shot is heard from a mile as Vera will peek toward Suka, and Natong gets 2 kills each. And even Dorf punishes Vera for his overextension. And they just claim B side. And the back of their hand. As easy
30
as
seconds
flipping
left.
the palm of their hands. They claim it, and I think
Spike
this is going to be a safe
planted.
call
That's
for
done.
Singapore. No. It's just Frey
You should
sensing
Still
that
winnable.
Viness running. Yeah, it is still winnable, but the lockdown will surely delay some time. And Singapore, time-sensitive mission to come and retrieve back the site to confirm match point. But can they do it? Because time is of the essence now. As Frey, Paranoias from Divine will try to push forward. Frey does make his way into lane. He misses
Oh,
his
no.
shots, and Stuka with a
Only
Natong.
bring a ruler next time.
They were the ones who got the opening kill, and they are the ones who will close it out for Vietnam. And Vietnam extend their lives with 7 rounds, denying match point from Singapore.
Yep. Finally, a round for Vietnam, and this was a really a nice sheriff shot coming from Vietnam. Thrifty round. Looks expensive for Vietnam because they realize they have to win this round, or it's gonna be a match point for Singapore. But now Vietnam, they are extending their own life. In the first map, remember this is the best of 3 series. Even though they still have a second chance in the second and third map, but if they can win at least, or maybe playing with their Singapore mentality here, trying to giving a small comeback in the first map, it will be different for both of the teams. They will mentality boosted, but now a mid control for a Vietnam. Meanwhile, Frey will just spray, and there's a smoke. He hold Frey a little bit. Meanwhile, Suka, oh, that was a nice paranoia, but not Tong. Oh, and also Suka, they are falling down. Divine with another double kill, and suddenly it's become 3 versus 2. Finesse.
30 seconds
At
left.
least he got Frey for the threat. But now it's winnable for a Singapore, and now there's from the shadow from Finesse. So they just need to play sometimes, but
Seconds left.
Finesse will take down Nap, but they don't have much time. And now Divine will play a huge role there, because once he takes down Finesse, it will
Match
left
point.
Finesse with that from the shadow, but Singapore won't take that chance, won't take that risk, and Vietnam won't take it, and Singapore will take the match point for our
Yeah.
first map.
Singapore is just looking like a different team as well. That's what I'm talking about with the BO3s. Are just bringing the best out of the teams, right? We see Indonesia stomping Philippines, and now Singapore defying expectations,
Yep.
possibly taking one from their hands. And if you take a look at the scoreboard, Timo, Divine, 24 kills and 9 deaths as the smoker, but Vietnam will up the tempo now. They will push forward with the lockdown, though, from Frey. Will most probably force the Vietnamese players to push it, and they just slow them down. Frey triple
Player standing.
detention.
Oh,
for the
no.
Tong 2K. He is done.
He's pissed off.
Nobody left to bury. As the hopes of Vietnam win the first map just crushes into pieces. And that was so good from Styron and Frey, holding their line strongly. The Vietnamese players were forced to push forward because they have no chance to destroy that lockdown. They just get destroyed by Frey and Styron with the triple kill. That was just so good from the duo of the Singaporean team. In the secure map 1, still they can't be satisfied yet because they still have one more map to play and one more map to win to confirm that place in the grand finals and meet with their neighbors, Indonesia. But yeah, that was so good coming from Singapore. They were able to put Vietnam in their pockets, and Vietnam will surely want to fight back in the second map coming in close after this, because second map will be Fracture. And I think I haven't really seen both of the teams play Fracture that much, but
That's right.
in the BO3s, anything can happen.
Yeah, indeed. Singapore, they choose this map without any reason, right? They are ready for their revenge in this Ascent map, and not even the overtime. because Singapore they just crossed Vietnam with 13 and to 7.
Yep.
But I'm kind of a little bit worried for the next map. Like you mentioned it earlier, they never play in this map before in this series. So personally, I don't like Fracture. I don't know about you, but
Yeah.
we will see. We will see for the second map. But before that, we will take a short break to prepare for our second map. So please don't go anywhere. Please stay with us because we will go for another round.
You hypnotize me. You hypnotize
welcome back to the 30-second SEA Games Valorant, and now we are jumping into the map 2 between
Yes.
Singapore versus Vietnam. After Singapore, they secure the first map in Ascent. What a sweet revenge! If you compare to the
Yeah.
their first match, Vietnam, they put overtime with Singapore 14-12, but there's no more overtime for our first map. Singapore closed it with 13-7, and now it's chance for Vietnam as they pick this map fracture, which is we don't have any history for both of the countries
Yeah.
that ever play on this map.
Yeah, I think Fracture could always be an even playing ground for both of the teams because Chimomo mentioned none of the teams have played in Fracture, if I can recall correctly. At least for their meetings, they haven't played Fracture. The only meeting they had was that in the group stage in which they played Ascent, and Singapore did get their revenge onto winning Ascent, and their Ascent just looked very solid. And I'm very curious to see how they would approach a much more bigger map like Fracture, right? Because it has like 4 points that you can enter from. You have arcade, you have B main, you have A halls, you have A main, and you also have dish. So like that variation, I feel like should come from Singapore if they are the attackers. Meanwhile, for Vietnam, I feel like they're still gonna play with their identity, in which they are playing aggressive, putting Crazy Guy as that sole flanker. But we will look at the scoreboard from the previous match, in which Singapore was able to take down Vietnam 13-7, and Omen, in the hands of Divine, did become the MVP. And this is also an underrated player. He has been performing well, getting the clutches, the multi-kills as a smoker. This guy is just so good. But coming in close as second is Vera, of course, always the space maker, always the space taker for Singapore with the kills that he has, and the 196 ACS as well. But on the other hand, Vietnam with Suka has always been this threat for the teams playing against them. But now we'll look at the maps that will be played. We have seen 13-7, in which Singapore took down Vietnam in Ascent, and now we will move to Vietnam's map pick, which is a Fracture. I am interested to see and eager to observe how Vietnam will approach this map, because this map does facilitate Vietnam's playstyle. They like to play fast, they like to play slow as well sometimes. And with the flank coming from Crazy Guy, it could actually spice things up a bit. The map control will always be there for Vietnam, especially when you know that Natong 2K is just so aggressive. We've seen his aggressiveness, right, Timo? In Ascent, he's just jumping around as Jet, and I feel like Jet is still going to be viable in this map. But the counter to it is probably the Cypher in the hands of Frey, because Frey played Killjoy in Ascent, but he's also a Cypher player. We've seen him play Cypher in Split, and that could be possible as well. But I really want to see Natong 2K in an agent other than Jet. Maybe he could play the Neon, or maybe we could see like a Phoenix or Reyna pop up. But I feel like that's still not as strong as a Neon or a Jet or a Raze, because the explosiveness that the agents can bring. But if we do see Vietnam take down Singapore in the second map, we will go down to Bind, and I think Bind will make its competitive debut for the first time, right, after the changes that it has.
Yeah, I was waiting for Bind to show up in the group stage last time, but we haven't seen it so far. And finally, it became a map decider between Singapore and also Vietnam. But yeah, Fracture is one of the most, maybe I could say, a complicated map in Valorant. Have a lot of choke points, and sometimes the duelist role is playing an important role here to get some entries, especially like you mentioned it earlier, Neon could be picked by both of maybe one of the team, but it depends. At this point, I think Vietnam, they have to play, just nothing to lose, comfortably. They have to pick whatever or maybe the most comfortable agent for their player. But if you take a look from both of the Sentinel, we mentioned it earlier just now, Suka always be a key point for Vietnam sometimes to clutch the round. Frey, but Frey really denying everything that we said about Suka, because he just show us that he also worthy to be to stay in this lineup. But we will see I said it earlier, Fracture is one of the most complicated map in Valorant. They have like this roof thingy to can give us some momentum for the players. So it could be
Yep.
a bad timing. It could be a good timing as well. But we also know that how hard to get entry to the B side. And also sometimes you can play through the sand if you want to get some shortcut into the A side, and also drop with arcade could be the an important side as well. But the substitute comes in
Oh,
from
Pina.
Vietnam, which is Dorf is not gonna play for this second map. It will be Pina. It's interesting because this is the first time I saw Pina and also Finesse at the same lineup.
Pina will play because usually Viness is a smoker, right? And
Yeah.
Pina is also a smoker. But
Brimstone?
I think they will approach this with two smokers, maybe like Brimstone and Viper, because that is still viable. But I feel like it's just a waste of agent slot, because when you have the Brimstone, I think it is more than enough that you don't really need a Viper. Maybe you can chuck in like two initiators, like a Fate Breach combo that Indonesia used back when they played against Cambodia. But I mean, it's still okay because the Viper can function as a sentinel, as a pseudo sentinel, just delaying with the Poison Cloud and the Snake Bite. Those abilities are very strong for them to use, right? Especially in a map such as Fracture, where you really need strong delay because of the choke points that they have, right? Especially when you know that you are exposed to two different angles that you have to hold when you are in Fracture. When you're in B main, you are exposed to arcade. You are exposed to B main. In A, you are exposed to drop. You are exposed to A main. So I feel like that Viper could actually give an extra safety net for the players that will be guarding the site. But we are still waiting for the game to start, as we will see if Pina will actually bring some sort of a change, right? Some sort of an impact, because he did play well, especially in Vietnam's victory yesterday against Malaysia. It was a stomping victory. With Pina on the lineup, but they were playing Haven, and now it's a much different map. I think Fracture is way different compared to Haven. Haven has 3 sides; it is big, but I think Fracture will enable these players to take early duels, especially in times where they need to push forward. They need to re-aggress sometimes, and Vietnam is really good at re-aggressing. Chimo.
Yeah, it will be interesting if with Pinas comes in into their lineup. What will Finesse pick for the agent here? Because both of the controller lining up into the second map, and yeah, I'm quite agree with you just now when you say that the Viper is kind of expensive for the slots. So if they bring to controller Brimstone and also Viper, they can the most possibility that they can get is the map control for the map number 2. But agree with you as well, because Brimstone I think is enough. So maybe they can go for the 2 initiator or even double duelist here if they want to play aggressive, like as we used to know that Vietnam quite aggressive with Natong and also sometimes Crazy Guy. But yeah, we will see. It depends, because I'm also curious what kind of initiator that Crazy Guy will be play for this map, because bringing Sova to Fracture, do you think it's effective?
I think Sova in Fracture is not going to work as effective as Fate, because I think Sova is just not viable in Fracture, because there's just too many angles to cover. Right, your single recon can just get spotted out. Like, you're gonna recon side, say for example B, but players can still hide in tower, right? Or maybe in A side, you're gonna recon some sort of place, but there's second level, there's below side, so it is not as good as a Fade or a let's say a KO or a Breach or a Sky. These agents I think are still much more viable compared to Sova. But we are going to get into our first game, or our second map of the second game in Fracture. Will Vietnam turn the tides around, where Neff will play Neon and it's Vera with the Jet? So 2 duelists, and I feel like Chimo, Singapore wants to maximize their chances, because they are going to start as attackers, right? So they will look to get the kills and to get the rounds with the double duelist composition that they have. Meanwhile, for Vietnam, they are still going to entrust the race in the hands of Natong 2K. Double smoker, but with Brimstone and Omen. And the camera towards Arcade, checking out possible positions. And the turret will be broken as Vera chimes into the side. The relay bolt will help him forward with the flash as well. And Suka is isolated back in Generator, and they are going to get the spike plant for free. As easy as ABC, they have invaded B side. As Divine waits for the flank, the fault line is perfect, but no follow-up whatsoever. Only a single pain shell that is not going to harm anyone. This is Siron gets the kill towards Pina, and Pina is down. Divine is still tucking himself into the corner. Unnoticed, he goes towards Canteen, but Frey as well joins up the party of kills. Suka and Viness pulls 2 back, and Siron keeps coming with a triple kill, even the 4th he confirms. Singapore wins the pistol round. After
It's a
what
normal
would be
day.
a very good one. It's a normal day in the office for Singapore.
Yeah, the normal day for Singapore to just winning their pistol round, right? As we've seen so many times from Singapore matches, they are very strong. They are looking so solid in their pistol round. And this is what happens in the first round of the second map. And now Singapore, oh, but Vietnam, they're going to force buy. They are taking their chance to win at least the round 2. Now Nap have to be careful because with the kill coming from Finesse, now Singapore realize that they are forcing by, and it becomes 4 versus 4. Sky Smoke trying to holding the flank from Divine, and meanwhile Natong will replace Vera. Sorry, Crazy Guy position here. Nap with the high gear. The fast link. It's not there yet. And now Finesse need to hold a little bit, and Natong trying to sneaky picky
Down A.
cross the fast lane, and Nap
Last player
was
standing.
already staying inside.
Last
But
player
no
remaining.
Nap. Natong.
I got
He didn't
HP.
realize that actually Nap is already inside.
Nef is low.
And Nap is very low, 18 HP. But Suka
30 seconds
will
left.
take his timing. Play with his timing because 25 seconds left for Singapore to plan the spike. Meanwhile, Nap is overthinking, and Suka will take his chance. And there you go, Vietnam. They are denying all of the potential for Singapore to take this round by force buy.
Yeah, Vietnam forced by. They did their force by, and it worked wonders for them. So still good from Natong 2K, just exposing himself towards the smoke, but it behind the fast lane.
Last player
It
standing.
was able for him, and the pain show even does some job. Natong 2K did not notice that Nep was there, but Suka was easy for him because of how low Nef is. And now Singapore will also force by Chimo. They do have the Rolling Thunder. So this is going to be a back and forth round. Early if Pain Shell, or rather the stun from the breach, the fault line. But a one-way smoke from Viness instills fear upon Singapore to push forward towards A. As Frey goes down towards underground, trying to find a clear-cut opportunity. And here they go with the fault line, but it stuns Neff above him. But Vera makes his way successfully towards tower. He will clear it for his team. And Suka will just play off angle in arcade. Crazy guy with the aftershock. Divine is forced to move away from it. The spike is yet to go down. He meets with Neff and Vera, but Suka gets taken down by Neff.
Careful there.
It's now a 45 situation. Crazy guy will come through the smoke. It's Tyron and Neff forcing the issue towards Vietnam. Two flankers, they notice. Wally is out. He is able to get the kill, but Vera will respond with a kill of his own, and Viness will just be eaten and burned to the ground with the molly, and Vera chiming in as well. Two numbers, 2 rounds confirmed by Singapore.
Wow, I like that approach coming from Singapore. They forced buy as well. They don't want to lose to Vietnam because they realize that Vietnam has more, maybe I could say, still have a good weapon as well for the round number 3 just now. And Singapore, they don't want to lose too much gap. So they force by 5 Spectre and play close with Vietnam. And that's what they did. Just run and gun and eliminate all of the players from Vietnam. Now Singapore, they are in the lead. 2-1. But they want to play a bit passive, trying to play default with 1-2-4 formation. Meanwhile, Suka with a good and sharp sheriff a kill, deleted one player from the server, Vera. Meanwhile, Nap with his Phantom will play a bit patient. Meanwhile, Frey catch one from the flank, and it becomes an information at least one player's deleted from the A side. Frey has the cyber kits, but Crazy Guy aware.
They're going from tower.
But they going for the tower. And Singapore, look at that, Crazy Guy is ready with his shorty, but oh, that's really a good opening frag, but there's still one more. Meanwhile, Pina is not as successful to get Divine. And now B-side is free for Singapore. Oh, I think Divine realized that. There you go, Finesse will be the last man standing to be taken down. And 3-1. Another victory claim by Singapore.
Yeah, good round from Singapore. They took their time because they know Suka was able to release one player and they were just trying to wait for Frey to get a kill. And this just signals themselves, given the green light to push towards B. Finally, they're able to do that successfully. And now Vietnam are left in the trenches. At least they can buy for this round. The showstopper and an overdrive in the hands of Neff. The stun ensues, trying to push close. This Crazy Guy playing up and drop. He will be in contact with Vera, but nobody has been taken down yet. Neff is called upon to just run into the site, or to drop rather, as they are stacking A with 3 players. Crazy Guy is forced to play from spawn. Aftershock is ready for his time to just delay the players of Singapore. But Singapore as well, they are stopping the time, trying to tiptoe their way inside. And here comes Vera. No dash for him, but he will go down through spawn. And he drops down. Natong 2K does get the showstopper, but it's onto Divine. And Neff with Vera alongside Styron.
Spike planted.
And Pina is severely injured as well. Styron though, 7 HP. And Vera loses his duel with Suka. Pina will come marching in with
One
finesse. The
enemy
Molly
remaining.
will try to clear outside. It's up to Neff to clutch this round. 1v3. 2 players slowly space down them all, but almost gets the last kill. As Suka. Almost.
You don't do swamp grenade out.
Okay, and now 3-2.
Oh,
Vietnam, they are trying to catching up their gap. They are trying to close the gap between Singapore. And now Suka finally awake with Nap. With a good double kill, but it's not enough because Suka's still there. And a good rolling thunder for the post line, or even maybe for the opening entry for Neff and also Farah.
yeah.
But we will see, will it happen? But ooh, a fault line. They're trying to stop all the player from Singapore to go into the B side, and now they want to play it rush. They bring double duelist, so they don't want to waste the time. They don't want to load the tempo here. Meanwhile, Farah with the double cloud burst and Nef. And overdrive is active for Nef. But the thing is, they cannot find anywhere. But they are in everywhere. Look at that. Oh, but Vera
Oh no.
missed that corner. He didn't check it. Pina's get the double kill.
Frey?
Meanwhile, Pina and also Frey is not going to survive because Nasong will just end this round for Vietnam. 3-2-3. Maybe I could say it looks horrible for Singapore because in this attacker position, they with the double duelist, they have to play a little bit aggressive. Actually, they got the entry, but with a small mistake, like they didn't check the corner.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, like a little bit blunder coming from Singapore, and Vietnam is able to close the gap. Look at this. This is quite important though, because Fair didn't get anyone.
Jackass.
And it makes a lot of space as well for Pina and also Nasong to just wipe all the member from Singapore.
They were desperate to get the lockdown, right? They even expanded the Rolling Thunder to just push out drop, but they did not know, and they weren't aware that in the left side there was one player that was waiting for them. With a Spectre, they won that round, Vietnam. Now they're back on the board, equalizing the score as Singapore playing with a relatively slower tempo compared to the previous round. Pina has the orbital strike. We'll be looking for an advantage. Divine, one more orb for that orbital strike as well, so it could be used as a main tool to push towards the side or maybe as a post-plant situation. And Vera preparing his way to push towards tower. Frey spots out Suka. Turret is taken down. He sprays through Pina, who was over-eager to push forward. And Neff with Vera will push forward. Crazy guy who got stunned. Suka has to be left behind while his teammates burn to ashes.
Spike planted.
And even the neural theft will provide information for Vietnam, or for Singapore rather. Suka gets one kill. Looking for the second one, he does get it. Suddenly it's a 3v3. They know one guy is flanking two, even Natong alongside Viness.
Cover going up.
Suka is just waiting in that close angle. Neff just swings by right and gets the triple kill. And Singapore confirm another round after what was a very good execution. And their bravery to push deep into Generator paid off.
Wow. Actually, it's good already coming from Freya, though. But Suka again become a little problem for Singapore. Even though Nev got the trade, but look at that. It has to be Nev with the triple kill, or it's impossible for, maybe kind of hard for Singapore to close the round. Because the position of Nap has been revealed as well. But now Singapore back into the lead. But still, you know, every time in our 30-second SEA Games series, I realized, did you also realize that our first half is always intense, you know?
Yeah.
But after going to the second half, when it comes to even results 6-6, sometimes one of the team will only can get like 1 or 2 points. After that, the other teams, they are just dominating the second half. And it happens as well again in map number 2. So a slow tempo, a slow approach as well for the first half. Make it the point is even for everyone. But not oh no! They got distracted
Spike planted.
by the movement coming from Nap. Oh my god, unlucky moment for both player, because actually Finesse is ready to give a cover to Natong. But once they heard Naf is just jumping around in sand, they just flick out away. And now Crazy Guys still have that flash, still have that aftershock, and even the fault line. It could be a changers for Vietnam. It could be a thrifty round. But I think time is ticking. They don't have much time. And there you go. Even Vera. Oh my god. Holy moly. I know this is an eco round for Vietnam. But I thought that they want to take a chance. But nah. 5-3. And now Singapore with a good entry with this double duelist works so well in the first half.
Yeah, it also suits their playstyle, you know. They just send Frey as the main flanker, right? And they just come in, swinging toward the Vietnamese players. And it is very lovely to see Singapore play so well. And how they were able to always capitalize. But look at Vietnam, they also want to force the issue here with the Pina and the Rolling Thunder that catches 3 players. The Tong 2K even comes, pincer movement, 2-pronged attack from B and A, but they know that the B side is clear. And here comes Vera dashing in. Will they expect Crazy Guy inside? No, they won't. But at least they get the kill.
Oh,
Towards Crazy Guy, Orbital Strike registered towards the side. But Vanessa will catch Vera off guard. Even Neff dies to it.
What?
2v4.
One enemy
And they
remaining.
try to swarm the side. Vanessa gets the triple kill. Divine is dead now. It's all up to Styron to clutch this out. It looks near impossible for him, as he will have to bite his nails. He will have to flip his head over. He gets 1 kill, but not good for the second one. Tong 2K turns him into a stone. Vietnam answer back with a round of their own.
Wow.
I need a drop.
Almost though. If Natong didn't save Divine just now,
Right there.
or I mean Venus, I think it will be different for Vietnam. And now 5-4. Another close round for both of the teams. And it's a really good kill coming from Venus. And it's almost though Venus got caught. But yeah, we will see. Another close first half
There.
in this map, fracture.
Get out of my way.
And now, another rush coming in from Singapore. We will see. Natong will try to cut the line there because
clear.
Venus. Yes, and Ascent is clear. An opening free real estate for Singapore. And Naf. Ooh. Sneaky peeky.
Vera.
Inside the sky smoke.
Vera.
But Farah with a double kill. Double bloodstorm kill. Even the third one. Crazy guy. Oh. Farah won't get the fourth. But Crazy guy position is a reveal, and Nap will close the round for Singapore. Is it gonna be 6-6 or is it gonna be 6-5? I don't know. But because Vietnam, they have to do another eco here, or maybe a half buy, because they don't have a good economy buys.
Yeah, this was insane, right? Natong 2K pops the showstopper, but Vera was able to stop him before he fires the rocket. And Vera was the difference maker in that round with the triple Blade Storm kill. He just swivels his knives towards the players of Vietnam. And Vietnam call for a timeout. Surely they need this timeout because they want to discuss how they want to approach the eco round in this very round, right? So they will try to think of a way to win at least and stabilize their economy for the last round, because of course the best case scenario they could get is 6-6. 7-5 is way too risky for them. And Singapore so far with this aggressive agent composition has been able to push forward with the guns and with the pushes that they have, playing explosively. They're not even holding back. Neff under 10 seconds just takes control of A main. That just gives window of opportunity for the players of Singapore to win the side. Sure, Vietnam did get the trade frag against Frey, but Frey is just, baiting these people out, baiting the Vietnamese players to just get a trade frag. But then again, they will leave side, because when you send 2 players from drop, your A side is most likely going to be exposed. It was only Crazy Guy trying to defend the site alone behind the behind spawn. So now this timeout will be very important for Vietnam as the game commences. And Suka, what? Suddenly it becomes 3v2 out of nowhere.
Enemy remaining.
Frey wins his duel. It's just up to Suka to clutch this. In a blink of an eye, Singapore knock on the B side door and they get it for free for themselves. Suka, most likely he will save because the economy of Vietnam
Spike
is not good
planted.
for the last round. Look at them, they're crippling. with the money that they have, but Suka will give this a go. Frey hugging that close corner in front of the generator. He will come close. Suka pops him out. And Frey is faster. And just like that, Singapore confirmed the 7th round.
Last
So
round
easy for
before the
them
switch.
to win that just like that.
Yeah, and now even take the lead, 7-4. Vietnam, if they can catch up at least for the last round in the first half, make it 7-5. That will be better because they will just need to, get their pistol round on the second half, and they can make it even 7-7 later on. But Suka,
One enemy
what a good
remaining.
approach and good follow-up coming from Suka. Meanwhile, Styron cannot do much with Frey, with Suka. So I think this is what makes Vietnam maybe not a bit comfort in their own map pick. I just feel there's not much straight coming from Vietnam because too many cheeky corners need to be checked sometimes, and they have to play a little bit disciplined since they are against two or maybe I could say double duelists from Singapore, right? So they
Yeah.
have to be ready for every rush that come from Singapore. But I would like to see what kind of approach later on from Singapore in the second half, because with the double duelist, maybe you can also play a little bit aggressive. But yeah, they have to finish this first half. Vietnam, can they make it 7-5, or Singapore will lead further with 8-4? Now Nap, try to play sneaky peeky, trying to give some approach in the A gate or drop. Meanwhile, 4 players from Singapore, they are looking for something in the arcade, but haven't found anyone. Meanwhile, Divine, and also we will see Styron with their follow up with their support for Farah to goes in. Meanwhile, there's a flash coming in from Styron, but they won't go for it. They will just holding a little bit, pick some fight, and there you go, 2 double kill, 2 opening frag for Singapore. Meanwhile, Suka is there, but he's suddenly dead because there's some trade coming from Singapore, and Farah will
30
delay
seconds left.
Apina and laugh a crazy guy who's not crazy enough today. I don't know why. Because I was waiting.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, there was really a nice shot coming from crazy guy. Oh, good feeling. This is what all the pro players have to do, like trying to take a gamble
Switching sides.
and trying to just spray to the smoke, and you will get it. And unlucky, Frey was low, but still, finally Singapore take the lead 8-4 in the first half.
Yeah, this was doomsday for Vietnam
Remaining.
because they had minimum buy. This was closely.
One
I think this was
enemy
very
remaining.
close. Crazy guy could have won this, right? Because Frey was planting in the open with low HP. Thankfully, Vera was still able to win it for them, and now we go and march towards the second half. Singapore is still taking the lead, and this is a much different Singapore than we've witnessed yesterday, right? Neff just taking charge of that top frag spot. And now Vietnam will play fast. Towards B main they go. Oh, they slow down a bit, just a flash to anticipate any possible pickers or peekers. But Frey is forced in a bad position. He is back to half HP because of that pain shell. As he wraps around and rotates, repositions towards Arcade. Natong 2K sprays his frenzy. But will they catch the players of Vietnam? Because Tower has been occupied, and Crazy Guy does win his duel against Frey. Crazy Guy will get out with his
enemy
aftershock, but the kills keep on coming for Vietnam. It's pouring down blood in B-side, leaving Tyron alone. Gets the headshot. The first one is confirmed. For the second one, he gets it towards Suka with the headshot as well. Tong 2K is half HP. This is near impossible and difficult for him to win. way too many Vietnam players waiting for him, and there you go, triple kill for Natong 2K as Vietnam confirmed the pistol round.
Yeah, this is what they need. The pistol round, the first round. But will we see a force fight coming from Singapore? I think no. They will just play it safe. They will just play with the flow. They save it in the round 2 after the pistol round. Meanwhile, Crazy Guy finally do some insane movement there. Even Styron got 2, trying to make it even harder for Vietnam. But Natong will just close it nicely. In 8-5, realize this is what we expect from Vietnam and also Singapore, because both of the teams, they have a lot of potential to win the second map. Especially Singapore mentally boosted because they won the first map, and now, ooh, what a nice information by the spy cam. But Natong realized that this guy won't be that far. A good fault line coming in from Styron. But the spike has been planted. And Natong, ooh! With another spray to the smoke. And at least he got one. And now become 4 versus 5 with limited weapon for Vietnam. Of course. As for Singapore, of course, cannot do much. And another victory for Vietnam. 6-8. They are trying to catch up with their gap.
Yeah, they're closing in Singapore now. They are able to buy. And
Right
with
there.
the prerequisites that they have, I feel like they fulfilled their mission in trying to maximize the agent composition that they have. But now it seems like it's hard for them to just delay the push coming from Natong 2K, because he naturally is a counter towards Cypher, right? The Pain Shell as well as the Boombot just destroys the Cypher trip that easily. And now Suka will take the ropes. Snap will spawn him. Perfect fault line coming from Styron, and that will slow him down with the ropes as Vietnam rotate towards A side. Vera and Neff knows about this. They know all of the secrets that Vietnam has, and Styron will lose the duel against Crazy Guy, but Crazy Guy is low. Vera comes chiming in with 2 kills as he impales the players of Vietnam, looking for more. Rodman Yap gets away with murder. Divine gets a kill towards Crazy Guy. Now it's Natong 2K all alone behind the smoke. He'll be able to wrap around. He doesn't even get Vera. Singapore confirmed 9th. 6-9. Vietnam did not expect, or Suka rather, did not expect the push coming from the players of Singapore toward top.
Divine saved Vera. Save his life.
Destroyed.
Does Natong have a chance to get at least one? But this is what I say. This is what I mentioned earlier about that rope, you know. Like, it could be a bad moment. It could be a bad timing for you. It could be a good timing.
True. And I just knew that you could slow down in the ropes. I thought that you would keep going on, you know.
Ah, you can. You don't know.
I just knew that.
Yeah, it's, you know, it proved me that you never played in the room before. But yeah, let's move on into round 16. Now Singapore, they are leading 9-6 after winning their Vietnam's bonus round. But yeah, it's predicted because they have a better weapon, better Vandal and also Phantom. But now, ooh, Natong. He missed that trap wire. But it already been destroyed, and now Frey have to be careful because ooh, the orbital strike comes in. But oh, look at the flying Farah got another kill with Nav. Meanwhile, Pina and also the rest from Vietnam, they have to survive, at least playing with time. And now Venus,
One enemy remaining.
they're falling down. Vietnam, they don't know what to do, and Farah
My goodness.
with that shorty kill. And look at that 1 HP for Nap.
Bullets hurt.
This guy. Both of the duels are insane.
That was so good. And Vera just he was fertilizing bodies there. He was reaping all of the kills towards Vietnam, harvesting them one by one. It seems like Vietnam will go towards drop while Singapore pushes out towards B main, and it's just Frey alone having to occupy and stop the push coming. As they walk closely, Natong 2K with the sheriff, and information is gathered that nobody is in sight because there's only Frey holding sight. Frey gets the spray to the smoke, gets it, but Suka will able to trade it back for him.
Placing swarm grenade.
Styron will
Swarm
come
grenade out.
towards spawn, meanwhile
Placing
3 players from
swarm grenade.
Singapore will wrap towards A main. They will rendezvous together and push together, but this is a very strong hold position coming from Vietnam. And the orbital strike from Pina is ready. The fault line connects, and Neff gets the kill. Rolling Thunder comes in. Neff just comes fighting in like he's a goddamn skater. And it's just left the crazy guy. What is he gonna do? The Aftershock will buy some time, but only with the Stinger and 4 angry players that want to close this map. The fuse keeps on sticking as Vera finds Crazy Guy. Crazy no more as he is put down, and Singapore confirmed the 11th.
Okay, we know the drill.
It makes me sad because, you know, Crazy Guy is not as crazy as usual as in the group stage, you know. I miss his insane movement, I miss his insane playstyle, but I didn't see it in these 2 maps. Maybe it's not his day. It's just, you know, when we talk about FPS, right? Sometimes you need your day to can shoot, but maybe it's not his day. But it's okay. 11 to 6. Still have a chance for Vietnam, but they have to find an answer how to stop the retake from Singapore, because Singapore always comes up with a good strategy to do some retake, and Crazy Guy out of nowhere, he just delayed it. One player from Singapore. Meanwhile, 5 versus 4, and Nap do some crazy movement there, but Farah with a double Bloodstorm kill and left Farah and also Frey, but it wasn't enough for Singapore. Another curse for 11 points. And Vietnam, they are catching up with 7 to 11.
Yep, 7-11, and Singapore will be holding their breath for some time because Vietnam is catching up. At Vera, he's doing so much work with the Blade Storm. Just keeps connecting to the bodies of the Vietnamese players. Grab here and there. Thankfully enough, though, Nathong 2K is able to close out the round, and now Singapore setting their eyes on the match point. They will use their timeout to just, you know, stretch that extra time they need, take a breather, slow down a bit, as they can try to just figure out what they want to do in the next rounds, because Singapore is just 2 rounds away from confirming a slot at the grand finals, meeting with their neighbors Indonesia for that gold medal tally title. But now they are going to just refocus themselves, trying to stabilize their position here as the leaders in the second map, thinking of what they could do. But of course, Singapore will not go down, or rather Vietnam will not go down without a fight. They have 2 ultimates in the hands of Neff and Frey. An important ult no less, because of that Cypher, Neural Theft, and the Overdrive that would facilitate any form of aggression from Singapore. But Vietnam, they have much more oppressive ultimates. with the orbital strike and the lockdown, and Frey will play behind the smoke. This is such a gambly position, and he will get detained for this. He will be punished for this. But the players of Vietnam doesn't even notice this is happening. 3 players are detained, and they are into the side. But Frey is yet to be noticed. He's still there, hiding behind the smoke. Natong Koki doesn't even expect that to happen. Hero theft will approach the positions of the Vietnamese players. Frey, will he go down as the hero of this round?
Overdrive?
Neff with the overdrive finds Viness, but Viness cancels his from the shadow. Suka gets the kill. Orbital strike comes in, forcing Vietnam to just push forward. I mean, Singapore coming towards tower. 2v2 situation now. Crazy guy is blinded. He is fully blind. He has no vision, and Siren will spray down. Triple kill for Siren, looking for the force. He doesn't get it, and Viness.
Match point.
For other Singapore.
Oh, what?
I didn't even notice that, and Singapore confirmed match point.
We were just so focused though on the bloodbath.
I'm realizing, I just realized that the spike has been stick. The fuse went on. The orbital strike was good because it forced Singapore into an uptight position. And yes, Styron did get the defuse. And I thought for a second Vietnam saved that round, salvaged it, but no. Singapore will march on with match point. So close.
How could he get that defuse? It's already half, but you know, it was chaos though inside that
Yeah,
B.
it was very chaotic.
It was a bloodbath inside the tower. At least Singapore, they tried to make it even, like 3 versus 2. Another rope moment. Oh no, who's that? Oh,
Suka.
It's gonna be Suka, but he's still alive, barely survived. But now Vietnam, they want to play fast. Meanwhile, a fast lane. Oh, and also the cold burst. Meanwhile, Styron is there to help his teammate, but not long. Still able to get the trade 2 for 2, but meanwhile, Styron make it 3-2-2. Now, what will Vietnam do? It's still
Spike
winnable,
planted.
but look at that. This is a match point, and Freddy lose his chance to make it harder for Vietnam. And now it becomes 2 versus 2.
Flash.
And Flash is the key. Molotov from Divine trying to push Pina away, but there's still a sky smoke,
player
and
standing.
Pina will be the last
Enemy
who
remaining.
giving a chance, but Rolling Thunder
Oh,
to
no.
the Amy. No, because Venus suddenly he already inside, and no one knows.
That's a wrong Rolling Thunder. I feel like they just expected Viness to get a main because of the skill towards Frey. And nobody
One
even
enemy
looked
remaining.
at site. I don't know why they wouldn't check site, right? Because Viness, of course, has the time frame
One enemy
to
remaining.
reposition himself towards a much
Yeah.
better position.
They didn't know where's Venus was, but the thing is, they was expected that Venus stay in the A main to just
Yeah.
do the post plan and stuff, right?
True. And now Singapore is forced to just hold themselves back from getting that match point because they are indeed only equipped with a few little guns. Vietnam takes a steady and careful approach towards area of arcade. They will be able to just tiptoe themselves into this position. Long 2K even has the showstopper to enter the side. Crazy guy, just one more for that Rolling Thunder. And here comes the pain shell. He enters tower with just 2 taps of the satchel. Frey is there with the judge, just farms the
Spike
kills,
down.
looking for more. That's a triple kill. He harvests the players of Vietnam. With the judge
Last
single-handedly
player remaining.
annihilating the Vietnamese
Oh,
players.
no.
And in an eco round,
Defenders
Singapore
win.
confirmed their place in the grand finals of SEA Games 32. Victory for the Singaporeans. And the
And
fans
they
will be
are
shouting. Oh my goodness.
They are having a chance to get that gold medal because they secure their grand final slot and will against Indonesia. What a clean sweep from Singapore. What a sweet revenge. This is, become an unbelievable grand playoffs because we did not expect a defense came from these two countries, Indonesia and also Singapore. But bronze match
Yeah, bronze match
will
for
become the
Vietnam.
fate for Vietnam. Yeah.
Yeah, and finally, the neighboring countries, Singapore and Indonesia, divided by sea, united by Valorant, and they will indeed face each other in the grand finals. The red and white against the red and white with the moon and the stars. Will Singapore be able to take down the giants, or rather Indonesia will bring home that gold? I cannot wait for that match to happen because
Me
Singapore is
too.
looking very good. Singapore is looking very steady, and they are looking strong indeed in the SEA Games. And who would have thought? Because the favorites were Philippines, the favorites were Vietnam, and now the underdogs of the group stages, right? From Singapore in Indonesia, the third and fourth seed will be the teams in the grand finals, and this is what Jamal has been talking about as well. When it comes to the playoffs, it doesn't even matter what seed or what position you are in.
Yeah.
Grand
that's true.
finals or playoffs is like a different atmosphere. It's a different part of a competition, and look at that. That just tells to you that first seed, second seed doesn't even matter, because when
Doesn't
you are
matter.
the underdogs, when you are the lower ranked teams, we're still able to make miracles happen, and Singapore just pulled it, and they played very well. They deserve to be in the grand finals, right? They
Agree.
were able to dominate Vietnam. They were everywhere in the map. They pocketed Vietnam from the start of the round, consistently getting their entries, consistently getting the kills. And I like
Yeah.
how Singapore was always eager to look for information. But now we will take a look at the scoreboard. Vera again cementing himself as one of the strongest core of the Singaporean squad. But Natong 2K will still be one of the best for the Vietnamese ones. And with the 287 ACS, 1.92 KD ratio, he deserves to be the MVP of this match.
Wow, Singapore, they totally crashed Vietnam in their own map pick, Fracture. I just realized that maybe Thailand, Vietnam, they just did not comfortable to play in this map. Like, they couldn't have any good result. They don't have any strategy how to stop the retake coming from Singapore in the second half. But agree with you, when we talk about playoff, like, anything can happen, and it become a different fate as well for Singapore and also Indonesia. It doesn't matter if you just stay in the fourth place, or maybe you stay in the second place, third place. The matter is how you represent your country to get that gold medal, right? And now Vietnam and also Indonesia and also Singapore, they are one step away to get that gold medal. Meanwhile, Vietnam and also Philippines, they have to meet again, but in the lower, I cannot say lower bracket, but it's a bronze match
Yeah.
to determine who will become the best team later on between Vietnam and also Philippines. Vietnam could be a game changer as well for this bronze match. Like we seen Indonesia, they revenge Philippines, Singapore, they revenge Vietnam. Vietnam also can revenge Philippines in the bronze match. So we will see about the bronze match that will come to you guys shortly. So we will take a little bit break here. So don't go anywhere. Please stay tuned with us, and we will prepare for the bronze match. So me and also Realize will sign off.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy remaining. Clutch. Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Okay. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
Hello guys and welcome back to the 30-second SEA Games Valorant, and now we are moving into our bronze match for today. After Singapore finally they succeed to secure their slot into the grand final and will against Indonesia. But before we are going into the grand finals, we will see who will win the bronze match. Is it gonna be Philippines or is it gonna be Vietnam?
Yeah, we're heading into the bronze match first between Vietnam and Philippines. After the heartbreaking loss, Philippines had to,
Completely dominated.
Yeah, they have to understand that Indonesia may be saving their strat in the group stage and stomp them back, have their sweet revenge against them. 13-2 and 13-1 on the playoff, and Indonesia now waiting in the grand final. And yeah, for Vietnam versus Philippines, Vietnam is just played another series before, so hope they're not fatigued yet. Hope they're not fatigued because of the stamina is maybe already drained or something like that. And Philippines already had some rest between the series, so I hope both team can do their best for their country, because this is still the fight to earn the bronze medal.
Yeah, that's true. This is gonna be their last fight, represent their country. So we will see. We know that Philippines is like a different country. Like I didn't see any domination like Philippines brought in group stage, and also same like Vietnam. They were like totally clueless when they against Singapore in our semi-final just now.
Yep.
So it's a sweet revenge and also a heartbreaking situation as well for Philippines and also Vietnam, because they were one away step to the gold medal spot, but they have to lose, and they have to face the reality and still continue to progress their journey in 32nd SEA Games. So we will see what map, because Bind haven't out yet so far.
Yeah.
Even though it's become a decider map between Singapore and also Vietnam, but Singapore they closed the map 2-0. They closed the match 2-0, so we won't see Bind so far. We will see. Is it gonna be a map for Philippines or Vietnam for our bronze match?
Yeah, I'm really curious about the map selection, because Indonesia completely banned Haven from Philippines, and I guess that Vietnam is want to ban Haven too, or if they're not prepared something to counter the Philippines strategy on Haven. So Haven is a really hot map for Philippines.
Yeah.
And besides that, Vietnam had really played well in Fracture, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday. Even though I want to see some Sova, crazy guy with Sova, because I don't really think this guy is fit on a really support role.
Yeah.
Like previous match, he's using a bridge to support, but I don't really think he's fit in the role that you should support. Is more like focusing on aim and making some space with his Sova. Even though Sova is still a support role, but Crazy Guy somehow managed to make it more like a duelist or the space maker for his team.
Okay, we will see what will happen with the map Vito, because maybe Philippines they look so strong in Heaven when they against Indonesia. They beat 13-1, but after losing with Indonesia just now in Lotus and also Ascent, I'm not sure they will play Ascent, but Lotus probably be the first map, because they won against Vietnam in the group stage 13-9. So we will see. Will Lotus show up later in the map Vito? But before that, let's talk about the head-to-head between these two controller, Drax and also Venus. I just realized that maybe this is not their day to play, totally different if you compare to the group stage. But Drax is one of the good controller coming from Philippines with the highest ACS if you compare to Venus 209, and finesse. This guy sometimes could be a clutcher, sometimes could make something different for Vietnam. So could be a saver as well for
Yeah.
Vietnam. So I would like to see something new from both of the teams, since this is their last step to get that medal.
Yep. This is the lineup from Philippines. We have Drax, next seed 78K, Marky, and Georgie. This is their last match for this international event, 32nd SEA Games Cambodia Valorant. So who is not playing for today? We have Marky and Georgie.
Georgie is still playing.
Yeah, someone is missing. And yeah, Philippines, I don't know what really happened inside them, but they completely clueless when facing Indonesia back then. And I don't really think that it's their mistakes. They just played like before, but they just got surprised. Even the tactical timeout couldn't save them. So hopefully they mentally recover from the last series against Indonesia, and have a good time within against heading up into this matchup.
Yeah, we will see. And all hope and all of the supporter from both of the countries, they are hoping that at least one of them can get that medal for their country. And look at that. Look at the environment. They're just chilling out.
They're just loving.
They're just loving each other because of the ton. But it's okay. I mean, this is what they need, though. They have to
Yeah,
play
this is what they need.
like nothing to lose, right, Jamal? Because it's gonna be their last hope to at least they can prove it something for their country. So playing comfortably, or maybe I could say playing like nothing to lose, like there's no tomorrow, is the only key for both of the team.
Yeah, they have to keep up the positive vibes to have a good comms, throughout the game, and that's exactly what they need to recover the mentality, recover the morale, and have a good start before heading into the map number 1. And here we go. The key player for Philippines is Georgie. The duel for them, the entry fragger with the 208 ACS, 137 ADR, and 0.93 KD. And look at the headshot percentage. It's kind of hot, 30%. As a duelist is so high, because sometimes you'll be the one who clearing those angles to go to the side, but with that headshot percentage, that's so reliable.
Yeah, and Georgie is one of the players that quite amaze me, though, sometimes with his crazy move, and also with his Bray playstyle as well. But he needs to remember that his rival is a Nathong. Maybe we haven't seen Nathong with so many operator play in their previous match, but this guy need to be respected because he has, so many movements sometimes that are unpredictable. So like a crazy play coming from Nathong, he could be anywhere, and this is what makes their enemy or the opponent didn't realize that actually he wants to do something crazy. So yeah, we will see it maybe later on for our bronze match. But all of the players from Vietnam and also Philippines, I would like to say that they are having a good aim power. They have a lot of potential to be maybe the next pro player for the official tournament in Valorant. And I hopefully we will see them again in the next official tournament, because sadly they have to step down into the broad match, but their journey actually just began in Valorant.
Yeah. On the side of Vietnam, they have so many young stars. They have so many a good aimer. Besides that, they have the senior figure. They have crazy guy, the veteran. SMS Indonesia, they have Eeyore and Asterisk. In the hand of Vietnam, they have the crazy guy, the figure that they respected, the one who have who had the experience in the scene. And now we're moving on into the map selection. Haven is out. So
Okay.
Ascent, Haven, and Fracture.
Oh no, we won't see Bind
Yeah,
because Philippine banned it.
we won't see Bind, and Vietnam is banned split instead of Haven. This is kind of interesting for me because I think that if I remember correctly, I think they play split, but it's against Cambodia. But the Haven is open for Philippines and Vietnam. This map is scary for Vietnam actually, but Ascent, one of the best map for Vietnam, even though they had lost against Singapore in the previous match, but I think they learned something from it.
Yeah. Obviously, Vietnam, they don't want to play in another split map because maybe it's just, when we talk about split, Riot, they just bring back that split map into the competitive scene, right? So maybe some of the teams, they are not ready to play in split, and Ascent will be our first map, which is Philippines will start as a defender side, and Vietnam, they will go as a defender in the second map because Philippines picks this Heaven, and we will see, because Ascent giving up that nightmare for Philippines just now when they lose against Indonesia. So Vietnam, they want to try to maximize, and they want to pick some different strategy in Ascent. Meanwhile, Fracture is going to be our decider map. Honestly, personally, I don't like Fracture because there's a lot of checkpoint, cheeky point that need to be checked, and it's quite tricky to play in the Fracture. Meanwhile, Ascent, if we talk about our first map for this series, we will see another, same mirror agent pick for both of the teams.
Yeah, at least we're gonna see a Crazy Guy using Sofa in the first two maps, Ascent and Haven. That's for sure. I think that's something that I can guarantee. So we doesn't really have to see Crazy Guy with Breach unless we're going to the third map. But we still have to go for the first and the second map first, Ascent and Haven. Ascent, I think more like, this map is 50-50. Some may say that this map is kind of defenders. It depends how your team is playing and the characteristic of your team. But I still think Ascent is 50-50 because there's so many the dual spot for both duelists or anyone who want to duel. You have the mid top and mid, you have the mid link to short, and Crazy Guy for the some matches, Crazy Guy always managed to win that opening kill and taking some advantage. And 4v5, you don't want to throw it, you have the numbers to come, and you just go with your 5 men. And Philippines, they're not really that aggressive, they play more like mini games and structural. So Ascent, you have so many set of variations for the defender. So I think this match is gonna be a banger.
Yeah, we'll see. Because it should be a different approach coming from both of the teams, like to play in Ascent. But Vietnam, they bring this to Initiator, KO, and also Sofa for Crazy Guy, like you said. Finally, we will see another Sofa for Crazy Guy, but the same lineup, I could say, agent composition coming from Vietnam, Natong with this Jet, and also Finesse with this Omen. Meanwhile, the same approach as well coming from Philippines, so it's a mirror agent composition for both of the teams.
Yep, mirror agent selection. They don't want to experience something or experiment something or try something new, because this is last match of the event.
Ooh.
They are fighting to get the bronze medal for their country. So this is the current meta agent composition with two Initiator, KO, and Sova. This KO is meant to be the counter of the Killjoy, and Sova with the drone and recon, with this for the setup entry inside, for the help the entry fragger to go inside. And yeah, we're gonna see some battle between Natong and Georgie, and maybe Nexi versus Crazy Guy. Because if I remember correctly, Philippine Nexi is playing the space maker role. Nexi is the one who lurk and taking some solo fight, some 1v1 fight. And the side of Vietnam, they have Crazy Guy who taking a lot of solo fight.
Yeah, we'll see. But playing as an individual, I think is not a good idea. Sometimes, like you have to. Sometimes, in some round, you have to play as a team. Like when you want to play as a retake, you have to play as a 5-man. But we will see what kind of strategy that will be brought by both of the teams with the same agent composition. But now Wild Oreo is not playing for Philippines, so it's gonna be Drax and
Wild Oreo.
also Marky, because sometimes Marky is not playing, then Wild Oreo just come in, but the initiator will go into the hand of Marky for his Sova and Savi. Sometimes play duelists as well, but we won't see double duelism from Philippines in this map. So let's see. Is it gonna be a Philippine match or is it gonna be a Vietnam match for today? And we are still waiting. Ascent is our tutorial map actually, Jamal. So both of the teams they already known really well this map.
Yeah, if I can give you some quick prediction for this
sure.
map number 1, I guess is slightly in the favor of Vietnam, but for the map 2 is slightly a favor Philippines, so it could be the third map in this series. But we just gonna know the reality check now, because Vietnam versus Philippines for the bronze match, Vietnam playing as an attacker and the Philippines play as a defender. Look at how fast they are. They just gonna straight go into the side with Natong to dash in, leading the charge for Vietnam. And the fight is already begun, but the counter plays there. Marky alongside Georgie countering Georgie for that push. He's holding on the backside. Someone is swinging, but Nexi is still holding on the backside with a strong hold. And Philippines answer the Vietnam push with a quick swing. And what a nice hold from Nexi.
Yeah, what a nice aim coming from Nexi with that double kill, but Marquis also secured his first double kill with that one soft dot and also one ghost kill. Meanwhile, Nexi,
One enemy remaining.
you can just giving the space, giving the spots for Nexi to just holding that B backside. Very nice.
Scanning ahead.
And let's go into the round number 2. For Vietnam, they have to play, I don't know, maybe quite fast.
The push.
Knows, but the push coming from Georgie from B main, it's enough for him to take one member. Meanwhile, Savi will get another double kill here. Dorf will looking for the trade, and Savi will trade it back, and Drax will just close the round for Philippines 2-0.
Oh no. Vietnam. I think they just wanna go to the next round because it's just their eco round, and we're gonna see some real power of Vietnam in this round. This is their first bye, and yeah, Philippines, they're looking so convincing throughout these 2 rounds, and how Vietnam's gonna do in this round. They can't make any mistakes now. And Georgie, the push is read. They read Georgie like a book. They expecting that push to become, and oh, what a shot from Savi 8K. And they have the backup, they have the layer. Then Savi double swing, but Dorf single-handedly. But no, Dorf is not expecting that someone is coming from CT. 1 versus 3 now. Drax left alone. The clutch situation. Oh, he's holding the melee. Drax. Oh no, Drax. He did not expect Crazy Guy. Was waiting for him. 2 for
unlucky.
1. Yeah, 2 and 1 now.
Unlucky moment for Drax holding that knife, but it's gonna be a bonus round only bonus round for Philippines, so Vietnam with a better weapon they just can secure this round as expected to. But a good pop-up flash coming from Zafi, but unfortunately Dorf will just close it with a double kill in the pizza hole. And now it's a real round for Philippines, but suddenly we will have some technical pause that made us need to wait for a little bit, guys, so please be patient as the round almost start our fourth round. But look at that Nasong, you still have a time to buy some Spectre or maybe enough for use that Vandal. So real round for both of the teams. It will become a bloodbath that we will see. Meanwhile, two
It's 1
phantoms, three
second before
phantom.
the round start.
Yeah, that's why. 3 phantoms for Vietnam. Meanwhile, 3 Vandals for Philippines. How about you, Jamal? Which one do you prefer? Are you a Vandal player?
I don't really know because I just switch from Vandal to Phantom. Phantom is
Oh,
obviously
okay.
better for defending for the off angle, but now Georgie
That's true.
taken down by finesse. Oh no, Georgie is a bit aggressive. He shut down Georgie 2 rounds straight. And now Philippines have to do something. They lost the push, the aim and push.
Oh, no.
But another push is countered by finesse. Philippines just a little bit too hasty about that. And now it's 3 versus 5. Post plan ready for Vietnam. And even crazy guy, he still walk around in mid, but Nexi caught him off guard. Oh no. Philippines had to do something quick because the time is ticking. They don't have really a good time. The spike is ticking, and I don't think they have to do this. Just go for safe. There's no way. Philippines is they just gonna save. It's just too hard. It's a terrible position, terrible move. After finesse got the second one, because Rex is pushing Philippines. I think their chance is so small. They need some miracle shot, or they need Vietnam to make some blunder.
Yeah, because they don't have any good economy as well for the next round if they lose. So saving is the best option for Philippines, but it will makes this first map even for Vietnam. So far 2-4-2, and Vietnam become Singapore suddenly, like the type of the country that always show to us that they are a strong contender as well, always picking some fight, trying to close the gap as tight as they can. And now 2-2, and we are still waiting because there's some, I think, technical issue as well.
Yeah.
So Vietnam, they want to make sure they can play this comfortably. They don't want to take a
Yeah.
risk because this is an on-play event, so they deserve to play it comfortable.
And yeah, with this technical pause, I think Philippine players will take this pause to calm themselves, because I think Georgia a little bit too aggressive. So this is some time to take some breath for Philippines player. They lost 2 rounds consecutively, and even though it's technical, you still gotta use it for your own good. And maybe after Georgia is chill a bit, maybe we're gonna see some action again. And look at that Safi 8K. Maybe it's his mom.
Maybe
What a supportive family.
the best support has come. The best support has shown.
Oh,
And
they're so cute. They're so cute, I must say.
you say it's so cute though. But yeah, it's the most, warm things that could happen when your family support you, right? Because we know sometimes gamers, it's very hard to get support from family nowadays. But when
Yeah,
your parents support you, you can be extraordinary, I could say.
yeah. This time is different though. You're playing games and you can contribute for your country, giving them some medal. Even though it's just for this match is bronze medal, but it's medal is still medal. Achievement is still an achievement. So yeah, contribution is still a contribution. So what a cute moment that we saw. I should say it's a Safi's mom with maybe his sister supporting him playing Valorant in the international stage like this. And
Yeah.
oh, Philippines still can buy, even though they had lost 2 rounds.
Yep. And we will see. In Philippines, they were like, I don't know, they are like confused. This is not what Philippine I want to see. I want to see that very aggressive play style coming from this country. We know in Philippines they have a lot of good players as well. Not just in this game, but other games as well. So Philippines should be the one who give some pressure towards Vietnam, but we haven't seen it so far unless they're to pistol round. And this is what we call a real round because in the round number 5 they will just having anything better, especially for Vietnam after they won that 4th round. But one sheriff in the hand of Safi, half by as well for Georgia, I could say. But we will see. I think Safi will buy at least one Spectre or maybe another weapon to at least, or if they want to, they can catch one member from Vietnam and try to secure their weapon here. So let's see. Round number 5 after the tactical timeout. And then Tong wants to play aggressive now. He wants to play as soon as possible, but Drax will just deny his entry. And it makes that all of the Philippines player step away back from A side. And they want to take the shortcut. Meanwhile, Crazy Guy will give some a shock dot warning, but not the A side they want to take. They will go for the mid control, and Nexi will play a huge roles there. But now Georgie will just holding inside the A side here. Meanwhile, Crazy Guy will take the trade. Meanwhile, Nexi, he has to wait
Enemy
for
remaining.
the smokes disappear, and Georgie. Ooh, what a nice play coming from Georgie with a quad kill. And Filipino will take their 3 points for this map.
Yeah, Georgie after that room for breathing, the technical timeout, giving some space to rethink the aggression that he made earlier in the past 2 rounds. And Georgie show himself that he's still in the game. Look at that first 2 kill. Georgie is so sharp. And I think that entry earlier from Natong to the A side is
My ult.
kinda it just bad. They isn't ready for that entry for Vietnam. I think it's just too
Yeah.
hasty. And
He
now
didn't have any super as well.
yeah,
from
the
the
super
flash.
isn't there. So now Philippines takes back lead. It's 3-2. Some ultimates is ready for now. Safi hold the null command, but the mid control from Vietnam. Maybe Alarmbot could say something, but there's no mini games in mid. They just gonna hold inside. Philippines, they're not pushing like before. Drax learning from mistakes. And now Vietnam is the one who could handle the tempo. The tempo is on them. Alarmbot destroyed. They still have one smoke. for blocking vision for us Nexi. And now the time is ticking. 50 seconds. Natong opening the dash. The double swing is good. Nexi going drop down. And they're going to the heaven A. They're going to the A side. Where's the cutting move when Safi's there? One down. Nice cut from Safi. But crazy guy hearing some stab in the mid. The trade. No way. Drax is picking the 3 versus 3 now.
Oh,
Jorf with the headshot. Drax is taking away. And the null command maybe delay the push. Dorf still have one flash in the one way. Is enough to hold Drax in position. Georgie left alone. Coming from heaven. Oh, Georgie do quick kill. Batstorm out. Yeah, 2 up drop and the pick from Georgie. 1 down. It's 1v1 and Georgie dash out. Pick again. And Dorf is down. Georgie the savior of Philippines. Make it 4.
maybe all the Filipino will say
Would you all do
Jet
well?
Thief to celebrate their winning on this round. And the clutch from Georgie
Spike
close
planted.
the round and even make the gap further for Vietnam. But what a beautiful one-way smoke they're coming from Finesse, but it's not enough. So it's Georgie looking so amazing, incredible with that storm blade. And now Philippines 4-2. Vietnam, they almost can close the round, but with the triple kill
Georgie.
from Georgie, and now the operator is gonna hound Vietnam. Meanwhile, Cloudburst, but it will look so dangerous. Oh, for Georgie, but nah, because Natong will just pick by himself. Meanwhile, Dorf taking that spike, so he cannot help picking Natong. And it well left Vietnam with no duelists. And how will they get their entry? It's all on their aim.
Cover going out.
Finna still have the paranoia. Drax really in a bad position. Oh, I thought that Drax will still get it, but Finesse surely, for
Spike
sure,
planted.
will get that kill. And it becomes 4 versus 3 suddenly. Because Nexi also got caught off guard. And meanwhile, there's nowhere to run for Philippines. Hunter's Fury from Crazy Guy trying to delay some time. But Marky,
Last enemy remaining.
they spotted Suka. And now Crazy Guy will try to get the trade. And Georgie! Another round for Philippines. Another amazing round. Amazing performance with the short kill from Georgie, because they knew where's the last guy was. And Crazy Guy couldn't just handle it.
Georgie. This man is on fire.
Jeez.
The first opening kill,
enemy
and
remaining.
I know the vision from Vietnam. They want to, keep Philippines in position with that Nano and Hunter Fury combo at the checkpoint on Heaven, but they already crossed, and that fragment kill is the key to jump from Heaven. After that fragment kill, they know that they have the space to jump, and the spray. Georgie takes another kill without any refrag from Vietnam. It's just a perfect retake. Ooh, the jiggle is kind of wide, but still a Crazy Guy wants to stay alive. But look at Crazy Guy. Look at Crazy Guy. This man have no fear. Vietnam, they need to do something better than before. They stuck at 2 rounds and top 8k. Need somebody to throw the fragment to delay, and we know that Drax is gonna throw the paranoia and swing it with Hunter Fury combo. Marty!
Oh, nice
That's
flash.
another kill for Philippines. Drax is on a wine.
One
He
enemy
should be
remaining.
not checked. And yes, Georgie even the double operator kill. Philippines is 2 steps ahead.
Wow. Look at that. This is, sometimes a little blunder that have a huge impact by not checking the corner, right, Jamal? Drax in that, maybe I cannot say a basic position in wine, but sometimes checking won't hurt you at all. And that's really a good pass actually coming from Dorf, but unfortunately, yes, from Drax, but unfortunately, Vietnam, they just lose in number, and now for the next round, Suka caught off guard on Nexi, who play Naughty in the main. Meanwhile, ooh, Georgie, another Bloodstorm. What? I thought that he just used his Bloodstorm like a few rounds ago, and now Georgie has it again, and even with the operator. But ooh, he's everywhere. This guy is insane. He became a nightmare for Vietnam, and now left 3 versus 2, and a fast rotate coming from Philippines, and that was really a good fragment kill. I don't understand. If we maybe recall back to the group stage, Jamal, we always see like a kind of intense first half, right? 4-5, then after that 5-5, then after that 6-5, and sometimes it's ended to 6-6, right? But it didn't happen in the bronze match so far.
Yeah.
And because Philippines, they are taking the lead. Even they didn't give a chance
from Safi. The
Yeah.
3-point shot, the fragment is on point, and the first thing of Vietnam have to care is the operator from Georgie. And now they walk through the catwalk picking, but Georgie is ready with the shorty play, and they got another kill from his shorty. But the refrag is now here from Dorf. Try to move forward, but Safi 8K catch the movement. Spike is dropped through the fragment to net. After recover his spike, but Safi 8K denied all the move from Vietnam. Single-handedly took down 3 members. Philippines continue their rampage.
Wow. I thought it's gonna be a chance for Vietnam to revenge their losses in the group stage. But Philippines seems don't want to let it happen.
A.
And all of the shots
One enemy remaining.
were headshot. It's crazy. From Philippines. Now Vietnam, they kinda lost. They don't know what to do. Because every time they want to play slow, Philippines are still able to hold them. When they want to play fast, there are some utility that will hold the push coming from Vietnam. Now Philippines, if they can make this 10-2, I will be very impressed because it's still possible. And now lockdown versus a lockdown. Meanwhile, next Suka will get detained. Meanwhile, another operator can, and also shorty kill for Georgie. This guy is unstoppable. Dorf and Suka finally got the trade and make it 3 versus 3. Still winnable for Vietnam. But what at cost, because no comment has been is falling down. Meanwhile, will take his chance, and to that double kill will close another victory round for Philippines.
Last round before the switch.
Save nothing.
Oh, what a first half from Georgie. 19-5. That is on point too. But yeah, like I said before, the first thing that Vietnam is care about is Georgie.
Yeah,
They need to
I mean, like-
find out where is the operator and decide whether they want to fight the operator or just move to the opposite direction.
yeah. Try to get the information by jiggle pick, or maybe use the drone, right, from Murky. And they
Like
always
this.
take this mid control, Oh
Nah,
my god.
look at that. Smoke doesn't cover you. I mean, smoke doesn't guarantee you from surviving. Oh, Dorf!
Oof, finally.
Answering the question how to deal with Georgie, and that's how you deal with the operator. Georgie is kind of overhit with that updraft Bloodstorm pick. But everything seems fine for Philippines because they have the man advantage. Even Snexy bring a crazy guy down. Marky stand by with an Odin, spraying them down. Suka is out of nowhere. And Dorf is left alone. Oh my god.
What a
This
play!
is slaughter.
Switching sides.
What a play from Philippines! Even though they lost that operator and even get the trait, they're still able to catch up with another players though. And next see, this guy is
Right here.
a stronghold for B side. You know, you cannot just even play too dry to just giving a dry pick. You need to use your utility. You have flash, even with two flash, right? From Drax and also Salvi. Sorry, from Finesse and also yes, from Drax and also Salvi. So I think they try to maximize their potential to use that utility to even push away all the Philippines player back to their side. But we haven't seen it from Vietnam. From Dorf and also Finesse. My mistake. And Georgie for the second half now. Philippines. One of the country that can mix and can adjust. Hey, but Marky, what?
Spike down mid.
Oh, okay. Oh, maybe he wants to try to take down Natong. But he missed and he whiffed. So the fragment has been thrown by Dorf. And now 3 versus 2 situation because they realized that they knew that Natong is staying in the edge side and
Spike
Finesse will be the one who accompany Natong to do this retake. But is it possible for Vietnam? Because Georgie is 7 HP left. He just need to play safe at the B backside. And now Drax with a good paranoia, but Finesse cover Natong. Now it's still winnable because Georgie left with 7 HP and Georgie is still able to get it, but Natong and that's really a good frenzy kill. And finally Vietnam, they get out from that only 2 point and claim their victory in the pistol round on the second half.
Yeah, I didn't really know what just happened there. That Aki just died because of fragment, and their vision is kind of good for Philippines. They play the contact paranoia swing from B main, but they didn't realize that Vietnam plays properly. They didn't stick each other, so the threat is there from Dorf and Natong deliver to claim another round for Vietnam. And another technical pause too. The 2 seconds before the round start. Again, this is a room for breathing for all the players, especially for Vietnam, because they kind of need it. They kind of need to take a breath first before they jump back into the game.
Yeah, the frustration from the coach for Vietnam. You can see it from his face. But Vietnam, as long as the match point hasn't it's not there for Philippines, I think Vietnam still have a chance. We still remember, like a fanatic moment, right? Come back with only 3 points. So it could happen as well for Vietnam. As long as they believe, as long as they come up with their best strategy, because this is gonna be their final match for this series to get that bronze medal. And now next see, Drax will play a bit
Spike down A.
aggressive. Meanwhile, Nexi will be left behind and Dorf will just close the round for Vietnam.
Okay. Vietnam is back on track now. Philippines, they still have the 6 round leads, but Vietnam, they giving us some, living status, some signal that we're still here, guys. And this is some important round for Vietnam. If they can win this, maybe the hope of comeback is getting bigger. Georgie is the one who want to take a fight in the early stage of the round. But Philippines, they choose to play a default. They choose to play slow, gathering some information. Maybe they want to punish a push coming from Vietnam, but they will regroup and play sudden. Vietnam, they should be ready for the sudden push. Suka is spotted, but the thing is, there's still no ultimate. So the decision is on Philippines, whether they want to go mid control first and mid to B, or they just gonna force tap into the side. Spike here is still B main. They just gonna make some sound, or they just gonna rotate. Georgie will leading the charge towards short. Oh, he dashing into the garden. One free kill. Picking a finesse is just go down. The recon is good. Good, where is Natong is, and Natong is forced to swing out. The fight back is there from Natong. Maybe another kill, but no. Rex said no. The reflex is there, and even Nexty with the backup. 2 versus 4. The time management is good, and now they have to play this retake. Suka, he won something more. I don't think Philippines gonna do the unnecessary pick. Safi, the one who control the short, and yeah, that sentence making Suka left alone, and the best way is to get out and save maybe, or even get 1 kill. There's no time for Suka. The best option is if you get Fundal, you just escape from this area and you bring this weapon to the next round.
Yeah. And Philippines confirm their 11 point. Sometimes 11 can be a curse for you because in most of the match for Valorant, 11 is not a good sign, but it's still possible. It depends on the strategy, and especially Vietnam, they still can buy after they're losing their bonus round. But let's see. 1 Bulldog for Dorf and 1 Spectre for Finesse. Georgie try to picking mid side, but cannot catch anyone. Finesse will play it safe here. Dorf still have that 0 point to check if he wants to. But playing default is gonna be a strategy for Philippines. No sound at all. They cut everything. Midling will be checked by Marky and Nexi. He spotted someone.
Take flight.
He spotted someone, and Marky will just check using his drone. It's clear, but get the information that at least Finesse and also Dorf are staying in A side. They want to go for B. They are ready for B side because trying to deny all of the flashes that are coming from Vietnam. Meanwhile, Georgie left 3 HP and Suka will just delete him instantly. And a good recon comes in. But Zavi will get the trade after the double kill comes from Suka. Next will try to hold B man, but Finesse will just cut him off. And Safi left with 12 HP.
Spike planted.
And now 1 versus 2. Still winnable for Vietnam, but playing with time is the only key for Savi. Both of the players coming from stairs. Oh, but Dorf he swing to white, and Vietnam will secure 11-5 still for Philippines.
Yeah, Suka with the hold from backside. And the perfect recon from Crazy Guy.
Found them.
It's just punishing Philippines. Look at that recon, man. The recon there, like Crazy Guy even got wall bank up.
My ultimate is ready.
Just deleted every single member of Philippines. And they couldn't recover from that situation. 11-5. Philippines forced to play eco in this round. But they have that storm. And we know how scary Georgia is. How can this man do? Oh, the wallbang! And the wallbang counter from Marky! You got shot from Sheriff behind the wall. It's a Odin versus Sheriff.
Right here.
But Georgie is the one who taken down. So no Bloodstorm. Every single fight is an unfair fight for Philippines. Suka again gonna play in his favorite spot, backside. Flash is good. Oh, he didn't take it. Oh no! You make a huge mistake, and even Marky got a vandal. Throw the recon, staying alive.
Suka.
And Suka get traded on.
Oh no,
2 versus
Venus.
1, too low, but still, it's 2 versus 1. The double pick, where's the threat?
Thrifty.
There you go, the threat from Drax.
Need nothing.
Oh no.
North making a huge
Match
mistake.
point.
Didn't check the corner, and Marky punished them so damn hard.
Venus almost. Because one of the guy actually low. But nice try for Finesse, and I don't understand
Standing ahead.
why they don't take the corner.
Thrifty.
Drax left with the low HP. But now it's gonna be a match point for Philippines, Vietnam. They are not looking good because this is their map picks. But they are not in a good condition. And look at that, Venus able to shut down Georgie, and Safi is looking for the trade, but Natong will try to pick the fight. A good recon coming from Marquis, but now it's become 3 versus 4, and it's so brutal. Suddenly it's 3 versus 3 after the bloodbath just now. The drone will going to check, but no, it won't enough. And now Drax, what will they gonna do? One smoke to let all of the players from Philippines at least can cross. But a good recon coming from Crazy Guy. Oof.
30
Savi,
seconds left.
63 HP, trying to cut some noise, making something to works for Philippines. But now, oh, Dog in a good position, but oh! Unfortunately, Marky with the double kill, and we left Suka by himself. Will he clutch this? We've seen it so many times, and Lockdown will try to extend
Planted.
Suka timing. Ooh, but what a good flick! And Safi won't let it happen. Won't let Suka get his triple kill, because it's gonna be a close round for Philippines, and Philippines claim his victory, their victory in the map number 1.
Look at the support for Safi's mom. Because Safi is the one who sealed the deal for Philippines to secure the first map of the bronze match. One map away to take the bronze medal for their country. Philippines looking so strong heading into this series. On the other hand, Vietnam, I don't really know what they're doing in the first half. They play so dry without any utility. Georgie is doing so much with this operator. With, you know, there's no drone, there's no jiggle, there's no flash and pick. It's only, you know, throw the cloudburst and you pick. Of course, Georgie gonna repick it. So yeah, I think some fundamental mistakes is so crucial for Vietnam, and yeah, so many mistakes. And besides that, the punishment is so hard for from Philippines. They just played so well. The set piece, the setup defense, the the layer after layer setup, the reflex always there. So yeah, 13-5. I'm really surprised by how Philippines play, but I surprised by how many mistakes that Philippines made throughout that first map.
Yeah, but we are still having for map number 2, which is gonna be Haven. So we will prepare for map number 2. So please don't go anywhere because it's still between Philippines versus Vietnam in our bronze match. So stay tuned. We will be back after this shortly.
Welcome back everyone to 30 Second SEA Games Cambodia Valorant with me, Jamalism Cast. Yep. Hello, Momo-chan, and alongside with me, Momo-chan. What do you think about the second map, Momo-chan? It's Haven, Vietnam versus Philippines. Yep. Okay. So yeah, we're heading into the map number 2. It's Haven between Vietnam and Philippines. After Philippines took away the first map, Ascent, a map picked up by Vietnam. So the second map is a pick up by Philippines. So yeah, we're seeing them playing Haven before, and it's just so amazing to see that they stomp Indonesia 13-2, and yeah, Haven is one of their favorite map too. So like I said before, before pre-match, in this map number 2, Philippines is have some advantage. They slightly above of Vietnam, but we don't really know before the reality checks comes in. But yeah, will they keep the momentum from the first map, because they played so well, and Vietnam, in the other hand, they play so shaky, so many mistakes, fundamental mistakes that makes them only win 5 rounds on the first map.
Yeah, but Haven is one of the best, or maybe I could say the strongest map for Philippines. They take down Indonesia in the group stage with 13-2. Even though after that Indonesia they got their revenge. But yeah, we will see. As the second map of Philippines, Vietnam will start as a defender side first. Meanwhile, Vietnam, I will take a look for their Haven history. They won against Malaysia, but we know that Malaysia didn't proceed to go to the playoff. So maybe this is gonna be the real test for Vietnam in this map.
Yeah.
So we will see. I think the same occurs as well, because 2 initiator could be option for both of the teams. So far, Bridge is gonna be annoying combo as well with that flash, and also with the recon that can give an information. But Walt Oriole is going to play in this map number 2.
Okay, Walt Oreo will play, and this head-to-head Crazy Guy. The comparison between Crazy Guy and Walt Oreo, the ACS is kind of similar. It's 211 and 200, but the headshot percentage kind of different, 30% against 23%. So yeah, we know both players are damn good in initiator role, but we'll see. This might be the last map for Vietnam. Philippines is 1 map away to secure the bronze medal for their country, and yeah, from this situation, every bullet will be matter for Vietnam. They don't have any room for mistakes. They don't have really, they can afford to lose anymore. So they need to be all in. They need to give everything all out.
Yeah, agree with that, because it's gonna be their final, really final, because they have to force to win in this map to at least bring us to another map, which is it's gonna be a decider map, and it's Fracture. So at least it can give a little bit counter for Philippines to maybe not play comfortably in Fracture, because Fracture is one of the complicated map as well in Valorant. But we will see. because Philippines, I think they don't want to being dragged into the map number 3. They want to finish this as soon as possible and claim their victory and claim their bronze medal for their country.
Yeah, Haven, talking about the agent composition from both sides. I think they just gonna stick to the Sofa Bridge because Bridge is so viable in this map. The fault line is one of the fundamental piece for the any mini games with the turret contact fault line or the aftershock for the delay or for the post plan B or the rolling tower is just so useful for many situations. And but the controller is different. It's Astra for Vietnam and Omen for Philippines, and the rest is the same.
Yeah. Astra and Sofa combo here for the initiator to find some information. At least they have 2 flashes for Philippines. Drax with this paranoia, and also Safi with that flash. Yeah, but Finas with this Astra is going to maximize his potential to do some boss plan, trying to buying a lot of times with that graffiti well and also the concast. But we will see. Suka still with the Killjoy, and Crazy Guy back with his Sofa. But I just feel that Crazy Guy is not having his day, because I didn't see any insane performance coming from Crazy Guy like his nickname used to be in the group stage, right? I kind of miss it.
Chimo, if you notice that Dorf is not playing,
Yeah,
it's Duck.
It's Duck because from the I don't know, maybe this is gonna be the last call for Vietnam, right? So Dorf will be giving a chance to Duck at least to play for the second time in 30 seconds SEA Games. But we will see. Maybe Duck is more capable for this bridge pick as an initiator to give a good flash and also a good hold with his fault line and also the aftershock. But we will see what kind of approach that Vietnam will bring for this last map.
If I'm not wrong, this is the first time Duck playing in this stage in the
no.
SEA Games 32. Oh, the second time, the second time.
This is the second time.
Okay, will Duck be the super sub for Vietnam and
Ooh.
save the country from losing to Philippines, because this is their last life? This is a do or die mission for Vietnam. They cannot afford to lose anymore. One map away to get nothing, because if you lose in this series, you're gonna be the 4th place. No medal for you, because gold, silver, and bronze, and the 4th place is everybody just say thank you, nice try. So nobody want to be in that position. But from Philippines, the momentum is for them. You can feel the energy, the positive vibes that they bring since the map number 1. So the pressure is on Vietnam. Hopefully they still manage to get the morality straight, keeping the positive vibes on for the better comms. But we'll see. Will Georgie play like before and wreck everyone in this map?
Yeah, we will see. We will see what happens with Vietnam. Hopefully, there's still a possibility for Vietnam to secure the map number 2, even though they have to lose in the first map, which is they picked that map by themselves, Ascent. But Haven, we know Philippines, they are very strong with their empower, with their strategy as well, and we are still waiting to go into the map number 2. But what do you expect, or maybe do you have any prediction for our second map, Jamal?
As you know, Chimo, this map is one of the Filipinos' favorite. Most of Philippine teams is so good in this map, and we know by the data, by the statistic, that Philippines stomped Indonesia, the grand finalists in this event, 13-2 on the first day of the group stage. So since the beginning of the series, I know if Vietnam doesn't ban this map, Philippines will straight away took it as their map. And it's true, Philippines take it for the second map, and the advantage, the favor will goes along of Philippines.
Yeah, but I really
For the
like
percentage, I mean, I think it's around 70-30
70-30
for Philippines.
for Philippines. Yeah, I think it's possible. I think I will go for 75-25. Because this is the second time that playing, right? So yesterday he played against Malaysia in the same map as well. So maybe once Haven so up, Vietnam they will just send Duck as a bridge to play in this map. But we are going finally for this final the pistol round for our second map, and Philippines as the attacker side they will play fast now. A good recon that comes from a crazy guy, but it will suddenly be destroyed, and crazy guys will stop Georgie to push all his way through A side. And meanwhile, they will cut some noises here, but the flash comes in from Safi, and Wild Oreo is going to be the next guy who get the trades for
Spike
Philippines. Meanwhile, Duck has this aftershock and also the fault line, trying to shoo Zavi away, and good recon that comes from Wild Oreo, and meanwhile Drax. He also realized that Suka like to be to play flank, so Natong will get the trade after Suka down. Meanwhile, Finesse will take down Safi, and
Oh no! Finesse!
that's a bad timing, and he just opened the astral mode to white though. I didn't expect that he will open that astral in front of two players from Philippines that are staying alive.
Even though there's no info to the gravity,
Yeah.
but still gravity is one most the crucial part to do the retake in that site, in A side Haven. Gravity is the most crucial part alongside the Hell. And yeah, I don't really know Finesse, the adrenaline rush. He opened up the astral form in really bad timing, and Vietnam they forcing by. Look at the 3 Spectre by. I mean a 2 Spectre and 1 Stinger. They bring the numbers to the side. 4 people ready to answer this push. Georgie taken down by Natong 2K, but the threat from Safi is just too good. It's 4 versus 4 now. Philippines, are they gonna rotate, or are they gonna just move forward to the side? They still holding. At least they got 1 orb. I just think they just gonna force it, because you know Vietnam is forcing and they don't really have that economy. But Duck with a wallbang shot, nicely done. And now they slowly walking towards the side. Walt Oreo opening up some space, and Jax, he doesn't really have any utility anymore, and Vietnam just gets shattered down. 1 versus 3.
Spike
This
planted.
guy is crazy, but I don't think he'll make it unless Philippines make a huge mistake. He have the recon, but the dry pick is there. The second pick, Drax will confirm the second round for Philippines.
Yeah. The second round from Philippines look quite, maybe I could say, not really that expensive, but not really that good as well, because they lose 2 members just now, and Drax with Zavi now in the top leaderboard, and now it's gonna be a bonus round for Philippines. And my Wild Oreo will come with a good recon, and Georgie trying to hold his push. A short, Natong with the shorty. Oh, but he's, look at that. That's really a good utility to check out all of the A short corners here from Wild Oreo. Meanwhile, Drax will just takes down a crazy guy. The A short Duck playing a good positioning, but unfortunately Nexi will take that ghost kill. And Drax always watch for the flank. 2 times in a row. He delayed Suka in the first round, and now Finesse will be the next target, and Suka left behind. And 36 HP. A good sheriff trait coming from Suka.
Planted.
But what will Suka do with aftershock and also the flight coming from Drex. He want to knife
Knife
him.
him.
No, this is the first knife kills that happens in 32nd SEA Games. Coming from Drex and 3, so a good start from Philippines.
Oh, the damage. The mental damage given by Philippines Rex. Do them dirty. Look at that cool face. This guy is a cool killer. Cold blood. And another Byron for Vietnam. And now Natong even Raider. Push the L main.
Here.
Natong got the A main. Georgie decide to push another spot. Philippines, they always try to control orbs. They always try to, play some default first, gathering some information. But Natong already by the operator. Will Philippines know? Will they aware of this operator? This operator is just... They need to take care of it. This is some troublesome for them. The drone. Okay, Natong is spotted. He smoke him. They smoke him. Crazy guy with some backup. I think one flash is the key. One flash can break the position. Georgie, he rotating the charge. Oh, look at that. Oh, crazy guy. He hold the backside. Even after the concuss, after the stun hit him. It just no matter. Natong tried to cut rotation with his operator. Oh, the
30
double
seconds
pick.
left.
Oh,
Wow.
the piercing shot, Natong.
One enemy standing.
The difference maker from Vietnam. And that one bullet just shot Philippines down. All onto Drax, and Drax is taken down. The first
Here,
point
on my way.
for Vietnam.
Bomb grenade out.
Okay. Looking so sharp as usual, Nathong. With that operator.
30 seconds left.
Woo! Jeez. That's really a clean sweep coming from Nathong.
Sentry.
We mentioned it earlier, like Jamal. This guy with this operator look insane. And now it's become a homework for Philippines. Now they have to find an information where is the operator, and there you go. He's still staying in and short and took down Georgie. Meanwhile, Philippines haven't got their trait. Next, see with the Guardian. We'll try to eliminate Natong. Crazy guy. Ooh, but he failed. Next, see, you won't have a chance to touch. And even crazy guy with a good cover.
remaining.
Meanwhile, Natong comes with the Bloodstorm. Become 3 versus 1. And Drex will be the one who left
Spike
behind.
planted.
Still winnable, but if Vietnam, all of them are just pushing together, and it will be another round for Vietnam. 3-2-2. Vietnam now, they are catching up their gap a point. They are closing this round thanks to Nasong with the double kill, and also a good cover coming from Crazy Guy in the A short.
Again, the first thing they have to handle is not only the operator.
Spike down
And
A.
look at him
One
play.
enemy remaining.
Look at him go. Natong is just unstoppable. They really need to take care of Natong first. They need to know where Natong is and decide either they want to fight or they just go to the opposite away. And now, Safi 8K might be half the answer for it. Rolling a thunder. Oh, look at Natong. This man is just so brave to take any risk. And now the LOB is controlled by Natong.
Here.
Philippines, they have the tools to break every single site with that rolling thunder. But the spike is still dropped in front of the base. So they still want to play some slow tempo.
Bomb grenade out.
They want to destroy some utility first, and then maybe they just decide regroup and sudden push to somewhere. Okay, the Rolling Thunder is already
Healing
used.
area.
They get nothing. Oh, Georgie! Get belated by Duck. The Rolling Thunder is wasted. And even Natong steps forward. Crazy guy with the blind Hunter Fury. Natong is ready for that.
Wow.
Philippines get humbled down. Natong even gets more.
Down A. 30 seconds left.
Safi is the last survivor for Philippines. I don't really think Safi can survive this. Crazy guy with the pick. Ooh, the timing. Safi, you need to save this. One kill. The flash cannot be dodged.
I have more tests
Suka
to
close
run.
around Vietnam. Equalize the score. It's 3.
I can hold an area pretty well myself.
What is
Make
going
sure to cover
on
anything
with
I can't.
Philippines? They knew that Natong was there, but they were still trying to pick some fight with Natong, and it just giving him a free kill. 940, good KDA from Natong with only 2 rounds operator in the hand of Natong,
Get out of my
and
way.
now it's even on the round.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
And Georgie who comes in. Oh, with the Bloodstone. He can miss. But he's still able to survive. No, because that will take him down. Meanwhile, Natong with a good operator. And his position is already exposed. But Natong will just drop.
One enemy remaining.
He missed the operator shot. And this is the first time I saw him miss in this series. And drifty round for Philippines. They are trying to rolling back Philippines, but Natong still be able to buy that operator for the next round.
No.
One enemy remaining.
One Natong is
What else?
missed the shot. They got crumbled because it gives space to Drex keep fighting with his Spectre. That missed shot from Natong which is so crucial. But it is what it is. Philippines takes back the lead. 4-3 now. Georgie again. Marching forward, dash in. Hey, don't let their knife out. But Georgie still managed to get finesse. They know somebody's there. They're rolling thunder, but to smoke, keeping them safe. They have the lockdown and the from the shadows. Walter even have the Hunter's Fury for the post
Spike
plan.
planted.
4-3 now. Natong, we take win and operator isn't the best option, but Duck, oh, he see the weapon of Georgie and even crazy guy with the swing. That lockdown. How much this lockdown can do from the shadow to
enemy
get
remaining.
away. Nexy
One enemy
trying to
remaining.
stay alive. The lockdown. Oh no, Natong will get detained. No, they shot.
Sight.
Natong still alive. He still have a chance. Try to half it. Natong half it. Off the fuse and Natong will try to survive. No! Nexy denied the clutch. Natong will go
Everyone
down.
note down your observations.
What a
then
nice try
let's
for
run it
Natong,
again.
but Philippines right back on track.
Wow.
One enemy remaining.
Almost for Natong. Luckily, they still have that dash, but Nexy still able to claim the round for Philippines. And another operator for Natong, but it's gonna be the last buy for him. Because economically will be broken for Natong for the next round if they are losing this round. And Georgie will be babysitted. Oh, Drex! It's only Drex who can stop that operator coming from Natong. And even the double kill, an opening frag coming from Drex will make some space and makes all of the players from Vietnam now overthinking. But look at the map control that Duck has. He wants to play brave. And he give an information there's no one in A long. And Georgie with a good shot with this Phantom. And the plan will go down for a Philippine. Drax will do everything for Philippines, you know. He shut down that operator guy. And he also will be the one who watched the flank. This is what we
operator
call...
safe now.
Yeah. This is what we call... trust, you know. You don't have to worry about your flank. You got me.
Yeah.
And now it's gonna be an operator safe. This is what I said. What I mentioned it earlier. If Vietnam they lose the operator, probably they couldn't buy it anymore. But Philippines, they don't want to give a chance for all of the Philippines. But Suka will be there, become a hero with a triple kill, and it's enough to make it expensive. Looks expensive for Philippines, but Philippines still able to buy in this round.
Yeah, Drac is doing so much work. He's saving Philippines so many rounds. Got 50 round earlier, and now he shut down the operator. He do the watch flank. He do everything from the country. Drax, this controller is more than just a smoker. Natong again, he doesn't even have armor. He only have operator in his hand. But Philippines, look at their game sense. When the drone is instantly get destroyed, they know something is fishy is coming. And now they walk towards the A side, checking every possible angle. Philippines, they have only Hunter Fury in their hand. But at least that Hunter Fury can destroy the lockdown if Suka uses for retake. Crazy guy. He is so important to stay alive here. The recon to delay. No, that recon is just too early. And now Georgia have a free side. They have a free side. And look at him. Nexi. He tried to flank. Will Nexi be somebody who terrorize? No. They expect the presence of Nexi. And now it's 4 versus 5. Vietnam, they have so many chance to retake. Look at crazy guy. You ready for that lockdown counter? And even Ned get tech and Georgie inside smoke. Double kill from Georgie. Take them away from inside, stepping inside to the side. Crazy guy with the threat, but Drax is playing from hell. One of P2. Oh, the reload timing! Crazy guy! The reload timing is far better than worse.
Was totally
And
unlucky.
another clip for Drax.
What a round. That was totally chaos though. And Georgie play a smart. He play inside that smoke. The crazy guy with another unlucky moment. It's possible for him to take down a Drax if he's not reloading. But now let's move on into the round 11 now. Philippines, they are come back with the same approach. Same like map number 1. They want to try to further the gap, the points gap now. And another aggressive play coming from Georgie. Hunter's Fury deny. The Spike plan and Suka suddenly making some space for Finesse and also Natong with the double kill. Meanwhile, still a chaos round for both of the teams. And now, Safi.
Last player standing.
With a NXT. Crazy guy. We'll close this round for Vietnam.
In the half.
And it's gonna be our last round in the half now.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder is so wasted, so hasty. They're so far to follow up that Rolling Thunder. So after the Rolling Thunder happened, Vietnam have the time to be in a good position.
enemy remaining.
They is so far to pull off the Rolling Thunder. And crazy guy, he hold the side. He hold the spike because the spike is drop. This should be tactical timeout from Philippines. They want to further the gap before switching into the second half. Ooh, Drax 18-7. This man do everything.
Yeah, like I told you, right? He becomes, he do everything for Philippines. He denied that operator kill from Natong. He also watched the flank. Even get the trait. Did you remember the last 2 rounds just now when crazy guy was reloading his
Yeah.
weapon? He also got that clutch moment for Philippine. So yeah, this is his moment. Though I mean, he was just feeling it.
Yep.
And now Philippine, they are still on the lead with 7-4, and one more round to make it further. If they can close with 8-4, it will be the same result with the map number 1 in the first half.
Yeah, the thing is, the pressure is you can still feel the pressure for Vietnam. They win so many rounds because of Philippine mistakes, not because
Yeah.
of them playing that good. Natong maybe is maybe the only one from Vietnam who played that well in this second map. But Philippines, they are the one who sometimes make some mistakes, and Vietnam punish them for that. And it's 4-8 already. Am I you wrong?
Hey, I thought it should be 7-4 just now.
The switching
But-
style already.
Okay,
Okay.
let's move on. It's okay, Jamal. Like I said earlier, it's possible for Philippines to make it further, right? And now, pistol round for both of the teams. Vietnam really needs this pistol round. At least they can make it into 8-6 if they win this. Meanwhile, Nasong. Ooh, it's really a good flash coming from Savi. But Georgie take to the low HP until 22 HP. The 3 players staying inside the A side. And cut noise is
Yeah.
always be the answer when you want to try to make your enemy
Deploying
overthinking.
drone.
With the silence. No one will expect. But with the drone from crazy guy, he cannot find anyone in A shirt, but we will see. Natong will take his gamble. Ooh, it's a good flash coming from
30
Safi.
seconds left.
Georgie with the low HP. Need to stay alive. Then Georgie will try to punish the second layer, but he fails. And now Vietnam, they are making their way into the ace. Oh, another reload moment for Savi, and crazy guy will secure the pistol round for Vietnam. At least trying to close the gap with Philippines.
What a round for Vietnam. This is what they need to get into the right track. 5-8 now. 3 rounds gap. There's still hope for the Vietnamese to brought us to the decider map, to the third map with Philippines. I'm sure they won't let that happen. They stack a C side. They have to gamble, but they guess it wrong. Vietnam, they doesn't go to the C side. Natang 2K. He saw somebody on the ceiling. Ash is ready, but the push coming from Georgie. Will he get anything from that? Oh, he backs away. Oh, he doesn't check it. What or you? He triggered discipline. Oh, but Natong checks it. Natong doesn't trust crazy guy. That's why he checks it. And the pull to the back at Nexi. What will you do to stay alive? Nexi's just standing there, hoping somebody will not see him. Nexi, he got one, and even gives the space for Georgie to cancel. Georgie the free hit. Next is Spectre, and now it's 4 versus 2. Suka, you need to recover from this, and the flash is out. Finesse still managed to get a kill. 2 versus 2. Georgie holds Spectre, and Finesse is low HP. Suka 1v1 situation. Georgie saved the day once more. Philippines denying the momentum for Vietnam.
Wow, Georgie with quad kill. Even though he's not the top fragger, at least he always got his momentum. An important momentum and even cancel the plan for Vietnam.
Enemy remaining.
It should be a 3-3 round though
There you are.
for Philippines because they were not buying anything. They were not buying any weapon. They would just play with their feeling. And it works for Philippines. And Vietnam now they have to buy. Meanwhile, Philippines, they will upgrade some of their weapon. And 9-5. I think Vietnam, they likes to go to the A side. Meanwhile, Ori will get the double kill, but not the third. And the fourth aftershock will push Finesse. And also duck away. Meanwhile, Sophie, oh no, it's become a bloodbath. A long. The Parana comes in. Suka will just run away, but Nexi. But another again and again, and Nexi. What?
The barrel of the gun
It's not going to deny the ace that coming from Finesse. And Vietnam is still standing on their ground and refusing to lose on that round. Ace for a Finesse.
What is this round?
What is this match? Oof.
Yes,
one enemy.
coming in hot and recover from that situation. Something that Vietnam really needed. That superhero. Finesse is the guy. Now Philippines is back on eco, except Georgie. Because Georgie can use the best from next round. And Wild Oreo gets spotted. He asking for help. Guys, please help. It's A, guys. It's A rush. Natong 2K. Dash in. Comes off with the double peek. Oh, another sheriff kill. Wild Oreo reloading and gets taken down. Georgie, the one who have the Vandal. Guess it's wrong. He don't have any fight now. It's 2 versus 4. Don't tell me Vietnam gonna throw this because you don't have to do anything. Just wait. If you want, still be in the game.
One enemy
The
remaining.
smoke from Nexi, but okay, Georgie taken down. Move from Finesse.
Finesse,
Oh,
ooh.
Nexi. Beautiful shot.
remaining.
And even no way! Nexi! Are you gonna touch
Nexi!
it?
What?
Nexi!
Holy moly!
NEXI! Say the name, everybody!
Clutch.
Huge
Nexi,
blunder for Vietnam.
Nexi.
Oh, my genius.
Like I
doesn't
said,
stop
all
in
they
the
need
lab.
to do is just wait. But they coming for Nexi, and Nexi said, "No,
Enemy down.
I am the boss."
Enemy
My
remaining.
double stage.
Look at that,
My
what?
ultimate is ready.
I don't get it. What is this match, Jamal? You don't have to get your ace to amaze us. But Nexi with that sheriff kill. What the heck? And now, the first double digit secured by Philippines. 3 more rounds to go.
Oh,
I
Nexi
was
was concussed. Nexi was stunned.
I'm still speechless, Jamal. But let's move on to the round 17 Finesse. Look at that crossfire in A short. And Wild Oreo will just hold his angle. And Finesse will try. But Georgie pick. Oh!
Spike
But 2 for
down A.
1. Buy one, get one for Georgie. And now, Vietnam, they are losing in numbers. But Suka, oh, I don't think that he's... But Natong, position is already revealed. Meanwhile, we will see Crazy Guy trying to play flank.
30
Oh,
seconds
but
left.
Ting coming from Georgie. 2 players low, but Suka will cosplay next scene to get that sheriff kill. Is it in with oh, it's enough for Rex and also Wild Oreo to
Revealing area.
secure that. Meanwhile, Crazy Guy will 1 versus 3 now, 1 versus 2. But he got
There's no
I
time.
have the
enough time,
Enemy remaining.
and Crazy Guy will just stay alive with this 5 HP, and Nexi will still respect, but he still wants to get it. Wow, Philippines finally secure the curse number 11 to 6.
And now Vietnam is equal. They don't have the money. All they have is ultimates.
Yes,
Betstorm
5
and the 4
ultimates.
other ultimates, yeah. Maybe they can capitalize it. Maybe they can utilize it to the max potential. Because they really need this round. They really need to stop Philippines to get the match point. And Vietnam just goes straight to the B side. They're just gonna play fast. They're just gonna plan and postpone with all these ultimates.
Yeah,
But Hunter Fury tried to cancel the plan. Philippines, they want to delay as much as possible. Rolling Thunder, they want to get the A-Link. The trade is there. The Georgie is coming from B side. Georgie once again.
Spike down
Oh, with a flick and dash out. Georgie is still alive.
Oh.
He even
One
fight
enemy
back with the
remaining.
shorty. Crazy Guy left alone. The spike is dropped in a impossible position to get recovered. Crazy Guy with a stinger. Next is waiting for him. And there you go.
All right.
That is so hard. A broken moment for Vietnam. Match point for
Match
Philippines. 1 round away to secure the bronze medal.
Grounded.
this guy is crazy though, Georgie. Stop it! I thought that he will still get it with the right click, but even after the right click miss, the shorty won't get a finesse. But still, Vietnam, they cannot do much by just a left Crazy Guy by himself. And now the match point in the hand of Philippines. The bronze medal on their eyes. Oh, look at that, the Rolling Thunder. Philippines, they won't take this fight. And Georgie, this is holy moly insane. But Crazy Guy and Tuka, they are still able to take the 3. Next 3, they try to hold the angle, but Finesse will just instantly delete him. Oh, Oreo still get the first kill, but Finesse will make it 3-1 situation for a Vietnam. What a bloody bat. A long. And Suka is still aware with the flank. 12-7 is possible for Vietnam.
Swarm grenade out.
We will see. What will Rex do? But I
that is
think no much.
the
Nothing much.
definition of overheat from Philippines.
30 seconds
They
left.
want to finish this as soon as possible.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's why.
well, still with the small respect by opening that Rolling Thunder, right? Try to make sure that Georgie get that opening frag. But the threat is coming from Vietnam, so the show must go on. But unfortunately, Philippines, they are lost in numbers, and Drex just need to save this operator away for the next round.
Yep. They need to calm themselves down. They need one more round to close this, to end this event for them. But yeah, that is the definition of overheat. You don't have any reason to, push like that and use Rolling Thunder and just go fight. Even the response for Vietnam, I must say they responded so good with that smoke from Finesse. And they were ready. Recon smoke is open. Vietnam was ready for that push. 7-12. 5 rounds away. And the Philippines, because of that loss, their economy is kind of scratched. And still, operator is in the hand of Georgie. But I don't think Georgie gonna find anyone because Vietnam, they just gonna push in. Short is controlled. The pool is get nobody. And NATO will have the first contact. Safi, alongside Walter, you will hold the side. Lockdown is open. Look at that, the counter lockdown. And crazy guy. Oh, the push
Down A.
from both Walt Oreo and Sub 8K. Get two of them. One player get detained. It's all on Natong now and Suka.
I got the spike.
The spike is dropped. It's 2 versus 2. But they get pinched.
Turret down.
There's still turret behind. Get destroyed by Nexi. Oh, and Nexi will regroup with Georgie to play together. 2 versus 2 now. There's not much utility. Oh, Georgie!
What?
That is too aggressive. And
Player
Natong, oh, he will go down in front of
Georgie
Nexi.
versus
1v1
Georgie.
situation. The Suka will claim another victory and extend their life 8-12.
Tech is only as good as
I think Philippines, they have to slow down their tempo. Because it happens twice, right? When they try to make some push in A long, the possibility for Vietnam to take the trade is still there.
One enemy remaining.
You have to remember Vietnam is one of the country that have a good aim power as well. So Philippines maybe need to cooling down a little bit because match point in the hand.
Shot dart.
And they have lost 2 rounds, and this is gonna be their last bye. If they lose this round, means Vietnam that they can secure 12 and 10.
Yeah.
But A side will be the forever side to be pushed with Vietnam. The turret, one contact, but there's a nano swarm to delay, and 5-man retake position. 2-man flank from Philippines, and Suka is still able to get one, but Georgie finally get the trade. But the recon is so good. Natong position is being refilled, but Nafi, Zafi will get the trade here. And Georgie will comes from the A shot without any flinch.
One enemy
But the threat
remaining.
is keep going on, and Crazy Guy suddenly become the 1v1 situation. And Crazy Guy will still extend Vietnam's life in this map. And Philippines, they got no money. They have to save.
One enemy remaining.
Will
Last player
it be a
standing.
thrifty run for Philippines? Or Vietnam will continue to amaze all of us?
Yeah. These magical moments keep continue. Vietnam, those last 3 rounds, they were down to 1 person, last man standing, and somehow they always manage to extend their life in these past 3 rounds. Philippines, they need to slow down a bit.
I know, right?
They need to, Vietnam hit A side 3 times.
Yeah.
But they overthinking like, oh, maybe they will go C this time. They will go to C this time. But the thing is, they were so hasty. That flank push, that Georgie push alone. I don't think that's really necessary. And, the feels of comeback is getting real. It's around 2 or 3 rounds away. It's 3 rounds away to get us into overtime. And even now, Philippines is on equal. So Seaside is where they hit. Will Drex do something magical here? Platform is the double TP, but Recon hits him. Not going with the follow-up kill. And the Philippines, another retake. They will have to
Spike
play.
planted.
But Georgie, maybe this man could be the last hope because of this bad storm, the turret contact, but the double swing from Vietnam.
Down.
We're gonna see another round because this 5-man from Vietnam is just too strong. Standing inside.
Last player standing.
Wild Oreo left alone.
Oh.
Yeah, we're gonna see another round from this. It's 10 already for Vietnam. Wild Oreo, maybe he can play 1 or maybe 2 kills, not even 2. Nice try, and it's 10-12. 2 more rounds to get us into overtime.
Yeah. Wow. Now Vietnam, they are fighting back. At least trying to close the gap from 12 to
Need a drop.
8 if I'm not mistaken. Now become 12 to 10.
Right here.
Wow. Even after the timeout, RQ, I could say Philippines, they haven't still find their way. But it's eco round for Philippines. And now it is gonna be their chance to at least close in this round. Because after this, if Vietnam still win, oh, but look at that duck. Will try to open
Enemy kill.
his own self and let Georgie took him down. And now become 4 versus 5. And Drax will take some momentum here. Oh no, crazy guy is waiting for a miracle to save him, but Drax will get the double kill and make some space for all of the Philippines. And look at that, Philippines finally, they close it and become our third winner for 32nd SEA Games. And nice tries for Vietnam.
Whoa! Congratulations once again to Philippines being the bronze medalist of 32nd SEA Games Cambodia Valorant. And Drex says, like Omen said, I am the beginning and I am the end. He is the one who stomped down Vietnam since the beginning of the map, and he is the one who closed it. And still the deal, Philippines are your bronze medalists.
Wow.
Nice try too for Vietnam, I should say. They're
Yeah.
crawling back from 12-6 to 12-10. But it's just too hard to get. That comeback, it's just too hard. They crawled back only 4 rounds. But what a nice fight back from Vietnam.
Yeah. And it's all on Drax, you know, like
Yeah.
we mentioned it so many times, like Jamal. This guy do everything for Philippines. And even in the tight spots 12 to 10, he still be able to give us an amazing round. So congratulations for Philippines. They finally succeed to get their medal, but nice tries for Vietnam because they fought so well since the group stage. They won. They even brought, you know, the overtime on the first day of the group stage when they against Singapore. And also, I would like to say, Philippines still is the strongest. Maybe I couldn't say the strongest, but one of the strongest team in Southeast Asia. So we still should pay respect as well for Philippines and also the Vietnam. Please keep supporting these 2 countries, because without them being here, we won't see a lot of an amazing performance coming from both of the teams. And let's see into our post match. 13 to 10 for Philippines, and What a nice comeback, almost though, for Vietnam. But Anatong 2K with 257 ACS is not enough for him to take down Philippines.
It's clear that Drax will be the MVP for this map. This man is just unstoppable. Like we said earlier, he did everything from opening up the space, making some thrifty, a smoke for them, a flash for his teammates, watching a flank, clutch the round, and even close the map. So this man is clearly the MVP of the game. And a clean sweep for Philippines. And the fourth place for Vietnam. That's not bad, but still some disappointment maybe gonna shown for through their face. And yeah, we still have the most important match in this event. It is the grand final between Singapore and Indonesia. Singapore, they're third place on the group stage. Even Indonesia is the fourth place on the group stage, but still they are the grand finalists. Indonesia versus Singapore. And we're gonna head into the final match, but we need to prepare it first.
Yeah, I think Indonesia still have to pay respect as well from Singapore because they were went for the longest overtime in the group stage. But like Jamal said, we will prepare for the most amazing grand final between Singapore and also Indonesia. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back soon after the break. Shortly. See you soon.
Grounded.
One enemy remaining.
scene. Back out fresh on the 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 scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 3-second SEA Games Cambodia Valorant. We're heading to the grand final with me,
Yes.
Jamalism Cast, and Realize as my partner for the grand final. We'll find out who comes out as a gold medalist and a silver medalist between Indonesia and their neighbor Singapore.
Yeah, two neighboring countries will battle it out here in the grand finals of the 3-second SEA Games. Of course, eyeing their sights into that gold medal. It is interesting to see who will be the first country to walk home and bring that gold medal to their country and make everybody proud, because of course the fans have been waiting.
Yeah.
The fans have been ecstatic as well, and I do see us maybe possibly going to a 3-map game, especially when it's you casting it, Jamal. We could even go to like 40 rounds, 42 rounds. Anything can happen. But of course, both of the teams, I like how they were able to recover from a shaky start in the group stage. Singapore was the 3rd seed, Indonesia as the 4th seed. And you said it yourself, when it comes to the playoffs, seeding doesn't even matter anymore. I mean, to a certain extent it does matter, because maybe you as the 1st seed will probably face a stronger, a less stronger opponent. But when it comes to best of ones, which we did assess in the group stage, best of ones don't really mean that much compared to the best of threes, which will really push the players to the limit, especially their stamina, their mental, and of course their resilience towards the maps that they're gonna play.
Yeah, and with a rocky start from Indonesia since the day one along a journey, but now they're in the grand final, and Singapore, they won against Vietnam in some good fashion. They really played well in the last series, so these two teams are deserved to be in the grand final. Indonesia or Singapore are your SEA Games Valorant champion. We'll find out soon. So if we're talking about the the map selection, I really exciting about the map selection. But okay, we're gonna see the player entrance first.
Đangបន្ទាប់សូមស្វាគមន៍ Frey ពីជម្រើសជាតិសង្ហបុរី និង Gamma ពីជម្រើសជាតិ Indonesia.
Please welcome Frey from Singapore and Gamma from Indonesia.
Và បន្ទាប់ទៀត Styron ពីសង្ហបុរី និង Asterisk ពី Indonesia.
And now, Styron from Indonesia and Asterisk from Indonesia.
Lotus នាងកញ្ញាជាបន្ទាប់ Nev ពីសង្ហបុរី និង More ពី Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nev from Singapore and Moray from Indonesia.
Đangបន្ទាប់ Vera ពីជម្រើសជាតិសង្ហបុរី និង Iyo ពីជម្រើសជាតិ Indonesia.
From Singapore, please welcome Vera and Eeyore from Indonesia.
Chỉ ចុងក្រោយសូមស្វាគមន៍ខូចរបស់ពួកគាត់ Answer ពីសង្ហបុរី និង Rosu ពី Indonesia.
And now, the talented coaches Arden from Singapore and Razu from Indonesia.
Sơn chụp rơi chiaទាំងពីរក្រុមរួមមានសង្ហបុរីនិងឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីឡើងទៅកាន់កន្លែងប្រកួតដើម្បីចាប់ផ្ដើមការប្រកួតវគ្គផ្ដាច់ព្រ័ត្ររបស់យើង
We would like to invite the Singapore and the Indonesia team to step on the stage for the grand finale.
ពេលនេះយើងខ្ញុំទាំងពីរសូមផ្ដល់ភារកិច្ចបន្ទាប់ទៅកាន់ caster ដ៏ស្រស់សង្ហារបស់យើង
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give the floor to our game casters. Good luck to the Singapore and the Indonesia team.
There you go. The players walk out from Indonesia and Singapore. There you go. There's Asterisk and Eeyore playing as the main roster for the grand final from Indonesia, and in the other hand, Singapore. They're not much different from the previous match. So yeah, we're expecting some high intensity match from both sides.
Yeah, this is going to be, as you said, a high intensity match, but of course the clash between the neighboring countries, and as we can see, the walkout truly means a lot to them because they are carrying the flags behind them, the country that they are proud of course, especially when it comes to a nationwide international competition in Valorant as well. They play video games for a living, and now they're making their country proud. This is something that we can highlight as well. But now let's jump into the matchup in which Indonesia and Singapore we could discuss, right? Indonesia looked very shaky in the group stage. They lost dominantly and heartbreakingly against Philippines in the 13 to obliteration, I'd say, in Haven. But they were able to pick themselves up. Against Singapore they did lose, but it was close in that overtime. They picked up another win against Malaysia, and they picked up a win against Cambodia. So they are indeed the 4th seed. Meanwhile, Singapore, they looked much more promising in the group stage, and nobody even expected Singapore to be in the finals, right? They are in conversation now to actually bring home that medal, and I do think Singapore does have the capacity to take down Indonesia, but Indonesia themselves looked very strong against Philippines. They ended the game in such a speed-running fashion. They were able to finish at 13-2, 13-1 in that playoffs semifinals, and now Singapore, they sure as hell should be scared of this Indonesian team. But I'm sure that the Singapore team and the players, they won't be that scared as well. They will be fearless coming into this matchup because they know themselves. They are very strong, right? In that matchup against Vietnam, Vera, Neff, everybody stepped up. Divine also was the clutcher for that team. So I feel like Singapore still has a big chance to bring it home. I feel like this is still 50-50 for both sides to actually bring home the gold medal to their country.
Yeah, I always mention Divine as a superstar. Not really superstar, but maybe someone underrated from Singapore because he's so many times, so many rounds saved by Divine. But yeah, one thing I noticed from Singapore is they improved throughout the whole tournament.
They improved
from
so
the
much.
beginning. The kind of shaky is only when by the individual performances, but as the time goes by through the tournament, Singapore really showed us some really good improvement, especially the last previous match on the semi-final versus Vietnam. They really showed us how much they were improved and won that series very convincingly.
Yeah, they did win the series against Vietnam in a convincing way. I feel like they showed what they were capable of, right? The potential that was not really conspicuous in the group stage. They were able to just maximize that against the match in their match against Vietnam, especially in that Ascent map. They were able to just dominate Vietnam in Fracture as well, which was seldomly played by them. And I thought that Vera would lay his hands on that Neon, but he was the Jet. So this is so insane coming from Singapore. And if we could talk about a little bit about the head-to-heads, I feel like Gemma would still be the most feared player because he has been consistent throughout the playoffs, with especially starting from that group stage run against Cambodia. He dropped like 30 kills. In the playoffs, he was also doing pretty well. But now Eeyore and Asterisk will play together, of course, the brains of this team. To push forward, and I feel like Rosify as the coach finally was able to discover and just find out the winning formula for this team, and that might be the addition and the combination of Rosify and Eeyore playing together. But of course, Singapore, they are filled with talented players. Like we're talking about Vera, Neff. These are players that are able to get the entry kills, making space as well for the team, taking space. And that is just so good. And now we do see the head-to-head.
Oh
It's
my god.
Styron against Gemma. See, We have been highlighting about Neff, Vera, Divine, but we can't also forget about Freya and Styron. And now Styron specifically, as the support of this team, the initiator, is able to rack up such high ACS. But Gemma, of course, is also as scary as Styron because he himself has been fragging so much, especially when he has his hands on that initiator. He used to be playing Cypher, but now he is with the initiators that are much more, involved in the gunfights. But of course, Indonesia, they still have some loopholes that Singapore could exploit, and I'm sure that once Indonesia does expose their mistakes, Singapore will just come biting towards them.
Yeah, I don't know how many times you've already seen Gemma faces on the head-to-head, or either a key player or MVP. This man is always be the spotlight. But okay, here we go. The lineup for Singapore: we have Divine, Afray, Styrian, Neff, and Vera. As you mentioned before, these guys are the talented player coming out from Singapore, and they come to this grand final to claim that gold medal title and be the champion.
I can't really wait for the game to start. I'm already having shivers all around my body. But of course, we have to wait for the players to set up. And yeah, lineup from Singapore. Singapore, I feel like, is the least... is the team that has the least changes, right? They don't really have changes even in their player lineup. And now we do see the starting lineup of the Indonesians, the red and white. We have Eeyore, Maria, Asterisk, Gemma, and Del B. The core of this team is so strong. And Maria just enjoying himself there, waving hi to the camera. Well, Eeyore looks very serious. And every time I look at Eeyore when he's serious, he's just like Eeyore McGregor, ready to just fight his way. He looks like he's ready to just bite someone, right? And that shows. That shows in his gameplay as well, right? He was the Killjoy playing at Lotus, but he was the one taking space for his team, right? He was pushing constantly. He was actively seeking for information, getting the entry kills in B side, in C side, in A side, everywhere around the map. He was present. He's like this omnipresent being that is always ready to fight. And now we see them having some smiles while they set up themselves. And here is your key player, indeed, Eeyore. I feel like, if I'm not mistaken, he did back both MVPs in that series against Philippines, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And he did with such a strong ACS, 236, 1.32 KD, and as well as a pretty good headshot percentage with a 23% with the Killjoy. He hasn't been playing much different roles, much different agents. He has been consistently on that Sentinel, on that Killjoy role. And yeah, he is that anchor that is strong, but when he needs to, he will not be afraid to push forward and look for information.
A very consistent player from Indonesia, Eeyore, proving himself. That's why he's always be the main roster for Indonesia. Because Indonesia really need that figures. He's calm, cold-blooded, and he always ready to punch back. And meanwhile, Singapore, they have Vera as their main duelist and the entry fragger with the 245 ACS and 18% headshot percentage, because if I'm not mistaken, Vera is so often using a shorty in a gunfight.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe that's one of the reason that Vera didn't have that much a headshot as many players. But yeah, Vera still do his job as entry fragger to open up the space and marching forward, leading the charge towards the side.
Yeah, I feel like that also attributes to his prowess with the operator, right? Because he is also the main operator of the Singaporean squad. So, of course, when you are indeed with an operator, you're not going to really aim for the head. You're just going to aim for the body, and that does one shot damage. So headshot percentage, I feel like, won't really matter to him as long as he takes space, as long as he gets the entry kills, and Singapore will be happy with it. But now we will see the map vetoes, in which Singapore will pick Ascent and Indonesia will pick Split. If we do need, and if it requires us to go to the third map, we will be headed towards Fracture. And if we talk about Ascent, this is Singapore's strongest map, right? They took down Vietnam with this map, and I'm pretty confused as to why Indonesia wouldn't ban this map. But I feel like Indonesia themselves is also confident playing in Ascent. Meanwhile, for Split, It is picked by Indonesia. We haven't seen much of Split, but Singapore did take down Cambodia in this map yesterday on the group stages. So I feel like they are going to just serve Indonesia, and they're like, yeah, let's just play in this map. Why not? Because we can also play this map. And the decider will be Fracture. So this is going to be one hell of a grand finals with the maps that we have. But I am still pretty sad that we haven't even seen Bind being played yet.
Yeah, there's no buy-in at all in this tournament. And look at the respect ban towards Lotus for Indonesia.
Yeah.
Singapore did insta-ban Lotus, and yeah, Haven. Oh, we know the last Haven Indonesia played was against Philippines, and it's 13-2. It's kind of bad memory. Maybe they have some PTSD, so yeah, they will not even give a chance to play in that map again. And yeah, the first two map is Ascent, the best Singapore map, and Split for Indonesia. We never seen Indonesia play this map before in this tournament, but here we go. The agent composition should be a mirror this current best composition.
Yeah, Jamal, I'm having goosebumps here. I'm feeling it, that this will be one hell of a match, and this is the current composition that most teams play in Ascent, right? We even saw Philippines and Vietnam play this exact composition. There isn't much of a difference and change or modification when it comes to the composition in Ascent, because probably this is one of the best. It gives you flexibility, it gives you entry, it gives you delay, it gives you holding power with that Killjoy, with that Omen, that Kid play aggressively, and with the KO in the hands of both the Nef and Asterisk. Really will bring that disabling tool to just stop the pushes coming, to stop Killjoy with her utilities. And Indonesia, of course, will start as defenders, while Singapore will attack the site first. And we will go and commence the grand finals with the first pistol round in the map.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The first pistol round, Indonesia versus Singapore. The first map of the grand final. 30 seconds. SEA Games Cambodia Valorant. And we already jump into the game. Indonesia playing as a defender, and Singapore will head into the attacker side. Vera leading the charge once again, activating the dash, but Moria answered with the shorty, but he needs to reload. Where's the threat? There you go, Asterisk. Fight back, punching back, but Sterion already with a triple kill. A shock dart kill to the Asterisk right in front of your face. 2 versus 3 now. Gamma, maybe it's some shock dart kill. More. Oh, with a right click, Yor takes down Sterion. And Gamma is so low, 31 HP. Nap, still the deal. And Singapore win the pistol round against Indonesia. They took the lead.
Ooh. That was pretty risky for Maria to play Shorty up close in Garden, but I feel like the read was perfect. He gets one, but not the second. And the backup was there from Asterisk, but he just falls short from the shock dart. Eeyore balls of steel to just jump down. But Nef, of course, just ends his life. And Singapore, their pistol round in Ascent has looked solid and flawless. And now, they are going to purchase themselves better guns compared to Indonesia that is forced to save up their money. The turret does some contact with the two players coming from short or cubby, which is Asterisk and Delby. Vera walks slowly as he struts towards B main. The contact from the turret does reveal his position. Staron with the shock dart. He looks for something. He looks for probably a player that could be posting up in lane, while Vera still smothers himself inside the smoke. It looks like Singapore will head towards B side as the smoke dissipates. They will prepare themselves with the drone coming from Styron, but Nef gets the first blood. Ooh. He edges out Delby in the head, and now Vera will try to close the switch. He does that so slightly strong as the Cloudburst closes out the vision coming from Spawn, but the recon is perfect. So does the kills coming from Singapore. Left, right, and center, they drop the bodies of the Indonesians, bagging it for the second round.
Sterion really playing out his mind. Every single utility that used by Sterion is just so impactful.
Two shock dart skill in like 2 rounds, right?
Yeah, 2 shock dart kills in a 2 round, and that recon to the backside, it's just winning them the round. minimalizing any casualties for Singapore. What a play from Sterion. And now even on the third round, he already has the Hunter Fury, the fast push. The early paranoia is thrown by Singapore, and now Farah will lead the charge once again. Nap, even with the first blood, your Farah on the stairs, but Gemma gets
Gemma.
2.
4v3.
It's 4v3 now. Spike is dropped. Farah, he already jumped into the side, but his teammates couldn't follow them. And look at Frey, the big flank from Frey, but Moria seems it. He's aware. He seems to know that Farah is lurking, and Moria even gets
Enemy
one.
remaining.
Esther is played close, but Farah wins the duel against Moria. 1 versus 2 now.
Moving ahead.
The recon.
Oh,
No!
fail.
Sterion missed the recon. Asteris, he could save his country. Ding onto Sterion, but Frey confirmed the third round for Singapore.
They make it look expensive, but it's not going to be expensive at all because Singapore is just building their economy. And this is a bonus round coming for Singapore. Gemma does get 2, but he doesn't even notice that Vera is already updraft and dashing towards stairs. And Asteris couldn't do much. He only dinks Styron. And the failed recon will be forgotten, because Singapore is able to plunder one more round from the hands of Indonesia. You know, Indonesia back with the minimalistic guns. They will do the Vision Striker strats, and Frey reads it perfectly, but Maria is able to reply with one more kill, while Vera steps his foot onto a site. And Neff will just break through the wall, or to the door rather. Vera, look at how aggressive he could be.
Spike planted.
Already flying towards heaven. He is the angel for Singapore. Neff even backs him up with another kill towards Eeyore. You know, it's just Maria and Gemma. Both will be taken down. Just Maria though. But finally, he does get taken down by Divine. 4-0. Singapore, a strong start. And we could also account this for the fact that Ascent is a defender-sided map. And they are able to bag 4 in the first 5 rounds.
Yeah, what a strong start from Singapore. All this aim, all these crispy shots just keep coming from them. Especially Sterion and Vera. Sterion, he just kept supporting Vera like a goddamn, like a goddamn angel. How they back up each other is just so flawless. And Indonesia, Coach Rosofai, thinking maybe he could, maybe he knows some gaps, a loophole in a Singaporean attack that Indonesia could have abused it.
Yeah,
That
I think
first
they could
tactical
abuse it.
timeout of the game.
And Singapore just looks so strong, right? They are not afraid to play aggressively, and they haven't even took mid control as much. If you notice, as the clock ticks again, Indonesia with the guns that they have. Delby Jamal does have the operator for this round, so it'll be interesting how Singapore will counter it. They do have the 0 point, they do have the recon, they do have the drone to just push him away probably.
Okay, this is the common setup right now in Defender Ascent. 1 operator and 1 Odin, especially so far playing B. And now they'll be with the operator. Will he land a shot? No, the jiggle is good. Okay, there's operator on the short. We just gonna smoke it and control mid. Say it's Singapore.
Careful.
As long as they have the aim and control in hand of Divine, I think they still can go to the short. Mid to A split. Sterion ready for drone. And the key is on Asteris. How long that you could lay this push coming from Singapore. Fragment out. 1 utility wasted. Singapore can take their time. They still have another 40 seconds to make this decision whether it's A or B, or they're just gonna go back, regroup, and go to the sudden push realize.
Yeah, and look at Vera now up in Cubby. You will see Asterisk. The first contact is there, but not the kill just quite yet. And there you go. Asterisk falls down. Decimated by Vera. Frey! He whiffs the shot and Theo will catch him. But look at Maria. He fails the spray as well. Back-to-back failures from both sides of the team. But Vera will be the victor of the duel, getting the site for free. It's a 2v4 situation. And Gemma will give his life towards Vera, leaving Eeyore alone, looming from the side. And Indonesia looked dilapidated as Singapore confirmed their fifth. The timeout is not gonna work. That was just so seamless from Singapore. Asterisk does get caught in the paranoia. He couldn't really do much. The timing was so perfect for Maria to swing, but he just didn't land the shot. And Vera, of course, as aggressive as he is, as aggressive as ever, always racking those multi-kills. And Indonesia now left stumbling.
That wave against the wave, both whiffing.
Yeah.
But with a different result, because Moria is whiffing at a more crucial moment. And now the push is expected. And now only Gemma, they can maybe still hold the side, but Nano push him away. Look at that control from Indonesia, pushing mid, and Vera dropped down to 80 HP. Indonesia will start to swarming with this handgun, Sheriff on hand, but Nap, look at how strong Nap is. The instant trade is there from Gemma. But no, the Sheriff shot landed perfectly.
What?
In the head of Singapore. How can they win this? It's 1v1. The flash is out, Morea.
Oh, so close.
So close to dying. Both low HP. Morea versus Therion. The timing. My God. Morea will he pick and Therion once again. Denied the thrifty for Indonesia. 6-0.
So close. I don't know why after that triple kill that they achieved, they just peeked out one by one. That was so close for Indonesia to confirm the 50 round. Neft got taken down by Gemma and so did Vera. And this was questionable. They were running by themselves into the pit. That was Tyron. And look at the timing here. He just flicks behind. Singapore engraving that lead even further. Indonesia, 4 ultimates ready. But Singapore, with the Hunter's Fury no less, will pop it up by Tyron. Eeyore does get tagged, he dies, but LB in the process gets Frey. It's a 4-on-4 situation now, as the lead is neutralized. Even playing ground for both sides. Singapore suddenly stepped their feet on the brake. They don't want to go so fast. They're going to prefer the slow route into A site. They're cutting noise. They're making Indonesia overthink this. But Asterisk, like a statue, doesn't even move a single inch. He senses it. He senses that Singapore is going to come and Asterisk will exploit the smoke to just come in and wrap inside it. Here goes the Singaporeans. They prepare themselves for a clash, for an attack. The Asterisk sprays them all down. Only gets 2. While Divine flies back. One more kill. As recon tag. Gemma swings by, maximizing the recon tag. Now it's 1v3 Styron. Will he clutch this again? Or will he fall? The Indonesians. Gemma knows where he is, so does Maria, and they kill him, taking him down while defusing the spike, confirming the first round for Indonesia. Finally, after not being able to get a single round for the first 7 rounds, confirm their first.
Oh, and all thanks to Asterisk using the smoke perfectly, spraying with the Phantom, takes down 2. And claim the first round for Indonesia. And now 1-6. Oh, this is still looking bad for Indonesia though, because Singapore just played perfectly well. Indonesia need more than just to play good. No, look at that. Moria just instantly shut down. And even Gemma take the chance But the instant trade from Prey. Singapore, they always bring the number. Their body system is just so unbreakable. 3 versus 4 now. They'll be waiting with his operator. But Sterion still hold the drone. He needs some flashes maybe.
Run.
He want to
the
claim the
lockdown.
first shot first. He have the Bloodstorm 2 in case he want to go aggressive, the flash and swing.
Oh!
But Nep was ready. Oh, the timing because the lockdown. It's almost popped off. And now from behind, Eeyore gets shut down. Delby could just save his operator and just escape from this pandemonium. Yeah, and then Delby, all the thing he have to do is just save this gun. But I think Singapore wants some more. They want to hunt this boy down. Delby, could you survive this paranoia out? Look at him go. Singapore surrounding Delby. 1 kill. Delby still want to dance around garden. And Singapore really want this kill. Singapore didn't want this operator to go for the next round. And there you go. Singapore stomping on Indonesia.
7-1. Look at what it's done to them. Back with the inferior guns compared to Singapore's. And this timing, I feel like he was also trying to anticipate the lockdown popping up, no? Because it was just 1 second left, so he had to run. But I feel like if he stick that just 1 more second, he could have gotten the kill, but I do feel like there won't be any much of a significant impact as well, because there are just 3 angry players coming into the side already. And now Indonesia left with pistols to fiddle with. They have to deal with the momentum Singapore has built.
Deploying drone.
They will try to expand their territory by just looking for information from Singapore. They fly the drone towards catwalk. Not seeing anyone yet, so they still are going to play with the slow tempo, cutting the noise off. Not much of a mayhem caused in the early round, because what we saw in the previous 4 or 5 rounds, they have been playing insane, and Singapore is just simply rushing into the site. As soon as Indonesia notices where they are, they cut the noise, they re-hit, and this is the same thing they've been doing, but they do it so seamlessly. It's just so good. And Asterisk even readies up his fragment, trying to spot someone out. As Asterisk jiggles left and right, he
30
does
seconds
see
left.
at least 1 player, and that is Prey. He will try to throw the fragment, but look at the no command. Singapore is not playing around. They will use it, even though Indonesia is on an eco. And Asterisk, he is caged inside. He cannot do anything. Lo and behold, Singapore just cracked the site wide open. Delby will come swinging in, but not for long because the kunai is just too dull. Maria does come in with the shorty, but Prey is just gonna spray down. Maria gets 2v3. It is winnable. But how are they gonna deal with this? They have to deal with the devil, and that is the Singaporeans that has set up a perfect crossfire. Eeyore is baited out while the recon stabs throughout Maria. What a transfer or attack team kill coming from Divine and Neff. And Singapore, they keep racking up these points. Indonesia left behind so far.
Indonesia had to catch up. They need to, closer the gap. They need to catch up 7th round. But we have only a few rounds before we go to the switching side. Operator bought by E. And now Singapore will play again with the fast tempo. Fragment maybe can delay. But Singapore, they're still completely fine with that. Look at Delby position. He hold that mid link. And in the support of Gamma, watching the mid top. But the drone will destroy this position. Ooh, Delby not spotted. Will he hold for that angle? But it seems that Frey know what is going on. Frey is not stepping cross. So there's nobody that's shown in a Delby face, in the Delby screen. Oh, the recon. Delby is spotted out. The dash in.
no,
He wants to
Delby.
take down Delby, but Gemma with the support. The flash from Moria. And even Gemma get the third. This man is a monster. 2 versus 4 now. Moria with one flash.
30 seconds left.
Destroying Singapore. And Frey, he's spotted. And Delby is looking for him. Divine left alone. And Moria suddenly is here. Second round for Indonesia. But still, it's kind of far to catch Singapore.
At least they're able to just get one more to close out the gap, but the gap is still huge for them. But that was such a good backup. Gemma was bleeding 18 HP, if I'm not mistaken. Still able to back Delby up with the Vandal, and that was actually a very good blind coming from Maria as well, right? It blinds Styron. And of course, Divine did live to tell the tale, but he couldn't really maximize the chance that he has. And now Delby back with the trusty operator. One-way smoke, quick fragment, impervious defense coming from Indonesia. As the 0 point will also tag the Singaporeans. They are yet to know where the players are. But we do see that there's nothing going on. And okay, Delby just does get a kill towards Vera. Good operator shot. As the From the Shadows is registered by Divine. Does he know Eeyore is here? He's waiting for him. He's waiting, and the devil is dead. That is Divine. As Snap makes it as a signal to push, but Gemma with the backup. The cavalry arrives as the paranoia is thrown, and the spike tumbles towards lane. It is in the hands of the Indonesians. Frey will use that operator, but the turret ever so slightly erected by Eeyore. He wants to swing, but Delby is sharper. With operator, Frey does get one, but Maria with the recon and the headshot confirms the round for Indonesia. 2 in a row. Can they make it 3?
Ooh. Indonesia, last 2 rounds, they were played so good, especially Gemma. With this backup towards Delby, the spearhead from Indonesia, and now Singapore had to call the timeout to maximize this first half to get as far as possible to get another round. But Indonesia, they kind of late to have the wake-up call, because you know, as you always mention, that this map is kind of defender-sided, so you want to take as many as possible when you're attacker, and if you're doing bad as defender, it's kind of hard when switching side. So that's what happened in Indonesia right now. Singapore, they played so well in the first half, and they want to even maximize it with this timeout.
They have to, because Indonesia is slowly catching up. Sure, the gap is still kind of lengthy for Indonesia to close it out, but Singapore, they can be lousy, and of course they want to call timeout as soon as possible because in the grand finals anything can happen. And now the recon from Styron will stick into 3. Oh, quick execute, but Eeyore is faster. Just catch Vera flying. There'll be 2 operators from Indonesia. Is able to stop the push. Instantly, Singapore scamper away from B side as the lockdown is completed. Frey is ready with his own lockdown as they will try to scavenge what's left of Frey. for Vera and Neff
Deploying drone.
that has died first, and that will push away Indonesia from the side. Delby gets another kill.
Last player
As
standing.
Divine pushes forward, Asterisk as well. Indonesia is impervious. They won't let Singapore knock this site down. Chocolates comes in. Schema will circle Styron. They circle him like sharks. And the sharks bite back as Indonesia gets the fourth.
Switching sides.
Indonesia, they fight back right before the switching set. And what a flick from Eeyore. This double up setup is doing more than we expected. And now, switching side, Singapore is playing defender now. Indonesia, they have so many homework to that defender on Ascent. But this is the new beginning. This is the new story. Will Indonesia move closer to Singapore, or will Singapore will close this map their map pick? And now Indonesia will just move forward towards short, and they'll be opening the dash, and Singapore, they just play full retake. They'll be dropped by 18 HP again with the shock dart. 3 players bleeding in the side of Indonesia, and look at Frey. He tried to lurk, but
The pistols!
inside Moria within Eeyore, he just completely destroying everybody in the side. Frey left alone. This man is a lurker that coming from short. Suddenly he have no friends. He has nobody. And the double hell setup. Indonesia want to fight back against this.
What do you say, drone? Ready to
This is a
send
good
you
sign for Indonesia. Winning the pistol round, a requirement, a prerequisite if you really want to mount that comeback. Chase Singapore from behind. And Indonesia did just that. Gemma once again stepping up when needed with 11 kills. And this is just so quick what was happening in Garden Maria, Eeyore Maria, back to back. As Gemma defends the Hell player from any sort of threat and harm. And now they will set their eyes on towards A site. Vera and Divine will be the guardians of that site. They will prepare themselves. The drone flies, looks for information. I think it does spot Divine. But look at Vera, he's left side. Nobody's noticed him, but he dies anyways to the hands of Eeyore, or Asterisk rather. Well, Delby chimes in for a second one for Indonesia. Spike is now planted. Singapore come caving in from mid. The 2 players, Styron, will come from B. So this is a long rotation, and Frey only has the shorty in hand. This does look like an exit round from Singapore. They can't do much about this. This is Indonesia most likely confirming their 6th round. As Eeyore, he probably wants to look for Frey, but not yet secured yet. The turret does get enacted, and Frey will be spotted out of the alarm bot. Ooh, the shooting range, the firing squad of Indonesia has arrived, leaving just Styron to die in the hands of the Spike explosion.
Man, Indonesia is back on the right track. With those Vandals, with those Bulldogs, Indonesia are looking for more. Look at Moria, 15 assists.
Oh,
He had in a 14 rounds. He have 15 assists.
True
A lot
support.
of work has been done by Moria, and now Indonesia, they might be want to play another fast. No, because 2 players are still hold in a B lobby, so they just gonna take the orb, going back to mid. Maybe they can play short again, or maybe mid to B. But the drone is spotted 1 player KO is spotted playing market. Nap with this favorite gun, Guardian, dealing so much damage throughout the entire tournament. And now Indonesia, they walking slowly to the A side. Two players are standby from Singapore. They prepared and Divine. Look at that shot from Divine. Beautiful done. And now they, trading flashes, but Eeyore couldn't get anybody except one. And Vera, strong hold in the A side. Singapore was prepared for that.
What a shot. And I thought that he used the Guardian because of that one tap. It just decimates the whole push coming from Indonesia. They had to stop for a while to process that headshot. So Singapore, courtesy of Divine, was able to stop the push happening consecutively. And now Delby does get spot out by the 0 point. The recon from Gemma will clear mid-site, but Delby just comes rushing in. He sprays down, gets sprayed as Neff refrags for that. Pays the death of his teammate. As a 4-on-4 situation ensues, Divine, he's smoking. The timing is not perfect, and Maria gets the swing. He catches Divine off guard, while Vera is left to do the heavy lifting. Indonesia blow the water, and now Vera left alone. He is just prey in the eyes of the predators, and that is Indonesia with 2 kills in hand. But Styron has something to say about it. He flies the drone as the main source of information. The 0 point connects, but he knows he can't penetrate that wall. As they double peek the Styron. Ooh, so close. Thankfully, Asterisk is able to pull one back, and Indonesia 7-9.
Close round. Indonesia, even though they're fighting back, but look at all this round that Indonesia winning. Especially that round, it was a close round. It's a good sign, but still, Singapore, they still want to hold Indonesia back. And the second tactical timeout is called by Rosify. This is the last tactical timeout. If we don't go to the overtime, maybe he has so many things to say to the players, because you're not winning that real round, the gunfight really well. Something is missing. Some puzzle is still not good enough. Some set piece isn't perfect. So maybe they may fix something. And side of Singapore, I think they just played like before. They just play like keep bringing numbers layer after layers, and Indonesia have to deal with it. All these players, I can feel the tension from all these players that playing today, especially Indonesia. They come a long way since losses from the group stage, and now Singapore, they had to do the mix by. Look at is it the judge? Frey is using the judge for the holding B side. Yeah. And Sterion, this man know that he has to make a play. Ooh, ding on to Eeyore. 10 HP left.
What a
With
shot.
this mix by, I think Singapore will play more aggressive. And Sterion shows that the sign of aggression coming from Singapore. Indonesia, they just gonna took their time, realize.
Yeah, they are just gonna buy themselves some time, as Eeyore is scathed. 10 HP left. Not much to work with. Singapore, good push. Coming from Styron to just scar Eeyore in the process. As they set themselves to a B hit,
30
and
seconds
Indonesia
left.
is preparing themselves to just come by and swing. It's up to Frey to do everything by himself, as he doesn't even have any utils to play with, and he's just gonna depend on his position. He does get the judge kill. That is so good coming from Frey. Can he pick up the Phantom? Not yet.
10 seconds left.
Gemma gets the Vine on the other side of the map. Frey is still alive. He's still alive and running. And he gets another kill with the judge. Frey is doing God's work. They have to deal with the devil, and that is Frey, who has picked up a gun in his hand. Maria gets a refrag, and Eeyore just does come chiming in,
Bomb grenade out.
leaving Frey with 5 HP. And a Vandal to work with. He does get 1 kill, triple kill secured, and lockdown. He's
no
contemplating
way.
it, but I don't think he's gonna use it because he's so extremely low, as Maria will just stab him. And he will send Frey to meet his maker. 8-9 Indonesia. Just reduce the gap to just 1 round.
Ooh, that split-second decision for Frey to whether he has to use lockdown or not. That split second after the kill onto Eeyore.
My ultimate is
Look
ready.
at this. Nope. I think not.
Yeah, he was thinking about it.
He was thinking about it. And yeah, 8-9. Indonesia charging back. This default 3 controlling a main and 2 just playing on the B lobby, waiting and trading utilities. They'll be. I don't think that Indonesia will go in this time because they still have a lot of time. But Farah is already bought an operator, playing in short. This is scary for Indonesia. The defense setup, Odin and operator, and Farah is not shoot. So Indonesia, they still didn't hear any operator sound. Do they realize
Bomb grenade
that Farah is using operator? But oh, look at that spray! Odin wall bang, and the Pioneer move is out, but Gamma already inside. Ooh, look at that pick, and Gamma gets the triple. The trade is coming from Nap, but Nap's looking for more. Spike is dropped.
down B.
2 versus 2 now. 30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds left.
But Nap, this guy is a monster. He have the ult. No comments ready. They'll be planting the spike. The 2 players from Indonesia are both low. Nap walking slowly towards lane. 2 players from Indonesia are waiting. Look at the best or pick. The trade is there from Moria. 1v1 situation. Ooh, Shroud step
so
out.
close.
Shroud step out and Divine shoot nowhere. Moria is but the swing. He whiffed in a crucial moment. Singapore take the double digits.
Oh my god. I thought Maria was just gonna play the time there, but he does get eager to take the peak. And Divine, good repositioning to just swing back and just respond and react to the spray that Maria did. And what's better for Singapore is that they have 5 ultimates ready. But Indonesia did hurt their economy. But still, Singapore will take this with everything they can. Lockdown Hunter's Fury could be game-changing for these type of situations. And Indonesia will come and rush towards side. Frey doesn't even know that Dolby is in front of his very eyes. And the Hunter's Fury comes out. The pop flash from Nef will try to present himself towards the Indonesian squad. 2 kills for him as he still survives in log. Gemma comes and probably restores this lead.
Bomb grenade out. One enemy remaining.
With the Guardian, he
Spike
answers
planted.
back. And Eeyore is laid to rest. While Styron tries to clutch this. He has a bigger fish to fry, and that is Delby with Gemma. I'll try to wallbang this. Recon is ready, gets the Vandal even. Let's see what he has in his repertoire. He does get the kill towards Gemma. Recon is ready. Delby is waiting. Styron is half HP. Delby, will he take the peak? While the time ticks. Time is of the essence. Styron has to go now if he wants to win this round, and he does! Styron gets the triple kill. But is there time?
Yes.
Is there time for Singapore? There is! by the skin of his teeth. Styron wins the round. Hook, line, and sinker. Indonesia falter once more. In the hands of the marksman. That is Styron.
Ice cold.
Enemy remaining.
Starion once again.
God.
Saving the entire country. With his play, 1v2, the perfect clutch from Starion. And even forcing Indonesia to play eco in this round.
Oh, they can confirm match point at this point.
Yep, there's no Bloodstorm. All they have to do is using the lockdown or maybe play some, outnumbered Singapore. They'll be using Stinger in his hand. Maybe the flash dash can work. Look at that, the swing, but they'll be kind of whiff. Only bring Nap to the 33 HP. They'll be want some more, but Vera is waiting in A main with his operator, and look at the spray through the smoke. Vera is still waiting. The peek from above the box, and the lockdown is used. Wine, there is still a little gap on Wine, but Delby still repeat. Nap is down. Two players got detained. Vera with Divine playing on Wine. Indonesia knew there's two players in Wine. Shroud step out. And the counter lockdown. So Indonesia have to move to Wine. Spray through the smoke. The Divine goes down. Vera with the double shorty. Not the second one. Just good for one. 2 versus 2 now. Moria held the operator on the step to cross, but Frey comes with Judge with the Nano Swarm. Game of 4 HP left, and Singapore claims the match point.
Our first match point for this. Singapore played that to perfection. They knew the gap that presented itself up in Wine, and they just maximized that. They were able to use it. And that just left Indonesia crumbling. And now it's theirs for the taking. They could confirm map 1 here. Right here, right now. And Singapore looks so strong. Vera equipped with the operator, the long lethal stick. While Delby pushes forward. Nav, he does die to Delby, who in turn pushes forward as well. His time is now. Well, Vera pushes up front towards B main. Eeyore is just crouching and crouching, waiting for any possible timing. But does Maria know? Does Maria know there is Vera posting up close? Gemma will surely drone this, won't he? He will. Extra cautious measure taken by the Indonesians, while Gemma is not afraid of marching in towards B-side. Vera up in lane. As he gets the kill, he does. Flicks up to Maria. Looks for the second one, he gets it. Looks for the third. It was very close for him. Delby answers. Frey was stronger. Gemma is just with an HP. Dies to the Molotov, to the Nano Swarm, and he gets the triple kill, and Singapore confirmed map 1. While Indonesia bowed down to their neighbor in their first map, and in the map that was picked by Singapore, they lose. And Singapore one more game, one more map, to grasping their hand towards that gold medal.
Ooh, Singapore coming in hot, as indeed Ascent is their strongest map throughout this entire tournament. And yeah, what a map. Once again, proving us that this map should be banned if you're facing up against Singapore. There's no way. They just so good in this map. And Indonesia, they have to bow down, like you mentioned before, one map away from for Singapore to claim the highest title in the Southeast Asia, the gold medal. But they have still win another map. This is not over. Indonesia, they still have a chance, but there's no room for mistakes anymore. They cannot afford to lose any single round. Every ammo just matter. Every buy, every utility does matter. But we have to prepare for another map, so don't go anywhere. Stick with us in 30 seconds. SEA Games Cambodia Valorant. Be right back. Welcome back everyone to 30-second SEA Games Cambodia Valorant with me Journalism Cast and Realize as your caster for today's grand final. Indonesia heading against Singapore, and we're heading into the second map, Split. What do you think, Realize, about the second map?
Yeah, Split is a map that Indonesia picked, of course, but the bad news for them is that Singapore is equally as good in Split, right? Because they were able to take down Cambodia yesterday, and Cambodia, I think they did pretty well as well in Split. And yesterday we saw the likes of Divine, Vera, Neff, they were all online clutching. And I think the momentum here is 100% in the side of Singapore, right? They are already in flames, fired up, ready to serve, ready to hit from every possible angle. And Indonesia should be careful because their tournament lives, it's on the line now. Still, even if they lose, they will bring home the silver medal. But I feel like when you have reached the grand final, of course, you will give your heart and soul to get that gold medal. But Singapore, they have performed very, very good, excellent. In fact, in that first map, they were everywhere around the map, pushing Indonesia to the limit. They made Indonesia uncomfortable with the utilities that were set up by Frey, the flashes coming in, the support towards Vera given. But I gotta give it to Styron for that fantastic clutch. That guy is so cold, as cool as a cucumber. He was able to clutch it, give Singapore their round, and Indonesia has a new devil to deal with.
Yep, Styron definitely the MVP of the map number 1. But we're gonna move on, and we're gonna see some both so far the MVP for each country. Gemma and Styrian with a similar combat score, 163 and 270. But Styrian, this man since the pistol round just dealing so much damage, and the impact of every utility that's thrown by this man, it's just so amazing to see.
Yeah. We've been talking about Vera, right? Vera, Neff, Frey, Divine, but I feel like now we have to give credit where it's due, and it is due now because Styron performed very well in that map. Gemma only comes short with a margin of 7 score in the average combat score, but Styron was the savior for Singapore in that round, in round 18 or 19 if I'm not mistaken. That clutch was so good. I think it just broke the mental of Indonesia, to be honest, because after that the momentum kept on rolling for Singapore. And Singapore, that was a well-deserved map 1 win. And now we will see the scoreboard, of course. 13-8 Ascent goes to the pockets of Singapore. One more round to secure that gold medal for them. But Split will be the tall fortress, the humongous wall that Singapore needs to knock down before they can finally lay claim to that gold medal.
Yeah, we are here to witness the history that probably be made for either Singapore or Indonesia. We're heading into possibly the last map of the entire tournament, and we're gonna see some Viper coming from the side of Indonesia. And look at the chance, look at the pep talk, Coach Rosafai leading them to the second map. And Singapore, they look like okay, let's chill a bit, we're just gonna play our gameplay, we just play like we used to and win the gold medal.
Yeah, of course, Singapore has looked very cold, and now Sayo is subbing in after he did not yet play in the grand final. He is going to play, and we will look at the head-to-head. Divine, of course, the ever so trusty player from Singapore with 176 ACS, but Sayo will stand in his way. Sayo was still able to get his groove back. He did underperform severely in that first 2 or 3 group stage matches, but in the last day he was able to back it up, pull it back, and just perform slightly better. And he did carry Indonesia in a few of those losses, and now is his time to shine again. It's his time to prove that he is worthy to be in this lineup, and I feel like he is worthy. He is a fantastic player. But Divine, on the other hand, he has been doing wonders for Singapore, and we are going to get into the game shortly as Rosafai still just discusses the strats that they want to use. And this Singapore squad just looks so scary, looks so strong, looks so solid, and they are eyeing that gold medal. They are
scary indeed. And I still wondering it's maybe Asterisk who gets up out by Asayo, because Eeyore is still playing, and we see the LB Gemma, Asayo, and Asterisk is still playing. So Morea is the one who gets replaced by Asayo.
Yeah.
Okay. Split is maybe the last map that we are gonna witness who is the gold medalist for this event. We're still waiting to know the agent composition, but we already have the spoiler that Viper is coming out from Indonesia. What do you think the best split composition right now? I realize.
Yeah, I think it's already meta, right? Viper and Split, just so many control you can get, so many delays with that toxic screen, with that snake bite, the poison cloud. Viper Split usually going to be used to nullify the mid control, because mid control is so important, especially in split. And I feel like two smoker compositions coming is something that we could expect as well. Astra Viper has always been the case for the teams playing in split. But if we did take a look at Singapore's yesterday's game against Cambodia, they did bring Vera with that jet, and he did do his best, and he was able to really rack up the kills. For Neff as well, they are still using the Sage. I really want to see a little bit more variation, you know, because I haven't really seen Breach being played in split in this tournament yet. I think Indonesia will give Delby his raise, but his jet will still be viable. The compositions variations are endless, and Sage, I am still in favor of Sage in split, but if you can substitute it with the two smokers from Astra and Viper, I think it is still going to give much more of a significance compared to a Sage, because a Sage wall you can just break it, but the delay coming from Astra Viper is just way too immense for you to handle. And now we will see and have a look at the Asian compositions, and we are right, where we will see Indonesia getting those two smokers in the hands of Sayo and Asterisk, while Singapore will give Vera his raise and still with the traditional Sage composition in the hands of Neff.
Yeah, both using a Cypher as the main sentinel. Meanwhile, Singapore still using Sage for the mid control and for the delay. Meanwhile, Indonesia is using Viper, Astra. The rest, Cypher and Raze is the same. Yeah, both using one duelist. Raze, I think Raze is still the best duelist in this game, because of the pen shell is so viable for every condition. There is so many conditions that you can use that pen shell, and you know, just throw away your nade and you got something from it. And we're gonna head into the game 20 seconds before the second map, split picked by Indonesia. Realize,
yeah, do or die for Indonesia. Will they be able to rise from the ruins? That group stage run was disastrous, but they made it. They were on the edge of elimination, and now they are on the edge of tumbling that gold medal and ceding it to Singapore. Will the Garudas bite back? Styron with the Trailblazer spots a few players. Eeyore gets the entry frag towards Vera. Eagerness from him to push, but Eeyore was there to punish. Was Tyron taken down to 60 HP. Can still ask for Neff to heal him, while Neff himself will not purchase the wall. 25 light shield on his body. Eeyore is also low HP, no regrowth coming from Gemma, so he will have to deal with it. While Indonesia still tiptoeing unnoticed towards the B side, and they could walk to a trap. They could walk to a bunch of players stacking in B side. The flash will confirm that Indonesia is in the garden or garage area, excuse me, but they will still come by. Gemma gets the entry towards Tyron, while Frey can't hold his line. And the Indonesia squad line up the kills, leaving Neff alone in this 1v5. Not much that he could do. Gets tagged with a spy cam. And Neff, confused as to what his next actions will be. He'll walk up forward towards heaven, while Delby waits in hell. I don't know what he is gonna do. Maybe get a few exit frags or just save the armor for next round, but still the economy is just not that good. He gets a kill towards Gemma, but Delby will finish him, lay him to rest, and Indonesia confirm their first pistol round.
oh, what a pistol round from Indonesia. And Singapore, they're a little bit too aggressive with that move, that beam and control. Even used the Trailblazer for that push, but they were not ready for the swing, because the Sky is still holding the Trailblazer, and now Indonesia since the beginning took the advantage. It outnumbered Singapore, and no wonder that they can win in this pistol round, because you know, I think Singapore just a little bit too aggressive in the beginning. And Oh, okay. Technical pause.
This is
A
the first
room
technical
for
pause.
breathing to us. But yeah, you know, good thing comes to those who wait. So yeah, we're just gonna wait a bit till
Yeah.
the match is resumed. But yeah, this pistol round is looking so convincingly good from Indonesia. As we know, Split is slightly defender-sided real life.
I think it's still one of the most defender-sided maps possible. And we do see, the athletes from Indonesia rallying behind, supporting this final match. Of course, they have a lot of people that are in their backs, pushing them to get that gold. But Singapore is that taller mountain that is in front of their very eyes. And if we did see the pistol round, it was just over aggression coming from Vera. I feel like he was trying to get one or two because he knows the way Eeyore plays is that he just flanks most of the times. But that catch from Vera did fail. He did get like a few tags, but just not maximized by Singapore to follow up the kills. While Singapore now, it's still early to judge because we are still one round in a progression. So we are going to wait for the technical timeout to resume and get dealt with. Because Indonesia, that pistol round looked very solid. They got a few kills. They just cut the noise. Still able to maybe look for further advantages. They did peek out towards mid. They did try to scan other possible other possible
Yeah.
sites, but they just didn't want that. They just cut the noise, re-hit, and it bore them the fruit that they had, which is the pistol round that they get. And this sets Indonesia up for success because now they have at least guns that could confirm their second round. But we know, the sheriff coming from the Singaporean players, it's just as scary as the pistol rounds, and you could just possibly eat them from inside. And we do see Neff with the sheriff equipped in his hand.
Yeah, double shorty, the Frey and Styrian. Maybe Singapore wants to play some, taking side, play with the quantity, but I don't really see that quantity is enough. 3 people holding B Haven. And look at that Viper screen. Look at that Viper screen. Okay, that's interesting.
Unique. That's unique from
Yeah.
Sayo.
That's unique. I've seen that before from, I don't really remember. I think it's on the Visit Pacific, but it's failed miserably. So yeah, let's see if this Sayo screen is enough. Oh, nap!
See, I
Double
told you.
tap to get that hat from Gemma. Asterisk may pick up the gun because he's only using Ghost. Yep, he's pick up the Spectre now. And Indonesia already lose the sky because of the sheriff in hand of Nap. This man is sharp. And Indonesia just controlling mid. They just gonna walk slow by. Passing a mid. And which way do they wanna go? Either it's Fan or Heaven B. The Sky Flash. Claiming some information to know. But Frey using the shorty. Oh, Frey! Oh my god! It's a free kill towards Eeyore. The frag is there, but Frey's still alive. It's 2. That's more than enough to at least scratch the Indonesian economy. Styrian playing in elbow. Plan is there, but Styrian maybe can cancel this plan. The nade is out, even Styrian gets the kill. My god, Sayu is left alone. The double
There you
swing
go.
from Divine and Farah. We didn't see that coming. Thrifty from Singapore.
Just like the script, Indonesia, they concede another thrifty round coming from Singapore. Singapore's thrifty round is just so scary, Jamal. Like, they keep getting away with this. Look at Eeyore just walking obliviously. going past Frey, and Frey picks up the Spectre, gets 2 kills. But it was all orchestrated by Neff
One enemy remaining.
with that Sheriff entry kill. That first blood he draws upon Indonesia. And now it is looking scary for Indonesia. Singapore. One more round on the board. And here they go. Indonesia is the ones forced to minimize thereby. LB just comes swinging in with the Spectre. He fails to get Neff, and Neff will erect that wall. Well, as Asterisk will just die to this pain shell. No, he still survives. And Eeyore gets 1 tap, but gets the 1 tap towards Neff. Well, Vera gets another big frag. Vera gets a 2, gets 2 kills. Excuse me, swings up for more. Over eagerness, lands him a triple kill, and Styron will finish the job. Singapore gets 2 in the scoreboard. Indonesia wanted to hasten the tempo a little bit more, but it just didn't work out. Even Gemma was trying to recuperate Asterisk from that pain shell damage, but Vera was the Goliath standing in front of the male area on the map.
One enemy
That
remaining.
wall, that sage wall on Maelstrom just so annoying, especially when you only have the handgun. It takes a lot of time to break it down, and you can stand on the wall, picking some head, and Indonesia another buy round. This is some real round. Both are using the same gun except Neff. With operators, this stage is holding operator, picking a B main, and Sayu is the one who hold the B main. So we're gonna see some slow tempo coming from Indonesia, but DLB is get caught. Oh no, Vera, chill. The nade is bouncing around, and Starion got your, and now Indonesia is in big trouble. They still have the spike, but they just keep getting caught. 3 versus 5 now. Again, how do you go into the site in this map without your duelist? The bird is flying. Frey claim another kill. Play inside the smoke, and Frey maybe picks up for another. The cage is here. Oh, look at that cage!
Frey!
Saya couldn't see Frey, but Frey have some another free kill. Nap close the 3rd round for Singapore.
Yeah,
Is it
Singapore.
over?
I don't know, Indonesia looks so clueless. They look like they're trying to do something, but Singapore just reads them perfectly. Vera was ready to take this duel. And he even peeks for another one alongside Styron. Just so well read by the Singaporeans.
One enemy remaining.
And now, it is Indonesia's match to lose. As Singaporeans, or the Singaporeans does have a moment of respite. Timeout directly for Indonesia because they are again in the eco cycle, that a limbo of death that awaits them. Struggling to get even one round after that pistol round. That pistol round looked promising, Jamal. They were able to get a flawless pistol round. I mean, at the end of the day, Neff did get one, so they only lost one. They did buy for the next round, but when we said that Singapore was able to get the Thrifty, they did. And that Thrifty just snowballed into this lead that Singapore has right now. Look at their economy. Frey is on 5k. Even Vera is on 7k. He can buy, I think for the next 2 or 3 rounds, the rebuys will keep on coming for Singapore.
Yep.
And here they go with the neural theft and the resurrection that could potentially change the entire course of the game. And Indonesia again eager to attack, but look at Neff. He's gonna just peek out. Vera gets the kill. He gets flashed, but the wall is interesting. It gets Asterisk a kill towards Vera. And they're gonna collect that Vandal, or Phantom rather, left by Vera. Well, Del B did die in the process. Neff could just probably walk back to mid and resurrect, but the Phantom has been salvaged by Eeyore to lead the army of the red and white to
They
possibly
can resurrect.
attack towards A. He can resurrect. He can bring back Vera to life, but Vera only doesn't even have a gun now.
Yeah.
It's handed up to Eeyore. Styron will just put Kema down. Laid to rest. Divine is still the danger looming in the backside. Indonesia is not aware of him. Eeyore gets the kill. Looking for Styron. Divine gets one, but not for good for more. Neff will resurrect
30
Vera.
seconds left. Spike planted.
Even Eeyore gets another kill. 2v2. This time Neff with the operator. Vera has the showstopper. If he wants to use it now, he can. Pain shell towards elbow, trying to zone out the players of Indonesia. Showstopper comes in, checks close, nobody is there, and Asterisk has to face his death, and he does die to the showstopper, leaving Eeyore having to clutch this one. He's playing with the time, he's playing with the trigger discipline. Triple kill is secured. It's 1v1 Vera. Can he bring this back with the shorty in his hand? And he does! Triple kill for Vera. Singapore lead again. Eeyore having to concede that, and Singapore rekindle the lead that they almost
Here.
let go of. And Eeyore will join Asterisk in the grave as they fail to yet again secure another possible 50 round.
That is the definition of the right man on right place. Nap is resurrecting the right person to go.
Yeah.
Even though you said that
Remaining.
Vera even have a gun, but who needs a gun when you have showstopper? And that shorty kill close the round. Oh, wait, Nap taken down in the early stage of the round. Indonesia, they need something to do. They need to break this solid wall coming from Singapore.
There.
And Singapore, look at the push. The B main push. And they try to, minimize the map control for Indonesia. But Frey left alone in the screen inside. He may be asking for help. He's still playing with his camera. But now, this is the time to shine for Frey. Once again, he tested. Will he pass this test?
LB!
Frey just get jumped down by the LB. No fight back. And
Spike
Divine
planted.
throwing the trap wire. You're in a good position. That off angle is kind of cheeky because Sayu can swings to refrag, but Divine gets claim one. Sayu with the refrag, shutting Singapore down. 2 versus 4 now. Vera, not much that he can do except with the miraculous aim, but no today. It's all on Styrian. Maybe one kill, but the plan is for heaven. Styrian should be not expecting that the one is on his side. Singapore lose the round.
Well, that was a very good entry from Delby to catch Frey from on top of him. The Indonesians do get another chance to closing out the gap, make it a little bit more tight. But your perfect read from him. He does lose the duel against Divine. Divine is just
remaining.
so scary. Every player of the Singaporean squad is scary. The aim they have is just way too strong. And we hear the cue from the showstopper. It catches Neff. He gets sent to the grave by that mega huge rocket. Everything's coming up roses for Indonesia. Sayu confirm another kill, and Delpy does so as well. And they crack the site open as they get their hands on B site, leaving Styron and Vera
Spike planted.
in the 5v2, Jamal.
Oh, this is gloomy for Singapore. Indonesia finding the formula to go into the side. They just rush in. They're too slow for the past 5 rounds. Once they get fired up, they just tap into the side and claim every kill that possible, plant the spike and play the close post plant. Singapore, they will lose another round, and Indonesia, with the perfect entry from Delby, they will take these 5 guns to the next round. There's not even an exit frag coming from Singapore, so Indonesia is catching up 4-3 now, and Singaporean economy, it's not that good.
Yep. The Singaporean side, the economy is still a little bit oppressed.
Right there.
While Indonesia tried to really restore themselves. They have the Viper Spit, they have the Cosmic Divide, 2 possible post-plant situations that they can maximize. And the cam from Eeyore with the Cyber Cage lineup, it just blocks the vision, and Frey up in heaven, satchels from Delby gets revealed and it gets stacked. Frey, perfect usage of the cam and the trapwire. It's also gonna catch Gemma while Vera tries to swing and maximize it. But no one dies aside from Delby just yet. Look at the neural theft. It does reveal the position of these players. The Viper Spit is just way too poisonous for the Singaporeans to go through, but Frey doesn't even care. He doesn't give a damn as he gets the third one. Even Neff and Divine follows up the tabs. Singapore claim back their land. And Indonesia, in the blink of an eye, gets obliterated. That is preposterous from Singapore.
That one ultimate to counter every single setup that Indonesia has used. One seeker to seek every single member of Indonesia.
Yeah, but look at Frey. He doesn't even care. He just pushes through the Viper's pit, gets 2.
Yeah.
This guy is
because
insane.
He just following the seeker.
Yeah.
When
true.
the seeker get destroyed, you know, Indonesia wasn't really ready for that fight.
Yeah, that was smart.
Because they just destroying seeker and their crosshair is not in a good position. They need to recover first, and that's when Singapore strike. Indonesia now. They up. Oh, Delby again with a good entry kill. Indonesia once again claiming the side, fast and quick. But how can they? Oh, Frey! Nasty shot, even more. No, Gamma shit, no. And Vera is already on the elbow, but taken down by Sayo because he played lonely. He took the gamble, and maybe Nap is gonna follow their fellow teammates to the graveyard because he's alone, and Gamma might cut his movement. Gamma is waiting for you, but Nap is ready for that. But maybe Nap is still alive for the next round, but not for the point. The round goes to Indonesia.
Yeah.
It's 5-4.
Another round in their bags, and Delby will not allow Neff to die in the hands of the explosion of the spike. Indonesia slowly but surely trailing behind Singapore. Singapore now will bring out the big guns. Neff equipped with Upwader again, but this flick from Frey. Frey has been rock solid in this A site. It tried everything it could to push out the Indonesians away from the site. But Delby again and again with his entry kills. So valuable for the Indonesian squad.
Who's got the snacks?
And now, Singapore, they have to be cautious of Indonesia because Indonesia is closing the gap. And timeout taken as the screen turns gray. Time freezes, so does the players with their minds tested on what they could possibly do for the next couple of rounds. Singapore, though, this time will be the ones taking the timeout. They do need some sort of answer to address this entry coming from Delby, because sure, you can't always depend on Frey. Delby with the race is just so oppressive, satcheling through, destroying the tripwires. Sure, once or twice, Frey can get, the tags coming towards Delby, but they need something to address this raise. And they will be able to seek for their answer maybe in this round.
Delby is, kind of fired up in the last a couple of rounds.
Yeah.
With those entry kills. That is so important. That is what Indonesia needed to break the solid defense of Singapore. And now Trailblazer checking mail, checking vents. But still, the key is on this boy. Will Delby claim another entry? But, Delby still needs some support for the teammates like Flash or, like a Gravity Well or Nova Pulse. Because Singapore, they were ready. Divine, Flash ready, Paranoia thrown out. But the counter Flash, Divine, he's still alive, but Nap are looking for any casualty with his operator. He forced to move away, and even Delby claimed the first entry with the nade. Divine, he can't stand any longer.
30 seconds left.
3 versus 2 now. Frey and Sterion. Sterion still have one flash. Maybe this flash can do. Oh, the spike is dropped. Frey follow up. Delby with the trade. It's 1v1. Frey swing first and claims the kill. Delby was not ready for that swing. Frey with the swing of the victory and even rescue the operator back in hand.
I love how every player in Singapore, in the Singapore squad, is always stepping up when needed, and this time it's Frey. It's Frey that's stealing the spotlight, and this is just so good from him, winning the 1v1. Delby did get Styron, but Frey with the quick response punches Delby back to death. Ooh, Nav! He's not dead! Styron saves his life! That was perfect! And Neff still wants to peek. Showstopper is in! Doesn't catch anyone! The kill keeps on coming! But it's Indonesia that loses the round! Singapore respond to Indonesia's fast tempo. And they respond without even breaking a single sweat. Wow, that was so quick.
They want to surprise with that tempo, but somehow Singapore was ready.
Yeah, Neff was saved. I don't know how he was fully blinded, and even with that gravity well put down by Asterisk, it was 100% given towards Delby, but he just fails to get the kill, and good backup though coming from Styron.
Yep. That backup from Sterion to save his teammates is just on point. Again, Singapore, a buddy system, is just on another level. Look at them go. And I really think this, this toxic screen is due the big impact from Sayo. I don't see any big function coming out from that screen. Instead, what I see is this Sage is doing so much impact. The Paranoia out now. Indonesia building some attacks through the Heaven B. Divine looking for the momentum. The swing, the double kill. Divine still alive. Even the third one, Divine. The monster is waking up.
Oh my god.
Switching sides.
This is just obliteration. Divine survived. This is actually a very, very good cyber cage from Frey. It gives space for Divine to reposition himself. Gets 3 kills, and I feel like that is already communicated by the Singaporean players. I think at least between Divine and Frey to play behind the cyber cage gives him room for movement. And Delby doesn't even notice that Divine is there. The Showstopper just does. Yeah, it does get one, but not much needed. Singapore now. This is Indonesia's game to lose. Singapore grasping this opportunity, grasping the potential of getting the gold medal. 10 fingertips grasp. Because they don't want to let this slip. They don't want to fumble this opportunity. Carrying the hopes beneath their backs. So now the spike will be able to get ushered towards mid. They will try to escort this as Tyron will wait for the timing. As Singapore with minimum noise, they tiptoe unnoticed towards male. Delby will get the information. The flash comes in as Vera will entry towards the site. They get the kill, but Sayo and Asterisk will reply with 2 more. But Frey is already inside heaven. They
seconds
know
left.
that Eeyore is here. They saw a glimpse of him, and the camera will confirm that Singapore has indeed stormed into the site. 2v4 retake situation, Jamal.
Spike
Yep,
planted.
Gemma. They throw the flash to the screen. He knows.
Frey, look at Frey.
They know. But Frey, the timing.
Whoa!
Gemma low, but Gemma look behind. But still, Gemma couldn't finish him off. Frey on heaven, but still there's a cam from Eeyore. Sterion looking for a kill.
No way!
Asterisk is down 2 versus 2 now. Sterion is left alive. No, he still left the trailblazer, but Frey coming for the backup.
Oh my god!
This deadly duo is just unstoppable. 2 versus 4, but Indonesia can't even stand a chance.
Singapore, that was so good. 2v4. They bring that back from the death. Frey, his movement so far in this map, let alone in this map, this series, has been so immensely good, impactful. And Frey stepping up when needed. Singapore looks so strong. This team is not here to joke around. And now the flash will be able to at least look for information. No pop yet. As Eeyore will be the sole member in this B site. But Sayo, Delby, and also Gemma is there to back him up. Singapore is just building perception. But I think they do want to re-hit the site. Spike in the hands of Vera. They have every chance they need to confirm double digits. Indonesia is baited out. They fell for it. They are rotating towards B side with 4 members guarding it. It's only Eeyore alone. And they will contact with him. Eeyore is spotted out. And they will go storming into the site. This site has been invaded. Vera will swing and Eeyore will die. Crucified in the hands of Vera, while Divine still in the middle side of the map, looming as a threat. Vera gets a triple kill. Even Sayo can't do much, only good for 1, as Asterisk left alone, having to look at the bodies of his teammates, but no body is left to be buried. As Singapore confirm double digits, they are setting their eyes on the gold medal. Singapore, they look so solid, and they are ready to snatch the hopes and dreams of Indonesia.
Yeah. Indonesia. They are 3 rounds away to get a silver medal. Because Singapore is leading up to 6 rounds away. Technical pause. Again, I always say this. This is a room for breathing for us. For the viewer, for the players. Singapore. The way they, always get the refract, the refract potential coming from Singapore is just unbelievably good.
Mm.
They always have someone to back up when someone is swinging. The teammates is so ready to do the refract or even baiting the other ultimate utilities. So the body system, the whole body system from Singapore is just unbelievable. And Indonesia had to deal with that every single round. I think the key part for Indonesia, if they want to come back against this, is uh, they don't really need to control mid, but they have to get ready if once Singapore do the entry. Just stay on site.
Yeah.
Just stay on site and have some cheeky position, because as I saw every single time Farah is entering the site, he doesn't really care about the corner.
Yeah. Like
Farah
he's-
is jump into the common spot, spraying like a crazy guy, and just move forward. He seems like careless about the corner. He always the second or the third person who checks the corner for Singapore.
Yeah, I think that also accounts to how Vera trusts his teammates, right?
Yeah.
He's just gonna be there to distract the players, throwing their crosshairs onto him. But behind him, he has Tyrone, he has Divine, he has Neff, backing him up, as well as Frey, who has been performing so good. And Gemma, we haven't seen much of him here after what he had shown to us. He is in a little bit of a struggling position, trying to get the kills. And Singapore, they're just a few steps closer to hoisting that gold medal. And Indonesia left in the dumps. They have 6 rounds to chase. And this is their biggest chance. If they want to mount the comeback, they can start by doing it now. They have a lot of Vandals, they have a lot of Phantoms. Meanwhile, Singapore will stick with their bonus around. I feel like Singapore on the attacker side is just not afraid to take chances. They even do few rehits, I feel. They're not that fast in terms of rotating, but the ones that are fast in rotating is Indonesia. We saw that in the first few rounds in the second half. It was so easy to bait them to rotate. Once Singapore just cut the noise, once Singapore was unable to show anything, the Indonesian squad just sent 4 or 5 players to rotate back to B side.
Yeah.
And that just gives Singapore a chance, an opportunity to just jump into the side. And Indonesia gets bitten from the back with that fast rotation.
Yeah. There's a lot to do for Indonesia. They're heading up against Farah as the spearhead, and he have the support like Styrian and Divine, who is incredibly good, and Frey, who always take a chance to have a duel, to have a risk. Either he lose or he win, but he most likely win every single duel that he had. That's why Singapore always had the man advantage, and they outnumbered when they go into the site they go every single spot. They just outnumbered everybody. They just keep swinging, keep layering layer after layer. 1 man down, I have another. 2 men down, I have another. And that's why every single big fight is coming in the favor of Singapore.
Yeah.
But this technical pause is just keep going like Singaporean player.
Yeah, they keep going and they're not stopping Singapore. I like how they always are able to implant that pressure towards the Indonesian players. The Indonesians, they play without comfort because Singapore is just on their face every time. And this is also accounted to the players from Singapore. They were just so good in trying to withstand the forces of Indonesia. And as we wait for this technical pause, of course, we're excited and curious to see what will happen in the next few rounds. Will Indonesia mount a comeback, or will Singapore go home as the champions of this 32nd SEA Games VALORANT in Cambodia? But we're still waiting, and we still have a few Indonesia believers in the crowd. You got this with the heart and with the sign as well. Of course, the supporters will still be behind Indonesia, rallying for them. But the Singaporeans as well, they are the Goliath now that Indonesia needs to take down. But we're still waiting for the technical pause to resume, guys. So please be patient and wait with us, because
Yeah.
me and Jamal, we are both also as excited as you are. We can't wait for their game to resume, and I feel like they're trying to fix a few things where the players are trying to, just make sure that nothing really bothers them. But we could also talk about how um, Indonesia, I think this is the time where they have to step up, because now they are the defenders, right? Singapore, they knew that Indonesia wanted to pick split, so they went defender first, and they were able to maximize the rounds that they wanted to get. They had at least 8 rounds in the first half. I think, yeah, 8 rounds in the first half, and with that, they were able to just be in a comfortable position in this cozy spot,
Yeah.
where they are the ones to lose. But now the pressure is immense on the backs of Indonesia.
Yeah, Indonesia, they are on the the advantage side, which is defender, but I don't really see the setup or the mini games coming up from them. Maybe because this is the full buy round, and this is where we're gonna see that setup, that set piece to to have some mini games to answer the entry from Vera. Because if Indonesia couldn't win this round, I think it's pretty much over for them. It's just so hard to come back. They just hit the rock bottom if they cannot win this. So this technical pause is
Taking a few time, yes.
take a few time to to Indonesia to we see some most important round for Indonesia.
Yeah, this is your time to just grab some snacks, grab some drinks, maybe also get a few of things that you need, because this is going to be a long match if Indonesia does come back, and they do need to come back, right? Because I agree with you, they'll win this round, in which I think they can win this round, right? Because a few scenarios they did only win the round with Shori, a sheriff in their hand, and Indonesia is possible it's possible for them to lose this round, and if they do lose this round, it will guarantee Singapore 11th, right? And Indonesia, their economy will reset back to minimum numbers, and Singapore can just pick up the weapons from the Indonesians in the ground. They will think of a way to make sure this doesn't happen. But with the pace that Singapore currently has, that fast push that they always try to conduct, and even trade with the Bucky as we speak, they can possibly win this round. Indonesia, I feel like they need to play more proactive. They are just baited way too easily. I think they could just, maybe put one or two players to just make sure that the side player maybe just, push forward towards A main. I think that won't really hurt. Or just Gemma flashing towards mid, towards B main, looking for information. I think information is just so important towards Indonesia, because they just keep getting baited out by these rotations. And this technical pause will still ensue. So, yeah. We'll still wait while we think of a way to buy some time, Jamal.
Yeah. Yeah, we're exciting as you guys. So we both caster. Every single caster in this world doesn't want to see this kind of pause. So make sure you still have the patience, like us, because we want to see this round start. Same like you guys sitting at home, and yeah, we don't really have the topics anymore about the game, I guess, because we already talk pretty much about how Indonesia and Singapore was. Because it's a second half, and it's only pistol and after pistol. So Singapore, they definitely win the second round after the pistol, and this is where we gonna see the real strategy from Indonesia.
You want to speculate, Jamal? What do you think is the problem?
This technical?
Yeah, this technical. What do you think is the problem? I think there's a few-
analyze from the duration since this technical pause begun,
Uh-huh.
I assuming this is some PC problem.
PC problem. Well, yeah. So that could be the case. I mean, yeah, of course. I think this is the thing that we also always talk about when it comes to technical pause is that this is an offline event, so any issue can happen. So we need to be able to at least just buy you some time, guys, because we ourselves are also as excited as you are, and technical pause will still go on. We do hope there's nothing serious happening. There won't be any rollbacks or whatnots. But yeah, we're still waiting. And I hope any minute now the technical pause will end. I used to say my magic word, which is patience, but I think I'm gonna say it once or twice, and the technical pause is still going on, so I don't think it will work anymore. But yeah, patience is the virtue, guys. Please do wait. We are as excited as you are. But if we do see at the scoreboard, Frey and Vera are equally tied with 14 kills.
Yep.
It's just Delby with his 13 kills, being able to just pop up and maximize his entries, because he has been very good in the entries. But that was attacker side, which was like a few minutes ago before they switched sides, and now they are the defenders. So we haven't seen much of Indonesia's defense, right? And we are still waiting, guys. We are still waiting. I think I can probably cook some noodles and make some tea as we wait for this technical pause to resume. But yeah, still, we are waiting.
Yeah, I hope that this technical problem really isn't really serious. Hope it's not like PC exploding.
I think
or-
when it is this long, it is something serious.
That's why I hope it's not really serious. It's not something like blackout or some force major or PC exploding
can
or
only
something
speculate.
like that. Yeah, I hope this was like just kind of PC crash, FPS drop, or something like that.
Yeah, of course, we want to play with the maximum that we can. But we will be right back, because we do have a few things to fix. So don't go anywhere, as we will be right back in 30 Second SEA Games VALORANT.
on the scene. Back out fresh 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 on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
Made it look the way.